In just a moment, Autolite presents Suspense, starring Miss Agnes Moorehead in radio's most famous play, Sorry, Wrong Number.
Say, Harlow, have you seen State's football team? They're terrific.
Speaking of terrific teams, Hap, my friend, the one that ignition engineered those Autolite resistor spark plugs is tops. You know, the Autolite people got together with many of the nation's leading car and truck manufacturers, and they ignition engineered a 10,000 ohm resistor right into the Autolite spark plug that permits a wider spark gap setting and maintains it far longer than was ever possible before. You know what that means to your car?
Smooth. That's the word for State's football team. Smooth.
Right you are, smooth. Thanks to the wide gap, Autolite resistor spark plugs help your engine idle smooth as silk. And that's only one of the simple, sound, solid, splendid advantages of those sensational Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Got it all off your chest, Harlow?
Sure have, Hap. You're not going to hear one more word out of me till we've heard the whole suspense show.
No?
No middle commercial tonight, Hap. Autolite doesn't want us to interrupt Agnes Moorehead's performance in that famous drama, Sorry, Wrong Number.
Okay, Harlow. Let's hear Suspense.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Agnes Moorehead in Anton Leader's production of Lucille Fletcher's famous suspense play, Sorry, Wrong Number. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Oh, dear.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've been dialing Murray Hill 40098 now for the last 3/4 of an hour, and the line is always busy. I don't see how it could be busy that long. Will you try it for me, please?
I will be glad to try that number for you. One moment, please.
I don't see how it could be busy all this time. It's my husband's office. He's working late tonight, and I'm here all alone in the house. My health is very poor, and I've been feeling so nervous all day.
Ringing Murray Hill 40098.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, is Mr. Stevenson there?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, George?
Yes, sir. This is George speaking.
Hello, who's this? What number am I calling, please?
I'm here with our client, George.
Oh, good. Is everything okay? Is
But,
the coast
who-
clear for tonight?
Yes, George. He says the coast is clear for tonight.
Okay.
Where are you now?
In a phone booth.
What
Don't
number is
worry. Everything's okay.
Very well. You know the address.
I know. At 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to the bar on 2nd Avenue for a beer.
That's right, 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Now be sure that all the lights downstairs are out. There should be only one light visible from the street.
Okay.
Just a minute, George. Our client tells me that at 11:15 a train crosses the bridge. It makes a noise in case her window's open and she should scream.
Oh, hello. What number is this, please?
Okay, I understand. That's 11:15, the train.
Yeah. You remember everything else, George?
Yes, I'll make it quick. As little blood as possible. Because our client does not wish to make her suffer long.
That's right. You'll use a knife?
Yes, the knife will be okay. Then afterwards, I remove the rings and bracelets and the jewelry in the bureau drawer because our client wishes it to look like simple robbery. Don't worry. Everything's okay. I never...
Oh, how awful. How unspeakably awful.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've just been cut off.
I'm sorry. What number were you calling?
Why, it was supposed to be Murray Hill 40098, but it wasn't. Some wires must have got crossed. I was cut into a wrong number, and I've just heard the most dreadful thing, something about a murder. And, operator, you simply got to retrace that call at once.
I beg your pardon. May I help you?
Oh, I know it was a wrong number, and I had no business listening, but these two men, they were cold-blooded fiends, and they were going to murder somebody, some poor innocent woman who was all alone in a house near a bridge. And we've got to stop them. We've just got to.
What number are you calling, please?
Well, that doesn't matter. This was a wrong number, and you dialed it for me, and we've got to find out who what was immediately.
What number did you call?
Oh, why are you so stupid? What time is it? Do you mean to tell me you can't find out what that number was just now?
I'll connect you with the chief operator.
Oh, I think it's perfectly shameful. Now, look, it was obviously a case of some little slip of the finger. I told you to try Murray Hill 40098 for me, and you dialed it, but your finger must have slipped, and I was connected with some other number, and I could hear them, but they couldn't hear me. Now, I simply fail to see why you couldn't make that same mistake again, on purpose. Why you couldn't try to dial Murray Hill 40098 in the same sort of careless way.
Murray Hill 40098. I will try to get it for you.
Well, thank you.
I am sorry. Murray Hill 40098 is busy. I will call you in 20
Operator! Operator!
Your call, please.
You didn't try to get that wrong number at all. I asked you explicitly, and all you did was dial correctly.
I am sorry. What number are you calling?
Well, can't you for once forget what number I'm calling and do something for me? Now, I want to trace that call. It's my civic duty, and it's your civic duty to trace that call and apprehend those dangerous killers. And if you don't...
I will connect you with the chief operator.
Well, please. All this talk can't make anyone understand. He's much time.
This is the chief operator.
Chief operator, I want you to trace a call, a telephone call, immediately. I don't know where it came from or who was making it, but it's absolutely necessary that it be tracked down because it was about a murder that someone's planning. A terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor, innocent woman tonight at 11:15.
I see.
Well, can you trace it for me? Can you track down those men?
I am not certain. It depends.
Depends on what?
It depends on whether the call is still going on.
Well,
if it's a live call, we can trace it on the equipment.
Well,
if it has been disconnected, we cannot.
disconnected?
If the parties have stopped talking to each other.
Oh, but of course they must have stopped talking to each other by now. That was at least 5 minutes ago, and they didn't sound like the type who would make a long call.
Well, I can try tracing it. May I have your name, please?
Mrs. Stevenson, Mrs. Albert Stevenson. But listen.
And your telephone number, please.
Plaza 32099. But if you go on wasting all this time...
Why do you want this call traced, please?
Why? Oh, well, no reason. I mean, I merely felt very strongly that something ought to be done about it. These men sounded like killers. They're dangerous. They're going to murder this woman at 11:15 tonight, and I thought the police ought to know.
Have you reported this to the police?
Well, no, not yet.
You want this call checked purely as a private individual?
Yes, but meanwhile...
I am sorry, Mrs. Stevenson, but I am afraid we couldn't make this check for you and trace the call just on your say-so as a private individual.
But
we will have to have something more official.
Oh, for heaven's sake. You mean to tell me I can't report that there's going to be a murder without getting tied up in all this red tape? Why, it's perfectly idiotic. Well, all right, I'll call the police.
Thank you. I am sure that would be the best way.
Oh, ridiculous. I never heard of such nonsense. Police department. I can't see why you have to go through all this business. Oh.
Your call, please.
The police department. Get me the police department, please.
Thank you. Ringing the police
Oh,
department.
dear, do you have to dial? Can't you ring them direct? All this time waste.
Police Department, Precinct 43. Sergeant Martin speaking.
Police department, this is Mrs. Stevenson, Mrs. Albert Smythe Stevenson of 53 North Sutton Place. I'm calling up to report a murder.
Huh?
I mean, the murder hasn't been committed yet, but I just overheard plans for it over the telephone. Over a wrong number that the operator gave me. I've been trying to trace down the call myself, but everybody is so stupid. And I guess in the end, you're the only people who could do anything.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a perfectly definite murder. I heard their plans distinctly. 2 men were talking, and they were going to murder some woman at 11:15 tonight, and she lived in a house near a bridge. Are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a private patrolman on the street. He was going to go around for a beer on 2nd Avenue, and there was some third man, a client, who was paying to have this poor woman murdered. They were going to take her rings and bracelets and use a knife. Well, it's unnerved me dreadfully, and I'm not well. I'm very
see. Now, when was all this, ma'am?
About 8 minutes ago. Oh, then you can do something. You do understand.
What is your name, ma'am?
Mrs. Stevenson, Mrs. Albert Stevenson.
And your address?
53 North Sutton Place. That's near a bridge. The Queensboro Bridge, you know, and we have a private patrol on our street. And 2nd Avenue is the next
what
street.
What was that number you were calling?
Murray Hill 40098. But that wasn't the number I overheard. I mean, Murray Hill 40098 is my husband's office. He's working late tonight, and I was trying to reach him to ask him to come home. I'm an invalid, you know, and it's the maid's night off, and I hate to be alone, even though he says I'm perfectly safe as long as I have the telephone right beside my bed.
Well, we'll look into it, Mrs. Stevenson, see if we can check it with the telephone company.
But the telephone company said they couldn't check the call if the parties had stopped talking. I've already taken care of that.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and personally, I feel you ought to do something far more immediate and drastic than just check the call.
Well, now,
what good does checking the call do if they stop talking? By the time you tracked it down, they've already committed the murder.
Well, we'll take care of it, don't you worry.
I'd say the whole thing calls for a search. A complete and thorough search of the whole city. Why, I'm very near the bridge, and I'm not far from 2nd Avenue, and I know I'd feel a whole lot better if you sent around a radio car to this neighborhood at once.
And what makes you think the murder is going to be committed in your neighborhood, ma'am?
Well, I don't know. Only the coincidence is so horrible. 2nd Avenue and the patrolman and the bridge.
Well, 2nd Avenue is a very long street, ma'am, and well, you know how many bridges there are in the city of New York alone,
Well, I
not
know.
to mention Brooklyn, Staten Island, Queens, and the Bronx. Now, how do you know there isn't some little house on Staten Island, on some little 2nd Avenue you've never heard about? Well, how do you know they were even talking about New York at all?
But I heard the call on the New York dialing system.
Well, maybe it was a long-distance call you overheard.
Oh,
Telephones are funny things now. Look, lady, why don't you look at it this way? Supposing you hadn't broken in on that telephone call. Supposing you'd got your husband the way you always do. You wouldn't be so upset, would you?
Well, I know. I suppose not. Only it sounded so inhuman, so cold-blooded.
A lot of murders are plotted in this city every day, ma'am. We manage to prevent almost all of them. The clue of this kind is so vague, it isn't much more use to us than no clue at all.
But surely you...
Unless, of course, you have some reason for thinking this call was phony or that someone may be planning to murder you.
Me? Oh, well, no, I hardly think so. I mean, why should anybody? I'm alone all day and night. I see nobody except my maid, Eloise, and she's a big girl. She weighs 200 pounds. She's too lazy to bring up my breakfast tray, and the only other person is my husband, Albert. He's crazy about me. He just adores me. He waits on me hand and foot. Has scarcely left my side since I took sick 12 years ago.
Well, then, there's nothing for you to worry about. Now, if you'll just leave the rest of this to us, we'll take care of it.
But what will you do? It's so late. It's nearly 11 now.
We'll take care of it, lady.
Well, will you broadcast it all over the city and send out squads and warn your radio cars to watch out, especially in suspicious neighborhoods like mine?
Lady, I said we'd take care of it. Just now, I've got a couple of other matters here on my desk that require immediate attention. Good night, ma'am, and thank you.
Oh, you idiot! Oh, no. Why did I hang up the phone like that? Now you'll think I am a fool. Oh, why doesn't Albert come home? Why doesn't he? I'm operating.
Your call, please.
Operator, for heaven's sake, will you ring that Murray Hill 40098 number again? I can't think what's keeping him so long.
I will try to get it for
Well,
you.
try. I don't see why he doesn't answer. I'm so...
I am sorry. Murray Hill 40098 is busy. I will call you.
I can hear it. You don't have to tell me. I know it's busy. Oh, if I could only get out of this bed for a little while. If I could get a breath of fresh air and just lean out of the window and see the street. Hello, Albert? Hello? 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 Oh, what's the matter with this phone? Hello? 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 Oh, for heaven's sake, who is this? Hello? 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 Who's trying to call me? What are they trying to do to me? Oh.
Your call, please.
Hello, operator. I don't know what's the matter with this phone tonight, but it's positively driving me crazy. I've never seen such inefficient, miserable service. Now, look, I'm an invalid. And I'm very nervous, and I'm not supposed to be annoyed. But if this keeps on much longer...
What seems to be the trouble?
Well, everything's wrong. I haven't had one bit of satisfaction out of one call I've made this evening. The whole world could be murdered for all you people care. And now my phone keeps ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing every 5 seconds, and when I pick it up, there's no one there.
I am sorry. If you will hang up, I will test it for
I
you.
don't want you to test it for me. I want you to put that call through, whatever it is, at once.
I'm afraid I cannot do that.
You cannot? Well, why? Why, may I ask?
The dial system is automatic.
Oh,
If someone is trying to dial your number, there is no way to check whether the call is coming through the system or not, unless the person is trying to reach you complains to his particular operator.
Oh, of all the stupid... And meanwhile, I've got to sit here in my bed suffering every time that phone rings, imagining everything.
I will try to check the trouble
Check
for
it.
you.
Check it. That's all anybody can do. Oh, what's the use of talking to you? You're so stupid. Oh, I'll fix her. Of all the impudent... How dare she speak to me like that? How dare she speak to me? I can't get any satisfaction. Why did it take so long to answer?
Your call, please.
Young woman, I don't know your name, but there are ways of finding you out. And I'm going to report you to your superiors for the most unpardonable rudeness and insolence it has ever been my privilege. Give me the business office at once.
You may dial that number direct.
Dial it direct? I'll do no such thing. I don't even know the number.
The number is in the directory, or you may secure it by dialing information.
Listen here, you... Oh, what's the use? Oh, dear. Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm going out of my mind. I'm going out of my mind. Hello? Hello, stop ringing me. Do you hear? Answer me. Who is this? Do you realize you're driving me crazy? Who's calling me? What are you doing it for? Now, stop it, I say. Hello? If you don't stop ringing me, I'm going to call the police. Do you hear? The police. If Albert would only come home. Oh, let it ring. Let it go on ringing. It's a trick of some kind. I won't answer it. I won't, even if it goes on ringing all night. Just ring all night. I don't... What's the matter? Why did they stop ringing all of a sudden? Oh, what time is it? Where's my clock? Where is it? Where did I put it? 5 to 11. Oh, they've decided something. They're sure I'm home. They heard my voice answer them just now. That's why they've been ringing me. Why no one has answered me. Call the operator again. Oh, wait. Oh, where is she? Why doesn't she answer?
Your call, please.
Where were you just now? Why didn't you answer at once? Give me the police department.
I am sorry. The line is busy. I will call you.
Busy? But that's impossible. The police department can't be busy. There must be other lines available.
The lion is busy. I will try to get them later.
No, I've got to speak to them now, or it may be too late. I've got to get to someone.
What number do you wish to speak to?
Well, I don't know, but there must be someone to protect people beside the police department, a detective agency.
You will find detective agencies listed in the classified directory.
But I don't have a classified. I mean, I'm too nervous to look it up, and I don't know how to use it.
I will connect you with information. Perhaps they will be able to help you.
Oh, no. Oh, you're being spiteful, aren't you? You don't care, do you, what happens to me? I could die and you wouldn't care. Oh, stop it! Stop it! I can't stand anymore. Hello? What do you want? Stop ringing, will you? Stop it!
Hello, is this Plaza 32099?
Oh. Yes, I'm sorry. This is Plaza 32099.
This is Western Union. I have a telegram here for Mrs. Albert Stevenson. Is there anyone there to receive the message?
I am Mrs. Stevenson.
The telegram is as follows. Mrs. Elbert Stevenson, 53 North Sutton Place, New York, New York, darling. Terribly sorry, try to get you for last hour, but line busy. Leaving for Boston 11 p.m. tonight on urgent business. Back tomorrow afternoon. Keep happy, love, signed Elbert.
Oh, no.
You wish us to deliver a copy of the message?
No. No, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Good night.
Good night. No. No, I don't believe it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it, not when he knows I'll be all alone. It's some trick, some fiendish trick. It's some...
Your call, please.
Operator, try that Murray Hill 40098 number for me just once more, please.
You may dial that number direct.
Oh. M. U. 4. Oh. Oh. 9. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, he's gone. Oh, Albert, how could you? How could you? Oh, but I can't be alone tonight. I just can't. If I'm alone one more second, I'll go mad. I don't care what he says or what the expense is. I'm a sick woman. I'm entitled to some consideration.
This is information. May I help you?
I want the telephone number of Henchley Hospital.
Henchley Hospital. Do you have the street address?
No, it's somewhere in the 70s. It's a very small, private, and exclusive hospital where I had my appendix out 2 years ago. Henchley, Hench.
1 moment, please.
Please hurry. And please, what is the time?
You may find out the time by dialing Meridian 71212.
For heaven's sake, I have no time to be dialing.
The number of Henchley Hospital is Butterfield 89970.
You. 8, 9, 9, 7. Oh.
Henchley Hospital, good evening.
Give me the nurse's registry.
Who was it you wished to speak to, please?
I want the nurse's registry at once. I want a trained nurse. I want to hire her immediately for the night.
I see. And what is the nature of the case, madam?
Nerves. I'm very nervous. I need soothing and companionship. You see, my husband is away, and I'm all
Have you been recommended to us by any doctor in particular, madam?
No, but I really don't see why all this catechizing is necessary. I want a trained nurse. I was a patient in your hospital 2 years ago, and after all, I do expect to pay this person for attending me.
We quite understand that, madam. But registered nurses are very scarce just now. Our superintendent has asked us to send people out only on cases where the physician in charge feels it is absolutely necessary.
Well, it is absolutely necessary. I'm a sick woman. I'm very upset. Very. I'm alone in this house, and I'm an invalid, and tonight I overheard a telephone conversation that upset me dreadfully. A woman's going to be killed when a train comes. In fact, if someone doesn't come at once, I'm afraid I'll go out of my mind.
I see. Well, I will speak to Miss Phillips as soon as she comes in.
Miss
And
Phillips?
what is your name, madam?
When do you expect her in?
I really couldn't say. She went out to supper at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. Oh, but it's not 11 yet. Oh, my clock has stopped. I thought it was running down. What time is it?
Just, 15 minutes past 11.
What was that?
What was what, madam?
That click just now in my own telephone, as though someone had lifted the receiver off the hook, off the extension telephone downstairs.
I didn't hear it, madam. Now, about
But
this
I
nurse...
did. I did. There's someone in this house, someone downstairs in the kitchen, and they're listening to me now. That is... Oh, I won't pick it up again. I won't let them hear me. I'll be quiet, and then they'll think... Oh, but if I don't call someone now while they're still down there, there'll be no time. I've got to get to that operator. Oh, answer.
Your call, please.
Operator, I'm in desperate trouble.
I am sorry I cannot hear you. Please speak louder.
I don't dare. There's someone listening. Can you hear me now?
I am sorry.
Oh, but you've got to hear me. Oh, please, you've got to help me. There's someone in this house, someone who's going to murder me, and you've got to get in touch with the police. Oh, there it is. Did you hear it? He's put it down. He's put down the extension phone. He's coming up the stairs. Oh, give me the police department. Give me the police department.
One moment, please. I will connect you.
Oh, hurry. Oh, hurry, I can hear him. He's coming here. Oh no. Oh, what are you going to do to me? Oh, don't come near me. I haven't done anything, please. I don't know anything.
Sergeant Martin speaking. Police Department, Precinct 43, Sergeant Martin speaking. Hello, Police Department, Precinct 43, Sergeant Martin speaking.
Police department?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Must have got the wrong number. Don't worry. Everything's okay.
Thank you, Miss Agnes Moorhead, for another memorable performance. Miss Moorhead will return in just a moment.
Say, Harlow, you got so wound up on Autolite resistor spark plugs a while back, you never told me whether you saw the state football game last week.
You bet I saw it. And say, did you notice the big gaps that State knocked in that enemy line?
Yes.
Reminded me of that wide gap in Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Now, Harlow.
You know, when you replace your old narrow gap spark plugs with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, by Cornelius, your engine idles smoother. You have better luck with lean gas mixtures. Actually save gas.
Harlow, I'm talking about football. Oh, by the way, how'd you like the way State's line cut down enemy interference?
Great. Almost as good as the way Autolite resistor spark plugs cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception.
What a team. What a team.
Yes, friends, when it comes to team play, you really get it with those sensational new Autolite resistor spark plugs. And other Autolite engineering first. And no wonder, for Autolite resistor spark plugs are one of over 400 automotive, aviation, and marine parts made by the 26 nationwide Autolite plants, all famous for Autolite engineered dependability. So, friends, don't dilly-dally, dawdle, or delay, but hop down tomorrow to your friendly Autolite dealer and get a set of wonderful new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. He's got just the type and size to fit your car. And, friends, remember, too, Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plugs.
Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means ignition system.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Miss Agnes Moorhead.
My thanks to producer Tony Leader for affording me this opportunity to play Lucille Fletcher's wonderful story once again. And my thanks to the cast and the musicians and sound men who helped make it successful. The Suspense program will always hold a special place in my affections, and I'll be listening with great interest next Thursday when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings us little Margaret O'Brien starring in Ray Bradbury's story, The Screaming Woman, another gripping study in
Suspense.
Agnes Moorhead has recorded Sorry, Wrong Number in album form. Miss Moorhead may currently be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Johnny Belinda. Music on tonight's Suspense play was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Ronald Coleman, Rosalind Russell, Claude Rains, and William Bendix. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Margaret O'Brien in The Screaming Woman.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Volunteers are needed for the armed forces of the United States. Your nearest recruiting station will have complete information. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Electric Company's public information program brings you your Better Living Radio Theater in its salute to the American home, its family, and its way of life in this bright American future. The tubes in your radio, the power behind this station which brings you this program, the nightlight at your child's bedside, the giant motors that drive the machines to mold our steel and power your production lines, the current that pops your family toaster, foods, aircraft, railroads, automobiles, and ships. Electricity always at hand, day or night, with its economy for lower cost to you, with rising efficiency through its own research, with its growth to match the nation's needs at all times. Electricity is at work to bring you better living. This is your narrator, Wendell Niles. And now we bring you A Half Hour to Death, a dramatic story of a nationwide search by telephone for the antidote to a household poison. This is the sixth in a series of broadcasts at this time to show you how Americans in a free nation have worked to bring you better living today. In fact, the highest standard of living in the world. Later, you will hear from today's guest, Mr. E.M. Blakesley, President of the United States Independent Telephone Association. And now, your Better Living Radio Theater presents today's story, A Half Hour to Death.
Operator.
Operator, this is an emergency. I'm trying to find Dr. Ralph Collins, but no one answers at his home or his office. Can you find him? It's my little girl.
How many times a day do telephone conversations start like this throughout the United States? From farm, home, and city apartment alike. Of course, there are times when parents, being what they are, the trouble is not as severe as they first imagined. But in our story today, a child's life does hang in the balance. And we present it to show you in how many different ways the telephone services are available. Today, the telephone reaches almost every corner of America. It carries the news of the Ladies' Aid meeting and the exchange of ideas between leaders in business and in government. It has become so much a part of the home that children use it as freely as adults, never stopping to think of the way in which it works, of the never-ending source of electricity behind it. Electrical power lights homes, offices, farms, and factories. And through today's communications systems, it illuminates men's thoughts. This in the short space of little more than 70 years. Some of you can remember those days before the telephone.
The doctor has to be at the Hobart's farm. If he's not there, I don't know which farm to go to next. I've already covered most of them around here. But I know little Josie can't wait much longer.
In a few years, such rides, such worries were unnecessary. Early in 1876, Alexander Graham Bell took out his first patents on the telephone. Bell and his colleague, Thomas Watson, fashioned an electric machine which carried one human voice to another, first in only one direction, then in both directions. By 1900, there were almost 1 million telephones in use. Long-distance lines reached out to Chicago and Omaha. Bell's original patents were licensed to other companies besides his own. And this allowed the rise of local telephone exchanges, which burgeoned with the years until in 1952, for example, there were more than 48 million telephones in use, an average of over 180 million completed conversations each day. And to almost every one of us who uses the telephone, new wonders of communication to remote points. Have you experienced what it is like to have a whole telephone network at your fingertips? I sincerely hope your experience won't be like that of George and Peggy Parks, but just in case it should be.
You're home early, George.
Yeah, traffic wasn't so bad this afternoon. Have a good day?
Well, the baby cried a lot, but he's sleeping now.
Where's Kathy?
She's playing in the backyard.
I've got something for her, a special present.
Well, you go on inside and change to comfortable clothes, and I'll call her. She certainly is your child.
Yours, too.
Well, of course. But the way she goes around fixing things. When she grows up, her husband's going to have a handyman worth her weight in tools. She's been pretending to fix her wagon all day.
Oh, not with my good tools.
No, certainly not. She uses that old wood mallet you gave her to play with. She goes in and out of the garage pretending it's a new tool each time. I'll go find her. It's time for supper anyway. George! George!
Be down in a moment, Peg.
George, come right away. It's Kathy.
Something wrong?
I found her lying on the garage floor, terribly sick. I think she's taking something she shouldn't. There's a small bottle on your workbench lying beside her.
Operator.
Operator, this is an emergency. I'm trying to find Dr. Ralph Collins, but no one answers at his home or his office. Can you find him? It's my little girl.
Have you tried him at the hospital, sir?
Yes, he's not there.
Do you know whether he has a telephone in his car?
In his car? I don't know.
One moment, please.
Please hurry.
Mobile service. This is an emergency call. Please call Dr. Ralph Collins. Yes, I'll wait.
What's happening? Who's she ringing, operator?
Mobile service is trying to contact Dr. Collins in his car, sir.
Can't you get him?
Dr. Collins cannot be reached at the moment. He will call as soon as he returns to his car.
Dr. Collins will call back. How does she know he'll call back? It's another wonder of mobile service, that rapidly growing part of modern telephone communication which extends service to trains, trucks, and private automobiles like Dr. Collins's. A small high-frequency radio receiver and transmitter have been set up in the rear luggage compartment. The call from mobile service goes by telephone wire to a low-powered radio transmitter in the vicinity, and from there, the signal has gone out to Dr. Collins's car. Dr. Collins arranged for the installation a year ago when another older doctor retired and moved away, leaving him as the only doctor in a large summer resort community. When George's call came through to his car, the car was parked outside a house 10 miles away where Dr. Collins was working on another emergency case. But now here he comes. And as soon as he steps into his car, he notices a red light glowing by his telephone handset. Though the bell stopped minutes ago, this light tells Dr. Collins a call has come in for him.
Mobile service. This is JZ 39907. You have a call for me?
Operator. Thank you, mobile service. One moment, please.
Hello? Mrs. Parks speaking.
Mrs. Parks? Dr. Collins, you call me?
Oh, doctor, yes. Yes, George called you. It's Kathy.
What about her, Mrs. Parks?
She was playing in the garage, and we think she drank some soldering acid George had on his workbench. She's terribly ill. George just brought her into the house.
How long ago do you think she drank it?
It may have been 15 minutes, perhaps an hour ago. I'm sure I saw her playing about an hour ago.
You have the bottle with you now?
Yes.
Well, we must have an antidote for her. What's printed on the label?
The label's gone.
Well, then call the place where you bought it and get the formula so I can get an antidote right away. I'm in Monroe Township now. I'll drive right over.
What'd he say, Peg?
He's coming right over, but he needs the formula for the acid. George, call the place where you got it. Do you know where?
Sure, Johnson's Hardware.
Operator.
Operator, can you give me Johnson's Hardware store? This is an emergency.
I'll dial them for you, sir.
Johnson Hardware.
This is George Parks. I bought some soldering acid last week, and my little girl drank some of it. I need the formula on the label so our doctor can get an antidote.
Just a minute, Mr. Parks. Somebody came in earlier today and asked for that acid. We're clean out.
You're sure?
Positive. Looked all over the store, even after you'd gone.
Well, where do you get the stuff? What company?
Golly, Mr. Parks, the boss is gone, and I don't know who we buy the acid from. He might know, though.
Where is Mr. Johnson?
He went out on somebody's fishing schooner, middle of the afternoon. I think it's the Mermaid.
Mermaid? Thanks.
Operator.
This is Parks again. I've got to reach Mr. Johnson of Johnson's Hardware. He's on board the schooner Mermaid. Can the Coast Guard get him? It's urgent, very urgent, you know.
I'll try to get Mr. Johnson for you.
Another facet of today's wonders of electricity and the telephone, ship-to-shore service. But when George Parks talked to Mr. Johnson aboard the Mermaid, he found the hardware store owner didn't know the formula either. But he did know the name of the company that made the acid. In this race against death, George called the company offices, even though it was undoubtedly past closing hours. Only the watchman was on hand. He tried to get the company president at a hotel 300 miles away where he had a business meeting, but the company president wasn't there either. But George did learn that he was flying back from the meeting. The president told George that the only man who could give him the formula was the company's chemist. So the search started all over again.
No one answers, operator. Try that other number.
All right, Mr. Parks, I will.
And she did try that other number, and another, and still another, where finally she found the company chemist was aboard a cracked train speeding across the country 1,000 miles away.
Yes, that's the formula, Doctor. Yes, that should make an effective antidote. Did you reach me in time? Oh, I'm glad, very glad. She ought to be out of danger in no time, huh? Oh, that's fine. And say, I want to meet that young lady sometime. She's the first one who ever drank any of my formula.
In less than a half hour, the Parks had traveled thousands of miles thanks to the telephone and the magic of electric power, which supplies the current for these modern wonders. Wherever the telephone goes, there, too, goes electricity. We hope that you and your family will face no such emergency as the Parks. But day and night, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in all kinds of weather, the telephone and electric power, which you take for granted so readily, are there at your command. And now, here is our guest of the Better Living Radio Theater for today, Mr. E.M. Blakesley, President of the United States Independent Telephone Association.
Electric power and the telephone industry continue to play a big part in bringing this nation better living and making it strong. Today, the telephone is taken for granted, and yet it continues to save seconds, minutes, and hours daily. In doing so, it helps get things done quickly and more efficiently. Think of it, an average of 181 million calls made a day. Without the telephone, our business and social life would go backwards and slow down to a horse and buggy pace. Yet this industry's research and development goes forward, and each day brings newer and better things. What of the future? Like electric power, with its expansion and daily use, so too is this industry serving our citizens and helping to provide better living to all Americans daily.
Thank you, Mr. Blakesley. You've been listening to Mr. E.M. Blakesley, President of the United States Independent Telephone Association. The Better Living Radio Theater has brought you A Half Hour to Death, the sixth in a series of broadcasts at this time, presented by this station and the Electric Company's Public Information Program. Now, this is your narrator, Wendell Niles, inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when the Better Living Radio Theater will present another program in this series. Until then, wishing you better living.
Come a little closer and listen carefully. You don't suppose I'm dying because I want to, do you? My family, the men all die suddenly. Always have, always will. Doctors can't explain it. Lots of things doctors can't explain. Now, when it comes to dying, it's like everything else. If you want a thing done right, do it yourself, I always say. You can't trust anyone with the details, especially these days with the kind of help you get. Howard Williams speaking. Use your own judgment for once and don't call me back. I'm busy dying. Yes, I said dying. Goodbye. Now you listen, and listen carefully.
Theater 5 presents A Very Private Phone Call.
Nurse Evans, Dr. Barlow's been in my husband's room more than an hour. Is something wrong?
Now, Mrs. Williams, you mustn't worry.
But I am worried. It isn't like Howard to be sick.
Well, we all have to be sick sometimes, and Dr. Barlow is very capable.
But it's all been so sudden. The way Howard fainted last night, and today he couldn't get out of bed. And now Dr. Barlow won't even let me in the room. Oh, Nurse Evans, I just know something terrible is wrong with Howard.
Now, really, worrying won't help, Mrs. Williams. Do let me fix you some coffee.
No. And it's no use talking in that soothing way. Howard is going to die. And I'll be left all alone.
No, please, you mustn't.
And I can't stand being alone. When my father died, I was 27, and I'd kept house for him since I was 16. And then all of a sudden he was gone. And I was alone.
Well, we all have to be alone sometimes.
But I hate it. I'm not practical. I can't even balance my own checkbook. All I know is how to keep a nice house and entertain. And that's been enough for Howard. He was my father's business partner, you know. After Father died, he looked after things for me, and then, well, we just got married. Of course, he's much older, but I like him. I like my husband very much, Nurse Evans. Even if he won't take me on any trips as he promised he would.
Won't take you on any trips? I'm not sure I understand.
Around the world. Howard is in shipping, and he owns steamships and plantations and mines in Africa and the South Seas and just everywhere. Places I've longed to go see ever since I read about them when I was a girl.
Well, I should think he'd be glad to take you along on his trips, Mrs. Williams.
That's just it. He never took any trips. He stayed right here and did all his business by telephone. Do you know how many telephones we have? 13. Before we were married, he promised we'd go around the world on our honeymoon. But then some business came up and we never went. That's the only thing I have against him in 10 years of marriage. I admire and respect him, and I don't want him to die. I don't want to be left alone again.
No, please, you mustn't let yourself get up. Oh, here's Dr. Barlow.
Doctor, how's Howard?
Mrs. Williams, your husband wants to speak to you. You must be very brave.
You mean he's going to...
I'm sorry to say it's only a matter of time, perhaps of minutes.
No.
He wants some last words with you. Now be strong and don't upset him.
I'll try.
Good. Go in now. He's waiting for you.
All right. Howard.
There you are. Took you long enough. I suppose that quack Barlow told you.
Oh, Howard, please don't die. Don't go away. Don't leave me all alone.
Laura, stop that confounded blubbering.
Yes, Howard.
I hate crying women, so control yourself.
Yes, Howard.
Yeah, that's better. Now listen to me. You see those 3 phones on my bedside table?
Yes. The black one for your European calls. The white one's for your calls to South America. And the red one. The one that never rings.
Oh, you've noticed that the red line never rings. That's because it's intended to ring only once.
Only once?
I said only once. Don't make me repeat myself.
Sorry.
When that red line rings, you must be here to answer it. When the time comes, you must not fail me. Promise, Laura?
I do, Howard, I do. I won't fail you.
Well, I'll give you credit for that. You're reliable.
I've tried to be a good wife. Have you been satisfied with me?
Yes, of course. You run the house very nicely.
Well, then don't die. Don't go away and leave me all alone.
Stop sniffling. I told you I detest crying women.
I'll try.
You don't suppose I'm dying because I want to, do you? In my family, the men all die suddenly. Always have, always will. Doctors can't explain it. Lots of things doctors can't explain. Now listen, Laura, and listen carefully.
It's the phone.
Which phone is it?
White one.
South America. Well, let's see who it is.
Not at a time like this.
It's business. Answer it.
Yes, dear. Hello? What? Well, just a moment, please. It's Rio de Janeiro. Shall I send your freighter Woodbine on to Tahiti and then Bali, or direct to Australia?
Let me have it.
Here.
Hello, Howard Williams speaking. Use your own judgment and don't call me back. I'm busy dying. Yes, I said dying. That ought to give him something to think about.
Howard?
Well?
Are they really so romantic?
Is who so romantic?
You know, Rio de Janeiro, Tahiti, Bali.
They're all Americanized with neon lights and soda pop machines.
Well, just the same, I'd like to see them. I'd like so much to see them. Now we'll never go. You're dying. We'll never go anywhere. Howard? Howard! Doctor! Doctor!
What is it, Mrs. Williams? Oh, nurse, my kit.
Yes, doctor. Hurry!
No perceptible pulse. Respiration nil. Now to check the heart.
Doctor, is he...
Oh, one moment. No heartbeat. Yes, I'm afraid so, Mrs. Williams. Your husband is dead.
No.
Oh, you must be strong. Here is a letter he instructed me to give you after his death.
Letter?
It explains about the red telephone. You know how your husband opposed what he considered fuss and feathers. He expressly demanded no ceremonies of any sort and left positive orders he was not to be embalmed. That means he must be buried within 24 hours. That's the law in this state.
Oh, no, that's so soon.
Tomorrow afternoon, he will be laid to rest in the family vault in Rolling Hills Cemetery. Until the mortician comes, I will remain in this room with the body. That is also your husband's order.
I see.
Also, his wishes are that after the funeral, you will remain either in this room or the adjoining sitting room for 3 full days, not even leaving for meals.
I don't understand.
Well, it's all explained in his letter. Now, Nurse Evans, please take care of Mrs. Williams.
Of course, Doctor. Come with me, Mrs. Williams. You must rest now.
He's gone. Howard's gone. Now I'm all alone.
Here we are back again, Mrs. Williams. You were very brave.
I couldn't cry because it didn't seem real. Those men put Howard in a box, put the box on a stone shelf in the mausoleum, and they put a slab in front of the box. We all went away and left him there.
Now, it was a very nice funeral, dignified and simple. You understand that I'll be here to look after you for the next 3 days. I'll be in the room down the hall any time you need me.
Yes, thank you.
And no one will bother you. The telephones won't ring because the secretary is taking all calls downstairs.
In the red phone?
The red phone?
He said I must be here to answer it, that I mustn't fail him.
Well, I don't know anything about a red telephone, I'm afraid.
A letter. The doctor gave me a letter from Howard about it. If I've lost it, Howard will be furious. He'll shout and swear and... He's dead, isn't he?
Yes, Mrs. Williams. Oh, is this the letter here on the bedside table?
Oh, yes, I must have put it there yesterday.
Well, I'll leave you to read it. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Reedy.
It's all right, nurse. I just wanted to speak to Mrs. Williams.
Yes, of course. It's Mr. Reedy, your husband's lawyer, Mrs. Williams. Now, be sure to ring if you need me.
My dear, you have been very brave.
It just doesn't seem real.
I understand. And I've been thinking, why don't you plan a sea voyage, a trip around the world? New sights, new faces to help you forget.
No, I don't want to do that. You hear? I won't do it.
But I always understood
You don't understand. Those cruises are full of women traveling all alone trying to find a man and never finding one. Well, I won't be one of those awful women traveling every place all alone.
But my
now
dear...
go away and leave me alone.
Perhaps I haven't explained my idea correctly. I'm sure our Mr. Roberts can do it better. I'll send up Mr.
No,
Roberts.
I just want to be left alone. Oh, Howard, why did you have to die? Why? The letter. I haven't read the letter. You'll be angry at me. I'll read it right away, Howard. Right away. Dear Laura, you must stay in this room or the adjoining sitting room for 3 full days. That's because if the red telephone rings, you must be there to answer it. Laura, if that red line rings, it will be me calling you. You calling me? But Howard, I don't understand. Oh, yes, of course, the letter. For generations, Laura, the men in my family
have died suddenly. Those quacks, the doctors, can't explain it. It's a family inheritance, that's all. But, are you paying attention, Laura? Sometimes we return to life after being to all appearances dead.
Goodness.
I say sometimes return to life. 5 of my ancestors have done so. 5 we know about. 1 was saved. The others were found with their fingernails ripped off, trying to claw their way out of their coffins. Their bodies were twisted and contorted.
Oh, how awful.
This must not happen to me. You must not let it happen. That red telephone, it connects to the family mausoleum. As I am laid to rest, the mortician will plug in a wire connecting the red phone to a microphone in the lining of my coffin. If I so much as whisper, the red telephone will ring like a fire alarm, and you'll answer it. Do you understand, Laura?
Yes. Yes, I do understand.
So if you hear the phone ring, I will be calling. Answer at once. Then contact Dr. Barlow and the mortician. All 3 of you will rush to the family vault to rescue me. So, Laura, stay close to the red phone. It may ring. I may return to you. For the last time, are you sure you understand?
Yes, I do. Oh, please come back, Howard, please. Maybe you're there now, trying to speak. Howard, can you hear me? Howard, are you there? Howard, please speak to me. He doesn't answer. It's too soon. But I'll wait.
Hello? Mrs. Williams? May I come in?
Who is it?
Well, Mrs. Williams, I hope you'll forgive me for barging in like this, but Mr. Reedy feels it's important. I'm Lawrence Roberts.
Lawrence Roberts?
Yes. You see, I've handled most of Mr. Williams' legal businesses last year. I'm one of the junior partners.
You're one of the junior partners of the law firm?
That's right. They gave me a partnership as a present for my 40th birthday. I'm the firm's foreign expert. Could we talk, Mrs. Williams, in the next room, perhaps?
Well, I suppose we could.
Good. I have some papers to show you.
Well, I don't really feel like talking about business now, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, of course not. I do understand. However, on the other hand, it'll help take your mind off what's happened.
Well, if you think so.
I do, definitely. Yeah, shall we sit here?
Right.
Now, here's the situation. You've just inherited a rather large business enterprise, Mrs. Williams. All over the world there are mines, plantations, shipyards that belong to you.
There are?
There certainly are. And Mr. Reedy thought that this would be a perfect time for you to take a long trip.
No, I told him I won't.
But, Mrs. Williams...
I'm not going to be a middle-aged woman all alone with a lot of other middle-aged women on one of those trips. I just won't do it. If I have to be alone, I'll stay all alone right here.
But you won't be alone. The firm wants you to inspect your various holdings around the world. Naturally, we don't expect you to visit all those places by yourself. I'll be your guide.
You'll go with me?
All around the world. And you couldn't find a better guide. Why, I spend half my time traveling, and besides, well, I'm the only one the firm can spare. You see, I'm the only bachelor.
You're not married?
Nope, never took the plunge. Too busy traveling, I suppose. Now, this is my plan. First, we go to Rio de Janeiro. We'll get there just at carnival time.
Carnival time in Rio. Masks and costumes, dancing, music.
And a lot more.
Oh.
You haven't lived until you've been through carnival time in Rio. Well, from Rio, we'll make a trip by boat up the Amazon.
Wonderful.
And then on to the Orient. We'll stop off in Tahiti.
Tahiti, of course.
And then fly on to Bali. We'll stay long enough to see the exotic native dances.
And then?
Then, there are dozens more places for us to see. The ruined cities of old Cambodia, picturesque Hong Kong, a trip up Mount Fujiyama. I'll make sure you see everything, Mrs. Williams.
Oh, you make it sound so exciting. Rio, Tahiti, Bali, Cambodia, Hong Kong, Mount Fujiyama.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, Mrs. Williams, but...
Yes?
Well, seems to be a phone ringing in the other room.
Oh. Oh, yes, there is.
Most unusual sort of ring. Can't be an ordinary phone. Sounds more like a small fire alarm.
Yes, it's very loud.
Yeah. Want me to answer it for you?
Oh, no, it's probably just a wrong number. Let's just go downstairs where it won't bother us, and you can finish telling me all about our lovely trip.
Fine. Well, first we have to get you a passport, and then your shots.
Oh, well, you'll have to go with me, but I'll be brave.
And I suppose you'll have to get some clothes.
Yes. What colors do you like, Mr. Roberts?
Call me Larry, won't you, Mrs. Williams?
Theater 5 has presented A Very Private Phone Call, written by Robert Arthur and directed by Harry Nelson. In the cast, Joyce Gordon, Ben Yaffe, Gertrude Warner, Hal Burdick, and Ralph Camargo. Audio engineer Marty Follia. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking.
presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Don Amici and June Dupre in Alexander Graham Bell. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Mitchell Lyson.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Since last Monday night, our country has shared in the great victory in Europe. Yesterday, in keeping with President Truman's wishes, America offered up its thanks to Almighty God for this great step toward universal peace. And now, through work and prayer, we are dedicating ourselves, each in his own allotted task, wherever we may be, to a victorious prosecution of the war with Japan, so the complete peace may come soon. In the past few days especially, the telephone wires of the world have performed a momentous service in distributing the news. At the San Francisco conference, an international exchange is handling over a dozen switchboards, 12 to 15,000 calls a day in 45 languages, which gives you some idea of the posthumous role that Alexander Graham Bell is playing in the world today. Our play tonight from the 20th Century Fox screen epic is the life of Alexander Graham Bell, with Don Amici in the title role that he made famous on the screen. With Don Amici as the lovely and appealing June Dupre, as the fiancée and wife who helped the impetuous young inventor through those early years of trial and triumph, failure and success. In a sense, our story is the saga of America, with its opportunity for achievement in this free and fair land, the American urge toward better and better ways of doing things. And among the many little things that we do better are such modern economical conveniences as Lux Flakes. Indeed, it is your recognition of this fact and your continued use of Lux Flakes for your dishes and washables that raises this curtain every Monday night, and that presents this evening Alexander Graham Bell with Don Amici in the title role and June Dupre as Mabel Hubbard. Our curtain rises on the first act. It's a wintry evening in Boston, 1873. On the top floor of a Newton Street boarding house, a little boy, deaf and dumb, is lying in bed. He is George Sanders. Though he can't speak, his eyes shine and he smiles broadly, for he's having visitors. His father and two other men.
There now, Mr. Sanders. George will be wide awake in just a minute.
Thank you, nurse. Oh, my boy, you're glad to see me, aren't you? Didn't you think I was coming tonight? I come to see you every day.
How old is the boy, Mr. Bell? He's 8, Mr. Hubbard. He's been living here several weeks. That way I can work with him much more closely.
He's never spoken a word?
No, sir, never. He was born a deaf mute.
I came here tonight with Mr. Sanders because of what he's told me about you. About your being able to speak to his boy.
I do it by means of this glove.
Glove?
Yes. You see, it has all the letters of the alphabet on it. I'll show you what I mean. George and I are going to talk, Mr. Sanders.
It's amazing, Hubbard. Amazing.
Now, just turn his head toward me.
Look at that smile.
Now, I'll spell out something with the letters on the glove.
He's shaking my hand.
Yes, that's what I asked him to do. Now, something else.
He's nodding his head, yes.
I asked him if I should tell Mr. Hubbard about our glove. Well, I began by teaching George how to spell simple words like C-A-T and then showing him a cat. Now, by touching the letters on the glove, I can talk to George almost as rapidly as I can talk to you.
But I understood you were teaching him to actually speak.
Watch this.
You see, Hubbard, the boy can utter sound.
Tell me, Bell, have you ever succeeded in teaching a deaf mute to speak?
No, but I have great hopes.
I have a little girl, Mr. Bell. Perhaps you could help her. She had scarlet fever when she was 4 years old. It left her stone deaf. She's learned to read lips perfectly,
Well, I'm
but...
sorry, sir, but when I'm not working with George, I spend all my time on my multiple telegraph.
Multiple telegraph?
If it ever works, I'll be able to send 50 messages at one time over one wire.
Get him interested, Alec, and your financial worries are over.
Well, I'd be delighted to explain it to you, Mr. Hubbard. My rooms are just across the hall.
I'm afraid I'm more interested in your work with the deaf. You'll have supper with us Saturday night. We'll talk about it.
Well, I
don't hope you like beans, Boston baked beans.
Oh, I hate beans. And besides,
Come on, Sanders. It's exactly 2.5 minutes past 9.
Never mind, Alec. You'll have a fine chance to tell him about your experiments.
Well, yes, but I just... Well, maybe if I brought my telegraph instrument along.
Of course. I'll say goodnight to George.
We're swing riding. Better watch out. We sure go fast down this hill.
And exactly where am I supposed to walk?
Try to know, mister.
Can you tell me which is Mr. Hubbard's house?
Down in the next block. Hey, watch out. Hey, look out. Gangway.
What,
Look out.
you mean... Hey!
Hey, look out.
But I can't,
Oh, I'm very sorry, but I shouted.
Yes, I'm perfectly aware you shouted. You were all 10 feet away going 40 miles an hour, and you were thoughtful enough to shout at me. Thank you.
Oh, dear. The snow got down your neck?
Yes, that's a logical result of diving headfirst into a snowbank. Are you hurt?
Oh, no.
Do you realize what you might have done? This box, you might have ruined the most important piece of electrical equipment in the city of Boston.
Did I?
Well, no, I don't think so.
Oh.
The sidewalk is no place for sleds. Little children don't understand that, but it seems to me that a young lady, a grown young lady, would have more...
Say, would you mind speaking a little more distinctly?
Madam, I come from a long line of elocution teachers. My father wrote books on the subject. I think I know when I'm speaking distinctly. Good evening.
I'm sorry, but you see,
Good evening. I thought I'd bring my apparatus along, Mr. Hubbard, just in case you'd like it explained.
Yes, must be very interesting. Mother!
Yes, Captain.
Mother, it's exactly 26 minutes past 6 o'clock.
Yes, dear, supper's a young time. We're just waiting for the girls.
You'll notice these tune reeds, Mr. Hubbard. They're made of flattened steel clock springs, one end of which is attached to the poles of these electric magnets, while the other end is free to vibrate over the other pole.
Oh, come in, girls. Mr. Bell, these are my little girls.
Your little... Oh, but I thought you had...
This is Gertrude.
Hello.
Bertha.
How do you do?
Grace. And this one is Mabel.
Well, how do you do?
Now run along, ladies, run along. Supper time. Oh, Mabel.
Oh, Papa's calling, Mabel. Yes, Papa.
Mr. Bell, this is the little girl I was telling you about.
Mr. Bell and I already met Papa on the street. I knocked him down. I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Bell.
He makes things, Mabel. He was telling me about his telegraph.
Oh, please go on, Mr. Bell.
Well, I was
Only
just...
you must look at me when you speak, Mr. Bell, otherwise I can't see your lips.
Forgive me. Well, when the steel spring transmits its electrical tone into the wire here, theoretically only its mate in the receiver should respond. And I'm sorry if I said anything out in the street to offend you, Miss Hubbard.
Oh, but you didn't. And do go on.
Well, it's rather technical, and besides...
Besides what?
It may not work.
Now, there's a realistic young man.
Oh, but it will work. I'm sure it will. Papa, supper's ready.
This is the third successive night that supper has been between 3 and 5 minutes late.
Coming, Mr. Bell?
What? Oh, yes.
And I hope you like baked beans. Lots of baked beans.
Oh, I love baked
Did you say something, Gertrude?
I said you've brushed your hair enough. Now hurry up and come to bed.
I'm coming. Gertrude, don't you think he has a very nice face?
Papa?
You know very well whom I mean.
Mr. Bell? Oh, I thought he looked all right for a plain man.
His eyes, he has such nice eyes. They get all full of sparks when he talks.
Oh, Mabel Hubbard.
Gertrude, please.
Well, I'll say this much. He certainly hypnotized Papa. Imagine our Papa putting money into a telegraph, agreeing to pay for his experiments.
Gertrude.
What?
Do you think he'll like me? I mean, even if I can't, if I'm deaf?
Oh, of course he will. And that'll make him like you 10 times as much.
Then I'm going to marry him.
What?
I knew it the minute I saw him lying in the snowbank after I knocked him down.
But what'll Papa say?
Papa? Oh, I'll just close my eyes, and then I won't see his lips, and I won't be able to hear what he says. Besides, Papa mustn't know yet.
Well, Mr. Bell's coming for supper again Monday night.
Gertrude, nobody must know yet.
Oh, all right, I won't tell. But you've got to promise to tell me everything Mr. Bell says and does.
Everything?
Everything. Mabel.
Hmm?
You know, if you hadn't married him, I would.
Oh, Gertie. Gertie. I think this is the nicest day we've had all spring, Mr. Bell, don't you?
Yes, it's a very nice day.
It's an anniversary, too. For the first time you came to our house was the 3rd of December, and today is the 3rd of May.
Is it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bell, but you'll have to look at me or I can't see what you're saying.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Whoa.
Won't you tell me what's wrong? You've hardly spoken a word since we started.
Oh, Miss Hubbard, it's just that... Well, I've been thinking.
About your telegraph?
No. It's another idea. It's been rattling around in my head for months.
Would you tell me about it?
Well, it sounds kind of crazy, but if I could make a current of electricity vary in intensity as the air varies in density when sound passes through it, then I could transmit sound, even speech, telegraphically.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand.
Well, what I mean is I could talk through a wire.
Oh, but that's not possible. Why, that would be talking through a wire.
Oh, yes, that's what I said. There's a friend of mine who's going to help me, Thomas Watson. He's an electrician.
Mr. Bell, if you spend all your time working on this, how will you live?
Oh, I'll manage somehow. But don't think I'm going to use your father's money for anything but the telegraph.
Oh, no.
I'm going to work on this new idea in my spare time. That's the trouble. See, it may take years before I get anywhere with it.
Yes?
And suppose I don't want to wait that long. There's so many things I want to do now while I'm still young.
What sort of things, Mr. Bell?
What? I don't know. A wife, a home.
Make the wires talk, Mr. Bell. The wife will wait.
She will?
Oh, yes, Alec. I'm sure she will.
Oh, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Come on, horse. Get up. Get up.
Where have you been, Mabel? It's after supper time.
For the most glorious ride in the world. Oh, Gertrude, I'm so happy.
Well, you better tell Papa you're home.
No, not yet. I feel too good. Oh, we talked so much, and finally it got dark, and Alec had to stop the buggy under a street lamp so I could see what he was saying.
Well, what did he say?
The most exciting thing.
He said it? He said that he loves you?
No, not exactly that.
Oh, then what?
Well, he's going to invent something. Alec's going to make wires talk.
He's going to make wires talk. But he can't say I love you.
But he does, Gertrude. I know he does.
Oh, I know he does too, darling.
Alec Bell. Mrs. Alexander Graham Bell.
Let's try it again, Tom. Are those wires stretched out?
Yep. As far as they'll go.
Well, you stay on that side of the room with the transmitter. Start vibrating the string.
Honestly, I'm no genius, Alec. I'm just a plain ordinary fella. I didn't go to bed at all last night. I like to sleep once in a while, but no, I've got to tackle them piece of metal.
Oh, stop muttering. We may be on the verge of a great discovery.
Only we can't make up our minds what we want to discover. Multiple telegraph or how to talk through a wire.
Tom, come here. See these brass springs? I can only find 4.
Oh?
They're just enough money for 5, 25 cents each. Where's that other one?
I ate it, Alec.
You did what?
I didn't mean to. I was just walking along the street, and then I saw that food in the window. I tried not to go in, but I just couldn't stand it.
You ate one of my springs. You took our last 25 cents to fill your miserable little stomach. Go on, get back the transmitter.
Yes, I did. I'm through, Stark. I'll go after the Indian territory. I live on Buffalo State.
All right, go.
You want me to keep this thing vibrating?
Yes.
Furthermore, it was my money as much as yours.
Wait.
Now what?
Don't touch a thing.
I didn't do it.
What did you just do?
The string stopped vibrating, and I just plucked it.
It was like a note of music. And it came through this wire.
Well, this contract. The screw got stuck, and I just snapped it.
You just... While the circuit was unbroken?
I suppose so.
Then that strip of magnetized steel was generating its own current. Do it again. Wait, no, wait a minute. All right, now. Do it now. It works. I heard it again. Tom, we found it. What we've been looking for, an undulating current. For the first time in history, we've sent sound through a wire.
First time, nothing. What you should say is that this is the first time the right men have heard it and knew what it meant.
Oh, what does it matter? We started to work on the telegraph, and now we're on the trail of the telephone.
Telephone? What's that?
It's an apparatus for transmitting the voice. It means sound from afar. Here, take this receiver.
Alec, where are you going?
Well, I'm going to tell Mabel, of course.
Telephone.
Alex. What's the matter? What's happened?
I just had to see you, Mabel. I've just discovered the... Mabel. What? Will you marry me?
Yes, Alex.
Oh, you will?
Of course.
Oh, well, thank you.
I never had any other intention.
Mabel.
Alec.
What, darling?
Now that you've kissed me, Aren't you going to tell me that you love me? Oh, please, I want to hear you say it.
I love you, darling.
It's so dark in here, I can hardly see. Here, now say it.
I love you.
Oh, don't move, Alec. Don't even breathe. I want to remember this moment all my life, just as it is.
And so do I. I want to... Oh.
What is it?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The telephone. I've got it, Mabel. I found a way to talk through a wire.
Alec.
That's what I could ask you to marry me. Oh, I got to go tell your father. Where is he?
No, Alec, no. He's in the library reading. Maybe you'd better wait.
Oh, no, not me. I'll handle him, darling. You just watch.
Oh, Mr. Bell. I'm reading a book, Mr. Bell.
Yes, sir. I see you are.
I allow myself 30 minutes with the classics every evening. In 40 years, I haven't missed 3 such evenings, except perhaps on my honeymoon. Have it, Mr. Bell. Set a regular time for everything and do it.
Yes, sir, but what I wanted to tell you was...
Here, have a cigar.
No, thank you. If you don't mind, Mr. Hubbard, Mabel and I would like to get married.
Mabel and you... Sit down, Mr. Bell. Has my daughter accepted you?
Oh, yes, sir. We love each other.
Well, that always helps. Mr. Bell, may I inquire what prospects you have?
Well, I don't suppose I have any. Unless it's the telephone.
The what?
The telephone, Mr. Hubbard. This very night, just a little while ago, I made a very valuable discovery. I actually sent sound through a wire without the use of a battery.
Sound without a battery?
Before long, I'll be able to send speech.
Before how long?
Well, I can't answer that, but someday I know I'll make a telephone.
Someday you were going to make a multiple telegraph.
Well, I'm giving that up, sir. This is much more important.
Mr. Bell, you have many virtues. On the other hand, you are emotionally unstable. Jump from one enthusiasm to another. Do you deny that?
Well, the telephone is more important.
Yes, stubbornness is another failing. Waste your own time if you wish, Mr. Bell. But the sooner you stop wasting my money, the better. You can expect no more support from me.
And, Mabel?
What kind of a father do you think I am? Not only will you not marry Mabel, but you will not come to this house again.
Mr. Hubbard, please let me show you what I have.
12 minutes after 8. I take a walk every evening. I should have been well past Harvard Square by now. Would you care to accompany me?
No, thank you.
Well, in that case, good night, Mr. Bell.
Good night.
Well, Alec?
He doesn't even want me to see you, darling.
Alec?
Prospects. I haven't got any prospects.
Don't stop your work, darling. Don't stop it for anything or anybody.
But don't you see, Mabel, he's right. Your father's right.
I said once that a wife would wait, Alec. She still will.
Our stars Donna Michi and June Dupre will bring you Act 2 of Alexander Graham Bell in just a moment. Now, Barbara is just starting to wash some stockings when...
Oh, darn, the minute my hands are wet. Oh, hi, Janie. Come on in.
I can't stay a sec. I was just going downtown.
Come on out in the kitchen a minute. I'm washing.
Well, only a minute. Say, the other day, My goodness, Dad, do you put stockings in with your wash?
Oh, most of these have runs anyway. I wear them around the house.
So I see. That's a beaut you've got on.
Oh, don't rub it in. 3 days after I bought them.
Where'd you get them?
That little shop on the corner of Main Street. And I'll never go there again.
Why, that's where I get mine, and I've had these, well, let's see, at least a month.
I guess you're just lucky.
Maybe. But if you don't mind my saying... Well, it could be the way you wash them.
Well, what do you mean?
That cake soap, rubbing like that. You've got to treat stockings gently if you want them to wear. I always Lux mine.
Barbara's bound to get more wear from her stockings, too, if she changes to Lux. Perhaps twice as much. You see, strain tests have proved that stockings washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long as those washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. And these days, stockings are often hard to get, so it pays to give them Lux care. Be sure to wash them after each wearing and dry rayons at least 24 hours. You will cut down runs, get extra wear from every pair with Lux. Here's Mitchell Lyson with tonight's stars.
And now Act 2 of Alexander Graham Bell, starring Don Amici in the role of Alec and June Dupre as Mabel Hubbard. The passing weeks saw Alexander Bell give to his work everything that a young man has to give. His burning energies, his wild hopes, his last dollar, and his health. His reward was an ample and complete measure of failure. Worn out and dejected, He's come now to his friend Thomas Sanders, the father of little George, the deaf mute.
He wouldn't be back in town till today, so I took George and the nurse to your mother's place in Salem.
How is he?
Oh, George is fine, Mr. Sanders. But I guess it's better if he lives somewhere else than with me.
I simply don't understand it, Alec.
Well, I've just explained it all.
But what could you do to be thrown out of your boarding house?
It's what I didn't do. Pay the rent.
You get a salary from me. You took my money, built up my hopes, and now you walk out on my boy.
That is not so.
You could have asked me for an advance.
Again? No. Besides, where Watson and I are living now, it's not a suitable place for George. That's the only reason I took him to Salem. Your mother's delighted, and I plan to visit him there the other day.
Forgive me, Alec. I had no right to get upset. Where can I find you?
There's an attic over the Williams Electric Company on Court Street. Well?
Cheer up, Alec. How's Mabel?
I haven't seen her for 2 weeks. The father doesn't want me at the house. Sometimes he manages to meet on the street. If I could...
And your work on the telephone?
If I had any sense, I would have stopped long ago. I'm licked, Mr. Sanders.
Then give it up. You're killing yourself.
Up till now, it's meant too much to me to stop. I'm giving it just one more month. One more month. Bye.
Goodbye, my boy. But you can't quit, Alec. You can't.
I said I'd give it one more month, Watson, and I have. I've worked just as hard as I know how. Now I'm through, and I don't want to hear any more about it.
Well, what are we going to do?
I saw your old boss. You can get your old job back anytime.
And you?
I'm going back to teaching the deaf.
Does Mabel know about this?
No. I'm going to write her now. Do we have any writing paper?
Where would we get writing paper?
Here's a piece of writing paper. Wrapping paper on the floor. I'll write to her on that. What's the date?
June 11th. Alec, listen to me.
Will you please keep quiet? I'm trying to write a letter. Come in. Mabel.
I can't stay long, Alec. Mother's waiting for me downstairs.
Does your father...
Papa doesn't know I came, and Mother won't tell him if I keep my word and stay only for a minute. Your letter just came.
Mabel,
Alec, you can't give up the telephone. It would be criminal.
Well, maybe, but my mind's made up.
You think if we love each other, that should be enough?
Well, it is for me, darling.
Well, it isn't for me, Alec. If you give up your telephone, I promise you, I'll never marry you. I mean it.
Yes, I think you do.
It's up to you, Alec.
Mabel, I'll never fail you again. Never.
Thank you, Alec. Oh, my darling.
Alec, you awake?
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking about?
Mabel.
Me too. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we should invent the telephone and it turned out to be the very thing that could make Mabel hear?
If you knew anything about sound, you'd know that can't happen.
How do you know? You aren't God.
I know because in the human ear, when vibrations strike against the eardrum, they cause tiny bones to oscillate. But in Mabel's case, the nerve current in back of those bones has been permanently injured. Even if sound waves cause the bones to oscillate. Cause the bones to oscillate.
Oscillate?
Oscillate. Undulate. Tom. I've got it. I've got it.
Got what?
The ear.
What ear?
This.
Ow, let go.
The ear, we hear it. Come on, get up. We've got to get an ear. It may tell us just what we have to know for our receiver.
Oh, you're crazy. Where are we going to get a human ear?
Never mind. I can study about it. The principle of the anatomy of the ear. Only we'll use gold beater skin instead of a membrane. And a piece of metal in front of an electromagnet instead of bones. And we'll use more batteries, a lot more batteries.
Well, that's going to take money, Alec. Maybe you could get another advance from Mr. Sanders.
All right. No. No. We've had 3 already. And for less and less work with his little boy. No. Going back to sleep, Tom.
If I wake up in the morning with one ear
Go
left...
to sleep.
Alec, the window. Is that snow?
Snow. Tom, you realize it's almost Christmas?
Almost Christmas. Christmas. Dinner. A great big turkey. I can even smell it.
Yeah, I've dreamed about one for me, too. If you can manage squeezing some cranberries and plum pudding.
Oyster and chestnut dressing. Sweet potatoes. Maybe some pickled peaches. Hey,
Anybody in there? Open up. Tom, Alec, it's me.
Mr. Sanders.
Christmas Eve, boys. Come on, Tom, get your coat.
My coat?
You too, Alec. You're spending Christmas with us out in Salem.
Oh, we'd certainly like to, Mr. Sanders, but we got a lot of work planned.
Hit him over the head, Tom. We'll carry him out.
Never mind. I surrender.
Hurry now. I've got a sleigh downstairs. Hello, Mama. We're here. Come on in, boys.
Oh, Merry Christmas, son.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Sanders.
And this is Tom Watson, Mama.
Now, don't try to balk, young man. I'm going to kiss you, too.
Girl in my arms again. It's wonderful.
Where's George?
He's still awake, dear, waiting for you.
Alec, before I go up to George, I have a little surprise. Look, in the parlor.
Mabel.
Oh, Alec. Merry Christmas, darling.
Mabel. And Gertrude.
You couldn't come to see her, Alex, so Mr. Saunders arranged this. Father thinks we're in church, poor dear.
Oh, there's a Santa Claus after all. There surely is.
Oh, you should have seen her when she got here, Alex. Loaded down with presents for everybody, especially you.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, darling. I'm afraid this year I haven't anything for anybody.
Alec. I wonder what's keeping Alec, Mr. Sanders.
Oh, he said he and George have a lot of things to talk about.
Is George any better?
A little, my dear. But I have hopes. High hopes.
So have I.
Yes. Here now, Tom. Have some more cookies.
Well, I don't know.
Now, don't you tell me you have a bird's appetite.
Yes, ma'am. A vulture's appetite.
Oh, look. Look, it's Alec. Alec and George.
Look who's here.
Alec, you mustn't bring him in here. He'll see his presents and the tree.
George and I have something that's more important.
Everybody keep quiet, please. Please keep quiet.
I'm going to tell George something with our alphabet glove.
Alec, what is this?
Quiet now. Go ahead, George.
Is he warm enough? Maybe I'd better get a blanket.
Listen, Mr. Sanders.
Alec.
Take Mr. Sanders. He wants you.
George. My little boy.
And you, Alec. You didn't have a Christmas present for anyone.
You all ready in there, Tom?
Go ahead. Talk to the transmitter.
All right, here I go. Ahoy, Mr. Watson. I'm speaking to you on the telephone. Thanks to Mr. Sanders, we now have all the acid and batteries we need. But can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Only when you yell.
Ahoy, Mr. Watson. This is Alexander Graham Bell speaking to you on March 10th, 1876. Ahoy.
Nothing coming through, Alec.
Well, stay there. I'll get some more of this acid. I'll pour it into the... Oh! Tom, come here. I want you, Tom. Hurry.
Alec, it worked. It talked.
Tom, hurry, will you, my leg?
I heard you, Alec. I heard your voice.
I burned this acid.
All the way in the other room. Through the wire, I understood what you said.
What? You what? What did I say? Tell me.
You said, Tom, come here. I want you. Hurry.
Well, that's right.
Well, what happened? What did you do?
Sulfuric acid in the water. That made the water conductor for the electric current, transmitting the voice. And it worked. Tom is a success. Oh, my leg.
Alec,
That bottle of acid, it broke.
your britches. You're all burned. Your leg. Sit down. We've got to do something.
I should say so. Get me some lard and a pair of pants. Father, no father, I'm going to see Mabel.
Astounding new discovery. The human voice transmitted 20 miles from
It's Alexander Graham Bell magical new instrument, the telephone. It's time and space defied.
Last night from Lyceum Hall, Salem, Alexander Bell spoke with Thomas Watson in Boston. Scores of reliable witnesses testify to science's newest miracle, Bell's telephone.
Incredible. Why, the newspaper says that Mr. Bell claims the human voice can be transmitted as far as wires can be stretched.
And listen to this, Papa. On first hearing the telephone, the articulation may seem to be indistinct. But after a few trials, the ear finds little difficulty in understanding the words.
Yes, most interesting, my dear. But it's just like Mr. Edwards says.
Mr. Edwards?
Yes, the banker. He was present at the demonstration. Mr. Edwards calls the telephone a toy. His advice to his friends is keep your money in the bank. Well, I suppose Mr. Bell is still in Salem making a show of himself.
No, Papa. He wants to see you. Alec and Mr. Sanders are waiting for you in the library.
Well, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Bell?
I was in Salem last night, Mr. Hubbard. I saw history being made. It's the most sensational invention of the age.
Talking wires. Imagine putting one of those things in your home for women and children to use.
That's just what I hope to do, Mr. Hubbard. I've said nothing yet to Mr. Sanders, but since you gentlemen are my partners, I'd like you to draw up the legal papers forming the New England Bell Telephone Company.
Did you say partners?
You and Mr. Sanders put up the money for experiments. The experiments led to the telephone. I'd like you to share in the return.
I gave you money for the telegraph, not the telephone.
All I ask is that you help me incorporate it.
Mr. Bell, tomorrow morning, Mr. Sanders and I are going to have our heads examined just for standing here listening to such rubbish. If you don't mind, I've heard enough.
Don't worry, Alec. If he doesn't have apoplexy by morning, he'll come along.
Well, at least one member of the Hubbard family loves me. Excuse me, Mr. Sanders. I promise to be able to.
Well, come in, Papa.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Bell?
Yes, sir?
I've been standing at the front door waiting to see you leave.
Papa, please.
I said you might speak to Mabel for a quarter hour. You've been alone with her exactly 22 minutes.
Excuse me, sir, 23 minutes.
Mr. Bell, I've just done something I've never done before in my life. I've changed my mind.
Papa.
You mean Mabel and I
refer to the telephone.
Oh.
Maybe that I'll decide to give you a little support.
But, Papa, what about us? What about Alec and me? We're in love. We want to get married.
Well, you're both very young. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, providing Mr. Bell's prospects improve.
Prospects again.
Meanwhile, I have no objection if Mr. Bell sees you at this home once a week.
Mr. Hubbard, Mabel and I were talking. We agree there is nothing in the world to stop us from running away and getting married.
No, Bell. Nothing in the world. Except my daughter's consideration of my feelings. And what I choose to call your own self-respect.
I see. I'm good enough for you to share in my invention, but I'm not good enough to be your son-in-law.
That'll be enough, Mr. Bell.
You're right. It will be enough. Mabel, darling, don't worry. We'll find some way out of this.
I'll always wait for you, dear.
And you mean old man.
I'll see you in my office tomorrow, Mr. Bell.
And you'll see me in this house once a week. Just don't forget your promise. And now, whether your father likes it or not, I'm going to kiss you. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Alec.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a minute, Don Amici and June Dupre will return in the third act of Alexander Graham Bell. Say, Libby, I thought I'd help you out tonight and dig up some fashion tips myself.
Oh, I was going to talk about the new petticoat.
That's just what I was going to tell you. Let me see my notes. Yes. Most petticoats are now made with a band rather than a yoke, and the full ruffles, which extended up the back to give the effect of a bustle, are not often used. Casings in which steels are run to be removed when laundered replace these ruffles.
Well, that doesn't sound like my information. I was going to say that smart petticoats this spring have ruffled bottoms that match a printed blouse or waistcoat. But what's this about steels?
It was written in the spring of 1888.
Oh, fine advice that is. A good thing you didn't start giving washing directions from 1888.
I guess those petticoats went in the laundry and got plenty of rub-a-dub-dub.
Well, they didn't have Lux Flakes then. But no woman needs to risk hot water or strong soap or rough handling now. Those things make pretty undies fade and wear out, even come apart at the seams.
Yes, that was proved in actual washing tests, Libby. Slips and nightgowns washed the Lux way stayed lovely looking 3 times longer than those given harsh wash day treatment.
You could hardly tell the Lux ones from new. So why not play safe with pretty colors and fabrics? Use Lux Flakes for your underthings tonight and every night.
Here's Mitchell Lyson returning to the microphone.
Our curtain rises on Act 3 of Alexander Graham Bell. Don Amici is the young inventor, and June Dupre is Mabel Hubbard. For 12 months, the New England Bell Telephone Company has been in business. It's still far from successful, but at least the 12 months have meant 52 visits with Mabel Hubbard, and Alexander Bell's a happy man. Quite the opposite of Mabel's father, who's glaring now at the telephone company's annual statement.
Just look at these figures, Mr. Bell. Look at them.
We know them backwards, Papa.
I'm talking to him. Do you realize I've let myself in for more than $7,000 Why, your entire assets amount to...
207 telephone installations.
With a net loss of $621. Now, exactly what do you intend to do about it?
I've got it all figured out. I'm going to England.
England?
That's right, sir. I just had a letter from Sir William Thompson. He's sure he can arrange a demonstration of the telephone before Queen Victoria.
Alec.
He says if the Queen installs the telephone in the palace, he feels sure the whole world will follow suit.
Oh, that's wonderful, Alec. Of course they will.
And who's going to pay for your pilgrimage to London?
Well, sir, I felt as long as you had so much money invested already, you'd like to see it protected.
Mr. Bell, I used to call you a fool. I apologize. You're a genius. I'm the fool.
Papa, I'm sure we can manage somehow.
Did you say we?
Yes, Papa. If Alec goes to England, I'm going to marry him and go along.
Mabel.
Now, just one moment.
Father, I'm closing my eyes. I can't see a word you're saying.
Well, maybe you're right.
Oh, my goodness.
Queen Victoria. Mr. Bell?
Yes, Father.
You may open my daughter's eyes.
Tease me, Alec. Tell me.
Miss Bell, you are now looking at a man who just spent 35 minutes with the Queen of England and no further from it than that.
Alec.
And what is more, Mrs. Bell, I sold her 4 telephones. In a few days, the whole world will know the Queen Victoria uses my telephone.
Then we can think about going home, can't we?
Oh, darling. Don't you want to go to Paris?
Alec, this letter came while you were gone. It's from Papa. He says that unless a miracle happens, he and Mr. Sanders stand to lose everything they own.
Mabel.
Somebody has started another telephone company, Alec. They say their telephone is much better than yours. All their subscribers are canceling.
The letter, may I see it?
Here, darling.
A new company called the American Speaking Telephone Company has been organized with the backing of the Western Union. Western Union?
They've got millions of dollars, Alec. What can you do?
Do? Why, fight them, of course. Fight them with everything we've got. Excuse me, I'll go make reservations for them.
I made them an hour ago, dear. We leave tomorrow.
I tell you, Alec, it's no use. We have no money.
All right. I've heard all I need to hear.
Yes, and so have I.
It's painfully simple and brief, isn't it? We have no more money and we can't borrow anymore.
The banks laugh at us, Alec.
Then there's no point delaying it any longer. Tomorrow we're bringing suit against the American Speaking Telephone Company, charging infringement of our patent.
Fight a $40 million concern, Western Union?
Alec, they'll get the best lawyers in the country.
What if we lose? The court costs alone would wipe us out.
That's a chance we'll just have to take.
Well, Alec, I was too young to fight the Civil War, but this looks like as good a fight as any to me.
Yes, and just what are we going to fight with?
The truth.
Well, son, that's always been a pretty good weapon. Maybe more people ought to use it. Come on, let's find us a lawyer.
Bell's American Speaking Telephone Company, New York City, scene of trial.
Defense counsel charges Bell obtained patents fraudulently. Bell to take witness stand today.
The counsel for the defense may proceed. Mr. Barrows.
Your Honor, we charge that Alexander Graham Bell was not the first to invent the telephone, that the patents under which he operated were fraudulently obtained, and third, we defy Mr. Bell to prove that he was working on the undulating current feature of the telephone prior to February 14th, 1876, at which time, by strange coincidence, both Mr. Bell and one of the defendants in this case informed the Patents Office simultaneously. Now, it is not the intention of my client to burden this force. Then let me ask you this, Mr. Bell. Is it not so that what you call the undulatory feature of the telephone makes the difference between a telephone that works and one that does not?
Yes.
That's the briefest answer we've had from you since this trial started. Now tell me this. Have you a shred of proof that you were working on the undulatory feature prior to February 1876?
Only my word and the word of my friends. I didn't have time to record my findings.
You were not aware that 5 other men were working along similar lines prior to that time?
No, I was not.
Very well. You see these papers, Mr. Bell? What are they?
I've already identified them. They're rough drafts of my patent application.
Ah, yes. And isn't it odd that they refer in no way to the undulating current?
I told you before, the features of undulating current were added later when I completed and redrafted my applications.
Could they have been added after you filed the application?
Certainly not.
Then could you have gained access to the Patents Office, copied into your application certain paragraphs from another application, filed in the Patents Office the same day as your own?
Your question's insulting.
I refuse to hear it.
Answer me. Did you connive to steal the basic principle of your telephone, yes or no?
Your Honor.
Counsel for the plaintiff.
In the name of decency, I protest against Mr. Barrow's insinuation.
Your Honor, all I ask of Mr. Bell is that he produces one single bit of legal evidence to prove his contention. But will he? No, because he hasn't any proof. None exists.
Mr. Bell, this court wants you to have every opportunity to establish your claim. If you have any proof, I want it here Monday morning. Until then, this court stands adjourned.
Alec, are you sure you have no papers? No sketches, nothing? Nothing that I know of, Mr. Sanders. I've done all I can do. I'm going home.
Boston?
I got a telegram this morning from Tom Watson.
Tom can handle what's left of the business?
It wasn't business. Mabel is sick. They think it's a mastoid.
Mastoid?
I don't know for sure. I've got to go to her. There's a train late tonight.
Alec, there's nothing in the world I wouldn't do for my daughter. You know that. At least let me telegraph Mother and find out if we're needed.
Mr. Bell, as your legal counsel, I must warn you. If you leave this trial now, you'll lose.
I'm sorry. I'm going home.
Alec, wait!
Oh! Why did you come here? What's the matter?
This came for you, Alec, at the hotel.
Another telegram?
Yes, from home. I was afraid to open it. Alec, if anything's happened...
From Mabel. Oh, she's all right. Feel fine. Mastoid turned out to be minor ear infection. Mother and I are leaving immediately. Don't you dare leave the child, love. Thank God.
Order in the court, please.
Have I missed anything, Alec? What's happened?
Well, they were having a few minutes recess. Darling, you promised me you'd stay at the hotel. You're unwell, dear. A condition like that, it's still dangerous.
Alec, I'm all right. And I thought this, it might be the very evidence you're looking for.
Evidence? Did you say evidence, Mrs. Bell?
Yes. Alec, it's a letter you wrote me in June 1875. You said you were giving up the telephone.
Please, let me see it.
Silence in the court, please.
I should say this is evidence.
Please, I have no intention
Wait,
of...
These notes on the back of the letter. Excuse me a moment. Your Honor, Mrs. Bell has just brought us the proof the defense has been asking for, documenting the undulating current on which his telephone is based long before February 1876.
All right. Present it.
No, that must not be read.
Alec.
That letter's between you and me, darling. It's part of our personal life.
I beg the court's indulgence just a moment.
Alec, it's your proof.
I'm sure there's nothing in this letter to be ashamed of.
I'd rather not do it.
Your Honor, Mr. Bell refuses to submit the new evidence.
Alec, the first and I hope the only time in my life, I'm going to disobey you. It's my letter, and if you won't read it, I will.
Mabel.
I won't stand by and see you called a liar and a thief.
Darling, you don't understand.
I'm closing my eyes, Alec. I can't see a word you're saying. Your Honor, may I take the witness stand?
When is the letter dated, Mrs. Bell?
June 11th, 1875.
Will you read it, please?
My dearest one, I know now that above everything in life, I want you. Without you, I am nothing. With you, I am complete. Because this is so, I've decided to give up my telephone. This is little enough to do if it means that I will have your arms about me forever, if I may call you sweetheart and wife.
Go on, Mrs. Bell.
The telephone will be born someday, somehow. And so far as I'm concerned, I do not care one bit who gets the glory, so long as the world gets the benefit. With all my heart, I am yours, Alec.
Your Honor.
Counsel for the defense.
Your Honor, I dare say we have never heard a more tender expression of sentiment. But may I ask what possible bearing a love letter has on whether or not Bell invented the telephone?
I can answer that. Mrs. Bell, what kind of paper is that letter written on?
It's just ordinary wrapping paper.
What's on the back of it?
Why, it's a drawing of some apparatus Mr. Bell wanted for his telephone.
What else?
A stamped acceptance of the order from the Williams Electric Company. It's dated June 3rd, 1875.
And this writing here, what is this?
And Mr. Williams wrote a note at the bottom asking Mr. Bell to stop in to verify his outline of an apparatus to generate undulating current.
Thank you, Mrs. Bell. You may sit down.
Your Honor, may I ask where is this Mr. Williams? Surely he's in court to substantiate his handwriting and signature.
Unfortunately, he isn't.
And why not?
Mr. Williams died in Boston 3 weeks ago.
Oh. How very fortunate, Mr. Bell. How very convenient. Coincidence upon coincidence. Your Honor.
Mr. Bell,
Your Honor, I have sat here and heard myself called liar, thief, fraud, cheat. I've seen my friends humiliated, my invention belittled, just as I've seen my business ruined by methods which must leave every honest man appalled.
We protest this interruption, Your Honor.
We're here in the interest of truth, Mr. Barrows. I don't think Mr. Bell can do that any great injury. Sit down. Continue, Mr. Bell.
Against my wishes, my wife came to this courtroom a little while ago. Also against my wishes, she read a letter intended for her eyes only. I asked that the contents of that letter be ignored because I no longer wish to fight the battle of Alexander Graham Bell. The issue is much greater. Greater even than the millions involved. And there are millions involved, as the guilty cheeks of the defense indicate.
Your Honor, I demand this man be declared in contempt of court.
I mean to say what I have to say. The issue is simply this. Shall the lonely scientist, the man who dreams, and out of his dreams benefits the world, is he, that often half-starved, lonely little man, to be told that the world has no need of him the moment his work is done? Is he to be told that others, less gifted but stronger, men with money and power behind them, are waiting to take the product of his mind and turn it to their uses, leaving him with liar and thief branded upon him as his only reward? Do that, and you stop the clock of progress. You smother the one spark of genius that lies hidden here and there throughout the world. Do that, and the world stands still.
Your Honor!
I told you to sit down, Mr. Barrows.
Order in this court, please.
Is that all you have to say, Mr. Bell?
Yes, Your Honor.
This case is under advisement. The court is adjourned.
Alec, come here. It's Mabel.
What's the matter? Darling, what is... Mabel, all of a sudden she collapsed.
We've got to get her out of here at once.
Somebody get an ambulance. An ambulance, quick.
Ambulance? But there isn't one within 20 blocks of here. You've got a telephone, though, if you know how to use it.
Telephone? Where? Quickly.
This way.
Come with me, Mr. Simon.
Anyone answer, Alec?
No, not yet. Ahoy. Ahoy.
Keep trying.
I will, but you better not wait. Get an ambulance. There must be one somewhere. Ahoy, this is Alexander Graham Bell speaking. I want an ambulance. Hurry, please, Mr. Sanders. This fool thing will never work. Ahoy. Ahoy. Why did you bring her back here to the hotel, Doctor? If she's sick, she still belongs in the hospital.
She'll be up and around in a few days, Mr. Bell. Just a recurrence of infection, but we've checked it completely. Now go on in there and see her. Don't look so glum.
Yes, Doctor. Thank you.
See, dear, I told you you didn't have to worry.
We can go home the end of the week, darling.
Alec, what about the trial? You haven't told me a word. What's happened?
Oh, it's still under advisement, which probably means we've lost.
Would you mind so terribly?
I wouldn't, but there are others involved. Your father, Mr. Sanders, Tom Watson.
Talking about us again?
Mr. Sanders. Papa.
You think you're up to one more visitor, dear? He's waiting outside.
Visitor?
Yes. The president of the Western Union Company.
Well, can't keep him waiting, can you?
I'll get him.
What does he want?
Right in here, sir. Mr. Bell, Mrs. Bell, I must apologize for coming here like this, but your father insisted. Go ahead. Break it to them. Well, Mr. Bell.
Yes?
The Western Union is ready to admit that you and you alone invented the telephone.
What?
Yes. We're retiring from the field. The fact is, we made a serious mistake in accepting a false report from one of our engineers. After your wife read the letter in court, we made a further investigation. We learned that this engineer not only intended to deny your rights, but injure us as well. Mr. Bell, we're not only willing, but anxious to pay for that mistake. Of course, if you'd consider us as partners, we could offer our wires, rights of way, and other assets.
You could.
For, shall we say, 1/5 interest?
Well, I don't know what to say.
I ought to warn you, you own what is probably the most valuable single patent ever issued. Well, Alec, the prospects look very inviting.
I better ask my wife.
Darling, you know I never interfere with your business.
Well, then, I accept. Thank you, Mr. Bell. Splendid.
We'll be in Boston in a few minutes, Alec.
Yes, home.
What's the matter, dear? Aren't you happy? You've everything you wanted and worked for.
Yes, darling.
And you just keep staring out the window.
I've been thinking about something.
Yes?
One day in New York, I walked down to the harbor. I saw a seagull flying, and there was something about the curve of its wings. It just occurred to me that if a bird that's heavier than air can fly, a man might fly too.
What did you say?
I said, if a bird that's heavier than air can fly, a man might fly too.
A man might fly?
Well, yes.
When are you going to start work on it, Mr. Bell?
Now that we've given Alexander Graham Bell full credit for the telephone, let's give full credit for a fine performance of tonight's stars, Don Amici and June Dupre. And to June, I'd like to add our heartiest birthday greeting.
Oh, so today's your birthday, June.
That's right, Don.
Well, you ought to take the day off.
Wait till she gets a little older and she'll take a year off.
Well, helping Don invent the telephone was a very pleasant way to spend a birthday.
I wonder if I'll ever hear the end of Don Amici and the telephone.
Well, that's the penalty of being so convincing in the role, Don. You know, June, in the Army, they call telephones Amicis.
When are you going to make some more inventions on the screen, Don?
Well, I'm scheduled to do the life of Hiram Maxim, the man who perfected the Maxim silencer.
Well, that's very logical. First you invent the telephone, and then you invent the silencer.
Why don't you just pull the phone out by the roots?
Well, this Maxim was quite a guy. He also invented something called a rank.
A rank? Now, what's that?
I don't know. The book said he was an inventor of the first rank.
Ooh. Don, to change the subject, you haven't done any inventing in the soap field, have you?
You mean in competition with Lux Flakes? Oh, no. I never bite the hand that feeds me, even if it's free of dishpan redness.
Oh, now, please, Don. Even so, I'm sure our sponsors appreciate that consideration. And right now, I know you will all wish to join me in wishing our sponsors success and happiness on a very special occasion. At this moment in Boston, Massachusetts, the Quarter Century Club of Lever Brothers Company are having their annual meeting under the genial leadership of their president, Mr. Francis A. Contway. The high percentage of long-service men and women in the Lever family clearly indicates that living under such a chief executive is very pleasant. In the last 30 years, he has brought his company in the United States from modest beginnings to the huge proportions it now enjoys in this, its 50th year of business. I think that many millions of our listening audience, as well as those of us here in Hollywood, owe Mr. Contway a very special debt of gratitude because of his far-sightedness and generous judgment in launching the Lux Radio Theater over 10 years ago. Certainly millions of us have received grand entertainment over the years from this great institution of the air. Our very best wishes, and I think I may safely say the best wishes of our vast listening audience, go out on this occasion to Mr. Contway and his Quarter Century Club associates, both in Boston and throughout the country. And now let me tell you about the next week's play. From Paramount Studios, next Monday night, we present that deeply moving drama, And Now Tomorrow. And our stars, Loretta Young and Alan Ladd. Here is a story of two fascinating people, a proud, wealthy girl who fights to overcome a stunning handicap, and a man from the wrong side of the railroad tracks who fights to overcome the differences between them.
I'm glad it's attended, Miss Doc.
I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, and thanks for being with us. Our sponsors, the maker of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents And Now Tomorrow with Alan Ladd and Loretta Young. This is Mitchell Lyson saying good night from Hollywood.
With Germany defeated, many supplies will be released from the European front to strengthen our all-out war against Japan. This is not true, however, of waste fats and greases. The Japanese still control the major natural sources of these products, so essential, so effective to warfare. You must help equalize this disadvantage by saving every drop of waste fat from your kitchen. Don't let this war drag on because of such a small neglect. Save all your waste fats. Take them to your butcher regularly. In return, he'll give you 2 red meat points plus 4 cents for every pound. Alexander Graham Bell was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, producers of the Technicolor feature Billy Rose's Diamond Horseshoe. Don Amici, who appeared through the courtesy of Standard Brands, will soon be seen in the Jack Skirball production for United Artists, The Guest Wife. June Dupre appears through the courtesy of RKO Pictures, producers of The Enchanted Cottage. Heard in tonight's cast were Tuda Marson, Charles Seal, Francis X. Bushman, Tommy Cook, Dickie Myers, Regina Wallace, that gets me, Myrna Dell, Edwin Rand, Gwen Delano, Stanley Farrar, Herbert Litton, Paul McVeigh, Ferdinand Mounier, Boyd Davis, Griff Barnett, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louse Silver. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces over through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear And Now Tomorrow with Loretta Young and Helen Lance.
The University of North Carolina, through a grant in aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, a series made possible by the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, today's recorded program presents Gene Schenken in Dial Emergency.
Go right on into the doctor's lounge, young lady.
Thank you.
Now, Miss Fleeson, I just talked to your mother, and I want to tell you what I told her. The car struck your father about the hips and hurled him some 40 feet. He's holding on as well as we could expect.
Yes, sir.
I hope he'll pull through.
Yes, sir.
But, well, we're doing all we can. I've called in a surgeon from Duke.
I understand.
Now, are there any other family members besides you and your mother?
My brother, Howard.
He should be notified, of course. Where is he?
Washington.
Well, then he could be here by morning. Can you pull yourself together enough to call him?
Of course. What time is it now, Doctor?
Let's see. It's 10 p.m. exactly by my watch.
Will Father live until morning?
I don't know. If I go back and tell him his son will be here then, there'll be a better chance.
Then tell him Howard will come.
Fine. Use this private phone. We'll get the charges for the call and send them to you.
Yes, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
What is your number, please?
This is 7521.
And your name?
Joan Fleeson. Fleason.
The Arlington number is Chestnut 51223, if you'd care to make a note of it.
Thank you.
They don't answer, Miss Fleeson. I'll call you in about 20 minutes.
What? Oh, but he must be there. He has to be. Try again, operator.
One moment, please. I'm sorry, Miss Fleeson. That number doesn't answer.
But of course it does. The children ought to be there with a babysitter at least. Could you find out if the phone is out of order?
One moment, please.
Washington.
Let me speak to your service assistant, please.
Right.
This is Inwood Service Assistant, Miss Kay Abbott. This is Raleigh. I have a call for Arlington, Virginia, Chestnut 51223, which does not answer. Would you let me know if there's any trouble on the line?
One moment, Raleigh.
This is very important, operator. I have to reach my brother.
I see.
Does it take long to check the line?
No, just a moment.
I've only called my brother twice before, but he was always at home.
The number, Chestnut 51223, is okay, but they do not answer. Right. Miss Gleason, there seems to be no trouble on that line. Hello?
Well, operator, what am I supposed to do? Perhaps a neighbor. Do they have telephone numbers of Howard's neighbors?
Do you know any of their names?
Of course not. Operator, this is very important.
Is this an emergency call?
Of course it is.
One moment.
Washington.
Your Inward Service Assistant, please.
Right.
This is Inward Service Assistant, Miss Kay Abbott. This is Raleigh again.
Yes?
Do you list by street numbers on North Pershing Drive, 400th block?
We list some numbers.
We would like to locate a neighbor of Mr. Howard Fleeson at 415.
One moment. We have a listing for A. Arthur Wynn at 413. The number is Chestnut 5, 4336. And we have a listing for Colonel R.R. Bolton at 420.
His number?
Chestnut 5, 4210.
Thank you. I'm calling the first of the two numbers, Miss Fleeson.
All right. 413 should be right next door to Howard.
That number doesn't answer.
Well, try the other one. Quickly, operator, please.
Hello?
This is Raleigh, North Carolina. We have an emergency call from Mr. Howard Fleeson at 415 North Pershing Drive. His telephone doesn't answer. Could you give us any information about him?
Hello?
This is Raleigh, North Carolina.
Hello?
Hello, son. Your daddy home?
Yes, ma'am.
May I speak to him, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Colonel Bolton speaking.
This is Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yes?
We have an emergency call for Mr. Howard Fleeson.
Yes, I know Mr. Fleeson.
Do you have any information about where he may be reached?
Well, he's probably at home. His number's listed.
His phone doesn't answer, sir.
Well, somebody ought to be there. Could I take a message?
One moment. Miss Fleeson?
Yes?
Would you care to talk to this party?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
Colonel Bolton, this is Joan Fleeson, Howard's sister.
Why, hello. Have I met you?
No, you haven't, sir.
I have a terrible memory, and you must come to Washington.
I'd like to, but right now I've got to find Howard. You see, our father has been injured in an accident.
Well, that's terrible.
He's going to die, I think. Do you understand?
Yes, I certainly do.
It would be bad for Howard not to see him again.
Well, of course it would. Just a minute, Miss Fleeson. Let me ask my wife if she knows where Howard is.
All right.
Hey, honey, Sarah, do you know where Howard and Beth could be at this time of night? Oh, Miss Fleeson, now I know why they didn't answer the phone. I thought that was unusual.
Yes?
She says they left over a week ago, went on a vacation.
Where?
Well, she says they went somewhere in Maryland, she thinks.
Somewhere? Somewhere where?
Well, somewhere on the coast, she thinks.
But...
Shall I go down to Howard's house and see if he left a note or anything?
Oh, would you?
Yes, I'll ask around the neighborhood if you like.
Thank you.
And I'll call you back. What's your telephone number?
7521 in Raleigh.
All right, I'll call you. I'm sorry about your father.
Thank you. Please hurry.
Yes, I will. Goodbye.
Nurse?
Yes, ma'am?
How is Mr. Fleeson?
I believe he's being operated on, ma'am.
And my mother?
Still in a state of shock. She's mumbling something. 2 words, it seems to me.
Mumbling?
Yes. How bad, she says, over and over. No. How hard, I guess it is. How hard?
Howard.
What?
She's saying Howard.
Oh, how stupid of me. Of course. Your father's name?
My brother's.
Where is he?
Somewhere in Maryland. Don't you remember me, operator?
Yes. One moment, please.
Washington, information.
Raleigh calling Washington, the National Tobacco Exchange.
Just a moment, please. The number is National 31429.
Thank you.
What time have you, operator?
I have 10:45.
They're probably closed, aren't they?
Yes.
Hello?
National Tobacco Exchange.
I think that's what it is, yes.
This is Raleigh, North Carolina. We're trying to locate Mr. Howard Fleeson on an emergency call.
I don't know anybody around here, ma'am. I'm the night watchman for this building. I just happened by.
I'd like to talk to him, operator.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello?
I'm calling from North Carolina.
Well, I just told that other lady that I just happened to be on this floor. There's nobody here.
I see. Do you know anybody in that office, though?
I just said there ain't nobody in this office except me.
I understand, but aren't there several desks?
Well, yes.
Well, would you look on one of the desks and give me the name of the person who uses it?
Ma'am?
You can look on some of the letters, or perhaps an engagement book, or...
Now, look here, ma'am. I don't know what you're trying to do,
No,
but...
sir. Listen. My brother works there, and his father was struck by a car earlier this evening, an hour or so ago. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And I have to find a friend of his, some friend. Now, please, look on a desk, on one of the larger desks, perhaps in one of the private offices if they have them, and please, help me.
Hold the line.
Are you there, operator?
Yes, Miss Fleeson.
Thank you. I don't want you to go away.
No, I won't leave you on an emergency call, Miss Fleeson.
Hello?
Yes, sir?
I got a letter here. Mr. Horace Jackson, National Tobacco Exchange.
Horace Jackson. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I do oblige, ma'am.
Operator? Operator?
Yes, Miss Fleeson?
Would you get me Mr. Jackson, please? Horace Jackson in Washington.
One moment, please.
Washington, information.
Raleigh calling Washington, the Horace Jackson residence.
His address.
I don't know the address. This is an emergency call.
Just a moment, please. We have a Horace Jackson in Georgetown, one in Arlington, Virginia, and a third in Silver Springs, Maryland.
Give me all three numbers.
Emerson, 36673. Chestnut, 54784. Juniper, 57336.
Right.
Hello?
Is this the residence of Mr. Horace Jackson of the National Tobacco Exchange?
This is he speaking.
Go ahead, Miss Fleeson.
Hello, Mr. Jackson?
Yes. Is this Marion?
No, this is Howard Fleeson's sister in Raleigh.
Oh, I believe your name is Joe.
Yes, it is.
How are you?
I'm terrible.
What?
I've got to find Howard. Father is about to die, and...
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Where is Howard? Do you know?
I know he's in Maryland. I think at Ocean City.
Ocean City, Maryland.
Did he say what hotel? He sent me a card from one of them. Let me think.
Where is the card?
I don't know, young lady. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It came here to the house. If it had come to the office, my secretary would have seen it.
Perhaps your wife.
My wife? Oh, I'm not married, Joe.
Oh.
No. But it was Ocean City, and I think it was a hotel. Or perhaps a large tourist court.
Ocean City, Maryland, you say?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I think you can find him easily enough in Ocean City.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Operator?
Yes, Miss Fleeson?
I guess I want the police department at Ocean City, Maryland.
One moment, please.
Ocean City. Information.
Raleigh calling Ocean City. Police Department, please.
The number is 5412.
Police Department. Kilman speaking.
Raleigh calling. Go ahead, please.
Who's calling?
Raleigh, North Carolina. One moment.
Who do you want to speak to?
Anybody. Go ahead, Miss Leeson.
Officer,
Yes?
my brother's father's about to die, and we're desperately trying to locate him.
Uh-huh.
He's at Ocean City.
Uh-huh.
He's at a hotel, I think.
Who's speaking, please?
His sister.
Whose sister?
Howard Fleason's. Fleason.
What's your name?
Joan Fleason.
Would Howard Fleason be traveling with any one man?
His wife and 2 children.
2 girls?
What?
2 children.
2 boys. Could you call the hotels and tourist courts?
I'll call as many as I can tonight, ma'am. There are tons of tourist places on the beach, but I'll do what I can.
But...
What's your phone number in Raleigh?
7521 in Raleigh. You can call me back, collect.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do what we can.
Officer?
He hung up, Miss Leeson.
Operator, I want to speak to someone in Ocean City, Maryland.
To someone?
Anybody. I want every hotel and tourist court called now. I can't wait for him to do his best. I want every single place called this minute. Do you hear?
One moment, please.
Ocean City.
Raleigh calling Ocean City. You're in with service assistant.
Right. Service assistant, Miss Brown.
This is Raleigh, North Carolina. I have an emergency call from Mr. Howard Fleason in care of the hotels and tourist courts in Ocean City.
Oh.
That's Howard Fleason, Fleason. Mr. Fleason is traveling with his family.
With what?
His family. The police department are also making calls.
Right. Your number, operator?
17 in Raleigh.
I'll call you back.
Thank you.
Operator?
Yes, Miss Fleason?
Thank you.
Right.
Now, Mother, don't you worry. Was that the phone?
No, ma'am. It was one of the nurse's buzzers. We'll hear the phone if it rings. It's just across the hall.
Did you find Howard?
Why, yes, Mother, of course.
He's coming?
Yes.
Thank the Lord. I was afraid he'd be off somewhere on a vacation.
On a vacation?
He wrote me some time ago he was going away this month, but I'm glad he hasn't gone.
Where was he going, Mother?
I had dreams of him, out somewhere where we couldn't reach him, where there were no phones. You know how Howard is.
Yes, Mother. Where did he say he might go?
And then, when he found out his father was dead and maybe buried, how terrible it would be for him.
Yes, Mother.
Not knowing.
Where was he to spend this vacation, Mother?
Oh, I don't believe he ever said, Joan. You know how Howard is. He never tells you anything.
Yes, Mother.
There's the phone, Miss Fleason.
Excuse me.
You can come through here, Miss Fleason.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Hello? Yes, this is she. Yes? Yes? Yes.
Did they find him, Miss Fleason?
He was at a hotel at Ocean Beach, but he checked out 3 days ago and left no forwarding address.
North Carolina Highway Patrol, Raleigh Station. Jenkins speaking.
Mr. Jenkins, this is Joan Fleason.
Fleason?
Yes, sir. My father was hit by a car on Highway 70 about three hours ago.
Yes, ma'am. I got a report on that here.
I need some help, Mr. Jenkins.
Yes?
I've tried everywhere to locate my brother, Howard Fleason. Everywhere.
Where's your brother supposed to be, ma'am?
In Arlington, Virginia.
I see.
Yes, but he went on a vacation to Maryland. Would you help me find him?
Well, was he driving a car, ma'am?
Yes.
Then I suppose we can help you. What kind of car?
I don't know.
Know the caller?
No.
Wouldn't know the license number, of course.
No. I just know he and his wife and 2 sons went on a vacation and left Ocean Beach 3 days ago, and that my brother loves to fish.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll have to do, ma'am. I'll have to radio the Virginia Patrol to look up the license number and the description of your brother's car. Then radio the Delaware and Maryland patrols to start a search. We'll do it, but it'll take 10 or 15 minutes.
Thank you. Would you radio Cape Hatteras? My brother used to go down there to fish when he lived in Raleigh.
We don't have a station on Hatteras Island, ma'am, but I'll radio the Coast Guard there.
You're very kind, Officer Jenkins. But I told you, this is Miss Fleeson.
Huh?
This is she.
This is Mr. Jackson in Washington, Joe.
How do you do, Mr. Jackson?
I found the postcard. I found it.
You did? Wonderful.
I've been looking everywhere. Guess where it was? On the hall table where I always put the mail when I bring it in.
Oh?
And here at 3 a.m. I just located it. I even went through the garbage cans.
Oh.
And I was right, you know. It is Ocean Beach.
Yes, sir. I know.
There's Ocean Beach written on the front, and the postmark is Ocean Beach.
I see.
It's a card showing a rather poor picture of a restaurant called Patterson's, where evidently you eat seafood caught by Captain Patterson in his own fishing boat. Leave it to Howard to find it.
Captain Patterson?
Yes, Patterson. The card reads, having fine time here, but fishing has not been so good this week. Staying at Silver Spring Hotel if you want to reach me.
The Pattersons. Does it give their initials?
No, it doesn't. Why?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Not at all.
Goodbye.
What?
I'll write you. I'll explain. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Long distance.
I want to speak to Operator 17, quickly.
1 moment, please. Long distance.
Operator 17, please, hurry.
1 moment, please.
Operator 17.
Is this the same operator I had a moment ago?
Who is this speaking, please?
Joan Fleeson. This is an emergency call.
1 moment.
Hello, Miss Fleeson.
Operator, I want to call the Pattersons, Ocean City, Maryland.
Do you have the initials of the Pattersons?
I don't have anything about them. You see, they run a small restaurant where Howard ate dinner one day last week.
1 moment, please.
Ocean City, information.
Raleigh calling Ocean City, the residence of the Pattersons.
Pattersons?
That's all the information I have.
What, operator?
This is an emergency call. The Pattersons operate a restaurant. That's all I know.
And fishing fleet, operator.
And fishing fleet, Ocean City.
1 moment, please. We have several Pattersons listed, including Mrs. J.R. Patterson, proprietor of Patterson's Restaurant.
Does Mrs. Patterson have a residence telephone?
No, but we have a residence telephone from Mr. J.R. Patterson. The number is 7129.
Thank you.
Let it go on and ring, operator. It's 3 a.m. in the morning, so give them time to answer.
Hello?
Is this the residence of Mr. J.R. Patterson?
Yes.
Raleigh, North Carolina calling. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Patterson?
Uh-huh.
I'm Joan Fleeson in Raleigh.
What time is it?
My brother Howard Fleeson ate in your restaurant last week.
What?
Mr. Patterson?
No, this is Mrs. Patterson.
Oh. Do you remember... Mrs. Patterson, would you help me, please? This is an emergency.
What's an emergency?
My brother Howard Fleeson ate in your restaurant last week.
Yes?
He was probably with his wife and their 2 boys.
Yes?
Do you remember him?
Uh-huh. Hello?
Mrs. Patterson, do you remember a family with 2 sons who ate in your restaurant last week?
No.
2 boys with extremely blonde hair.
2 boys with what?
Blonde hair.
No.
Robbie's about 5, and Howard Jr. must be 7 now.
Robbie, did you say?
Yes, Robert Starnes Fleeson.
I bless his mean little heart. That Robbie broke my ketchup bottle 2 days in a row.
Then you remember.
He's the cutest fellow I ever saw. You know that?
Yes, I know.
I remember that family, sure. They come in here every summer, but I didn't know their names.
I see.
They were here just a day or 2 ago.
Do you know where they are now?
Just a minute. let me get my husband out of bed.
Oh, no. I mean, would you please?
Won't take but a minute.
Jonah? Jonah?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello?
Your brother was in here about 3-4 days ago. Told me he was leaving.
Where was he going, Mr. Patterson?
Said he was going to the best fishing ground on the Atlantic coast.
Where is that?
Well, ma'am, every fisherman says differently, but it seems like your brother thought it was Fenwick Island.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fenwick Island?
Yes, operator.
Fenwick?
I don't know.
One moment, please.
Route and rate, operator.
Fenwick Island, Maryland. Route, please.
One moment. There is no Fenwick Island, Maryland. Try Fenwick Island, Delaware. TC, Georgetown, Delaware.
Right.
It's probably a very small place, operator.
Yes.
My brother's always finding out-of-the-way places, and it may be...
Special operator interrupting. I have an emergency call from Washington, D.C. for this number. Will you take the call?
I beg your pardon? Is this operator 17?
This is special operator. I'm interrupting with an emergency call for this number from Washington. Will you take the call?
Who is it for, operator?
It's a station-to-station call. I don't know.
But I'll take it, of course.
Go ahead, Washington. Your call is ready.
Your call to Raleigh, North Carolina is ready, sir.
Thank you, operator. Hello?
Hello?
Miss Fleeson.
Yes, this is she.
This is Colonel Bolton.
Why, hello, Colonel.
I'm your brother's neighbor, remember?
Yes, sir.
I'm at Fenwick Island, Delaware. What do you think of that?
Why, I think that's wonderful.
One of the neighbors told me they got a card yesterday from Howard at this place, but I couldn't seem to locate him through the telephone.
I see.
So I drove on up.
Yes, sir.
I found your brother. He's right here.
Hello, John.
Howard?
Colonel Bolton told me about Dad, honey. I'm packed up. Beth and I are driving down. The Colonel's taking the boys back to Arlington.
Can't you take a plane?
I can get there quicker driving at this hour, I believe. I'll be in Raleigh in 6 hours, John.
I'll tell Mother.
Is Dad still all right?
Yes.
I'll be there by 9 a.m., honey.
Yes, Howard.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Here's my cup of coffee, Miss Fleeson. Your mother's... Why, what's the matter, Miss Fleeson?
Tell me, why is everyone so nice? Why is everyone so nice?
American Adventure will not be heard next week, so that NBC might bring you a special program starring Jose Ferrer with scenes from Cyrano de Bergerac. American Adventure will return 2 weeks from tonight at a new time, 2 hours later than usual. Be sure to listen 2 weeks from tonight for another American Adventure. Check your newspaper for the exact time in your vicinity. American Adventure is produced and transcribed by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina in cooperation with the National Association of Educational Broadcasters and the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. The program originated on the campus at Chapel Hill through the facilities of station WPTF in Raleigh. Stay tuned for the news. Then, X-1.
Telephones are used by gossipers and grocerymen, used for business and fun, and sometimes people are saved by telephone.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Millers of Purity, Canada's finest all-purpose flour, are proud to present again Canada's master storyteller, John Fisher, in another program, This is Canada. Purity flour, milled the modern way from the finest scientifically blended Canadian hard wheat, is the choice of good cooks from coast to coast. It's best for all your baking. Now, here is John Fisher with the story, Saved by Telephone.
This man is a Scotsman, and one of the characteristics of the Scot is that you can't keep him down.
Ed McDonald is one of that breed who has meant so much to the development of Canada. In Jasper, Alberta, when the horsemen or Rocky Mountain game hunters sit around at nights, they invariably talk about the day Ed McDonald was on the trail as a warden of Jasper National Park. Like the wardens of this, our largest Canadian park, he patrols mountain country. High above the village in that silent land of grandeur, glaciers and tall trees, Ed McDonald was on the job a few years ago. He had left the warden's cabin near Rocky River, Alberta, when two grizzlies came out of the bush. The horse was terrified, reared, and threw Ed McDonald. The fall broke McDonald's pelvis bone, and there he lay, alone, several thousand feet up. His body from the waist down was paralyzed, and he squirmed with pain, legs useless. There was only one way out for this Rocky Mountain warden: to crawl to the warden's cabin nearly 2 miles away. For in that cabin was a telephone on the wall, the same kind that fire rangers use. He was forced to pull himself along by grabbing weeds and grass and rocks, and by digging his fingers in the soil, he could move a few inches. Sometimes he would dig his elbows in the earth and push himself forward. His fingers were soon torn, and his elbows dripping blood. At this altitude, the nights are very cold. Nearly 5 days later, the plucky Scot reached the warden's cabin. He crawled through the door, found some food. He rested for a bit, but he kept looking at that telephone on the wall. How could he reach it? But that telephone was his only hope. He would have to build a ramp, so he pulled himself along again, outdoors. He found a pole, crawled back with it, braced it against the front wall, and leaned it next to the phone. He crawled outdoors again, found another pole, and placed it beside the first one. Erecting this ramp took him nearly a day. The ramp was very steep, for the warden's cabin is small, and with his last ounce of strength used to hoist himself up that ramp, he reached the telephone. But now he was faced with his greatest problem. He needed his hands to stay on the ramp because his legs were heavy and useless. Perhaps he could hold on with one hand, but how could he ring the phone and lift the receiver? He took off the receiver with a quick thrust. He held it between his chin and shoulder, but he couldn't ring the phone. This was the blackest moment of all. But fate has strange ways, and fate entered Ed McDonald's life at that moment, 1 chance in 1,000. As he lay there, gradually slipping away from the phone, he heard voices coming from the receiver. Another warden was talking to friends on the line. That meant the line was open, and he would not have to ring for attention. He shouted for help. 12 hours later it came, and today, on the payroll of Jasper Park, is the name Ed McDonald. Working the same trails. You can't keep a good Scotsman down.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many ways. That night, my story began with the innocent ringing of my telephone. I didn't know that on the other end of the line was death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
When you get up and stretch and find your way to the kitchen tomorrow, reach for the Wheaties. Lay spoon to whole wheat. Whole wheat can help make a difference all morning long. Start a good breakfast with Wheaties for the roll-up-your-sleeves kind of energy that can make the morning go smoother. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. You got it? A whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why Wheaties can do so much. That's why Wheaties at 7 can really help at 11. Tumble out those golden flakes, pour on the milk, put on the fruit, pick up the spoon, and smile. You're getting nourishment to help send you through the morning on high. You do it. Help yourself to Breakfast of Champions. And see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
It was my night off. I locked the door, pulled down the window shades of my $6-a-week ivory tower, and took the cork from a bottle of, Mother Jones' soothing stomach syrup, and reached for, you should pardon the expression, a book. Oh, what the heck, a lot of people read books. School children, for instance. Tonight, some other poor sucker was walking the night beat, and as far as I was concerned, the whole world could take a walk. But as it turned out, the joke was on me. The world took a walk, all right into my snug little ivory tower. It began modestly enough with the ringing of my telephone. Yeah?
Randy, this is Matt Cummel. Where have you been?
Oh, look, Mr. Editor, I'm on my own time.
Called every redhead in town. I called every bar and grill. I called the police station, the county hospital, the morgue. Where have you been?
Well, you found me, Matt, at home.
Oh, that's great. That's great. You'll never guess who's looking for you.
Okay, I'll never guess.
Mr. D. Stout's come to town.
Edward de Stout, our distinguished publisher?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to talk to you about that night beat stint of yours.
What about it?
Well, he's got some ideas. Maybe he wants to expand it into a column. He's only going to be in town until tonight, so he wants you to phone him right away. Hand over 23820. You got it?
Yeah, what are we calling him this season? Father of the Waters, Star of Stars, or just plain Bill?
Randy, call him right away. It sounded important.
Okay. So long. Good evening, Mr. de Stout. Your humble servant, Mr. de Stout. Now drop dead, Mr. de Stout.
Jerry's on that garage.
Garage, is this, Andover 23820?
No, this is 30829. You must have dialed wrong.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. 2, 3, 8, 2, 0. Busy. Well, I'd have to try again in a couple of seconds, so I didn't even bother putting the receiver back on the hook. And from that little thing, it all began. I started thinking, isn't it funny how by just missing one number on the dial, instead of getting a millionaire publisher with ulcers, I got Jerry's all-night garage? What would have happened if I dialed 7 instead of 9? Then who would have answered the phone? It was a strange thought. Through this little dial, the whole city was at my fingertips. I remembered reading somewhere that there were 6 million telephone combinations on one dial. Then on the spur of the moment, I did a dumb thing. I spun the dial 7 times in rapid succession without even looking at the numbers. And the phone started ringing. I had a connection. Where was it ringing? Who had destiny chosen to get my call? Some frowsy little gal crying her eyes out in the back bedroom? A dozing night watchman in an office closed for the night? Was my call interrupting a family brawl in some dark flat on the north side? Was it breaking up the sleep of some poor guy working a night shift? Well, wherever it was ringing, there was no answer. So I tried dialing de Stout's number again. I thought, what a swell idea for a column. The whole city at your fingertips. Still busy. So, again, just for the fun of it, and without looking at the phone, I dialed 7 times.
Fred, listen, darling, don't hang up again. Let me talk to you. Please, please, darling.
Hey, what is this?
What? Oh, I thought... What do you want?
Oh, nothing. I must have dialed the wrong number. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Don't hang up. Maybe you can help me.
Help you? What is it?
My life's in danger.
Come again?
I've got to have a doctor right away.
Well, I'll call one for you.
But I can't have any doctor. I've got to call one who would understand. One who wouldn't betray Fred.
Then why don't you call Fred's doctor?
I've called Dr. Bechtel.
Bechtel?
Yes, Russell Bechtel. He's Fred's doctor. But his nurse says he's out on a call and she doesn't know where to reach him. I couldn't tell her the trouble I'm in. She wouldn't understand. She'd only tell me to call the police.
The police?
Yes. Fred's had one of his attacks. He's threatened to kill me again. And this time he's gone for a gun.
Oh, well then, sister, you better call the police.
No! They put Fred away for good, and I couldn't stand that. I'd rather be dead.
I get it.
You don't believe me.
Oh, you catch on fast. Who put you up to it, honey? Sounds like the boys on the police beat.
Listen, you've got to believe me.
Does it say so in the Constitution? Look, I'm pretty busy.
Please, you've got to. You've just got to. You've got to.
Wait a minute. How could this be a gag? You didn't call me. I called you.
I swear I'm telling you the truth. You've just got to believe me. It's my only chance.
Keep talking.
Look, I don't know who you are or how you happen to call this number, but if you don't help me, I'm finished. All Fred needs is a doctor, one we can depend on. Fred's been sick for a long time. When he gets these spells, he temporarily goes out of his mind. And Dr. Bechtel can always snap him out of it.
Well, we'll call him.
But I told you I can't reach Dr. Bechtel.
Well...
Oh, you must believe me. And you've got to promise not to call the police.
What are you talking about? If your life's really in danger, of course I'll call the police.
All right, then just forget the whole thing. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Don't hang up. Just give me a chance to catch my breath, will you? Now, let me see.
Yes?
Well, okay, you sound like a good kid. Maybe I can get you to a doctor. My doctor, Lawrence Blair.
Will he do as I say?
Yeah, but I better be able to tell him a few things about this, or he'll just tell me to go to bed with an ice bag and a couple of aspirins. Now, just who is this guy, Fred?
He's my husband, Fred Schwery.
He threatened to kill you?
Yes, as soon as he returns.
Why don't you get out of the house before he returns?
I'm not in my house.
Oh?
We were out driving when he got this spell. Oh, it was terrible. Terrible.
All right. Now, try to relax. Now, tell me about it.
He started accusing me of not loving him anymore. And he threatened me like a madman.
Yeah?
And then he drove me to the studio and locked me in. Said he was going for a gun to kill me.
Where is this studio?
I'm not sure. I didn't watch closely. I was pleading with him all that time.
Oh, fine. That makes it dandy.
I never knew about the studio. He's a commercial artist. I guess he came here to work. See, we've only been married for 3 months.
Well, aren't there any windows you can break through and get out?
No, it's on the 8th floor.
Well, what about the fire escape?
It's at the end of the building. I pounded on the door and tried to get help, but no one's come. We haven't lived in the city very long. I've called a few friends we know, but no one's home. I don't know what to do.
Now, look, there's no time for that. I'm going to get my doctor over to you. I got to know where you are. Now, you go and look out the window for any identifying landmarks that would help us find you.
All right. But please don't hang
No,
up.
I won't hang up. Now, go on. Step on it. While I waited for her to return, I opened my collar and I loosened my tie. What had I gotten into? Me, nothing. But what about that poor kid? Why wasn't she back on that phone? Where was she? Come on, lady. Where was she? And then she was back.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, I was so afraid you'd hung up.
Well, now do you have any idea where you are?
Well, there's a big warehouse directly across from this building.
Yeah.
And about a block east of here, I can see a radio tower. But I can't quite make out the name on it.
A radio tower. What else?
Well, there's just the usual apartment buildings along the street. But on the corner, there's a large supermarket.
A supermarket? Anything else?
Yes, there's a park a few blocks away. Looks like Lincoln Park.
And the building you're in now, can you tell me anything about it?
It's white brick. And there are 2 more floors above this one.
All right, okay, we'll be able to find you. I'll call my doctor right away. He knows the city better than the guys who built it. He'll find you. And I'm going to stay right here at this phone. If anything goes wrong, I want you to call me right away. You understand?
Yes, I will.
My number is Butterfield 13003. Have you got that?
Butterfield 13003.
That's right.
But remember now, I'm depending on you not to call the police.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because if you do, I'll deny everything. Maybe that sounds crazy, but you don't know how much I love Fred. How wonderful he is to me when he's well.
Yeah, well, kid, nothing sounds crazy to me anymore. I'm even ready for that thing about the storks. Now, don't forget to call me right back if you need me. I'll call my doctor right away.
All right.
When I hung up the phone, I was ready for a blood transfusion. I tried to light a cigarette, but the match shook so much you'd have thought I was signaling somebody. But then as I reached for the phone book to call my doctor, I started thinking again. I said, oh, Randy, it's too pat to be true. I couldn't help imagining that someplace a room full of practical jokers were doubled up in laughter over the way the girl had taken me in. But how could that be when I called her? Well, just the same, I'd better check. She said her doctor was Russell Bechtel. Before I called my doc, I'd call this fellow Bechtel just to make sure. I found his number in the book.
Edgewater 66989.
Dr. Bechtel's office?
Yes. Who's calling, please?
I'm a newspaper man on the store. I'd like to talk to the doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's not in now. He's out on a call. Can I help you?
Well, maybe. Does the doctor have a patient named Fred Schwery?
Well, these things are confidential.
Yes, look, ma'am, there's no time for that. A few moments ago, I spoke to Fred Schwery's wife.
Well?
She told me that Schwery had gone into a violent fit of some kind.
He's had another attack?
Yes, he's got her locked in his studio, and he's gone for a gun to kill her.
Then you'd better call the police right away.
You mean she was telling me the truth?
I mean, Fred Schwery's a dangerous paranoiac. He's had 3 attacks in the last 2 months.
Why wasn't he put away?
Oh, the doctors begged that girl to commit him to asylum, but she's so stubborn.
You know the address of Schwery's studio?
No. The doctor might.
Well,
But I've no way of reaching him till he calls in. Our records show only Mr. Schwery's home address.
all right, thank you. Will you please call me back if you reach the doctor? My number is Butterfield, 13003.
Yes, of course, but what are you going to do?
Well, I don't know. She wants me to get my own doctor out there. She gave me enough landmarks to find the place.
Then you'd better hurry, because if Schwery's had another one of his attacks, and he gets to that girl with a gun, you'll never find her alive.
Yes, I know. Goodbye, thank you. So, the poor kid had been telling me the truth. I know I ought to call the police, but I remembered her saying that if I did, she'd deny ever talking to me. Yes, and maybe she was stubborn like the nurse said, but she was also a mighty brave kid. I started looking through the phone book for my doctor's number. Black, Blaine, oh, where is it? Is it Blair, Jasper, Lawrence? There it is, Dr. Lawrence Blair, Radcliffe 41079. Before I could dial the number, my phone started ringing. Yeah?
I can only talk for a second. I was looking down. I just saw Fred drive up in the car. It's too late for the doctor.
Yeah, but not for the police. I'll call him right away.
No, you can't.
But don't you see your life is in danger? If he's insane, he's got to be restrained.
Oh, please give me a little time to try to handle it my way.
No, I refuse to.
Then I'll tell Fred the police are coming for him. Give him a chance to get away.
But you don't understand.
I only understand that I love Fred. Nothing else matters one bit. I've talked him out of these attacks before, and I'm going to try to do it again.
All right. How much time do you want?
Give me half an hour.
No, 15 minutes. If you don't call back in 15 minutes, I'll know you're in trouble, and I'll have the police out there at once.
15 minutes. All right, now I've got to hang up. He's unlocking the door.
Now remember, 15 minutes.
Yes, I've got to hang up now.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Salesmen can sell better, farmers can farm better, housewives can housewife better on a better breakfast. Sure. And sure as you start with Wheaties, you're going to have a good start to a better breakfast. Yup, whatever you do, whatever your job, do it better, smoother, easier with Wheaties to help. Because there's a whole kernel of wheat for every Wheaties flake. And what a difference that can make. Whole wheat protein for vigor and stamina. Whole wheat vitamins and minerals for vitality. Naturally, it makes a difference. Naturally, you should feel a bright and pleasing difference in your morning with whole wheat Wheaties tucked inside. Have some and see. They're good to get up to, these golden flakes. Crisp, you know, not sweet. Fill those breakfast bowls with Wheaties, pour on the milk, put on the fruit, and eat happy. Yes, eat happy and work happy. It's likely to be a brighter morning when you've had your Wheaties. Thousands of people think so, too. Get up and go, folks, people with things to do and places to go. They're getting breakfast of champions in the morning. Are you? Get yours. Starting tomorrow, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
This time I'd hit the jackpot in spades. I was just doodling on the phone, spinning the dial without even watching it, when I got a girl waiting to be killed by her crazed husband. I promised to wait 15 minutes to give her a chance to snap the guy out of it. And if I didn't hear from her at the end of that time, I was to call the police. I wasn't sure my watch was right, so I dialed for the correct time.
At the tone, the time will be 6:05.
My watch was a couple of minutes slow. I reset it exactly. 6:05. Okay, if I didn't hear from her by 6:20, I'd call the police. Her husband was with her now. I could close my eyes and see that madman threatening her life in that studio. I felt my stomach cramp up like a troop of Boy Scouts were practicing their nuts. Why had I promised to wait? Maybe this was her. I felt tiny chills race up and down my fingers as I reached for the phone. Yeah?
I want to speak to Margie.
Huh?
Tell her it's Hal. Go on, call the phone, you hear me?
Look, pal, you've got the wrong number. So long.
Wait a minute, just wait a minute.
Look, will you hang up?
Don't give me none of your lip, mister. You just call Margie to the phone.
I'm expecting an important call. Hang up.
Yeah, well, let me tell...
Dope. Oh, what time was it? 6:07. I took the watch off my wrist and set it on the telephone table under the lamp so I could see it easily. I watched the tiny hands circling so slow. 6:08. What was happening in that studio? This might be her. Yeah?
This is a nationwide radio survey.
What's that?
Are you listening to your radio?
Will you please hang up? I'm expecting an important call.
Oh, I'm sorry to have bothered you, sir. Thank you.
What if she'd call when someone else was on the phone? I had to keep the line clear. Operator, I'm expecting a very important call during the next 10 minutes, and I don't want to receive any other calls. Can you help me?
Is the call you're expecting long distance, sir?
No, it's local.
It would be impossible to block out your line for local calls, sir, because then the call you're waiting for would be unable to come through.
Oh, yes, I hadn't thought of that. Thank you. Bye. 6:09. Had only 1 minute gone by. I could feel my nerves tightening up like someone was turning a screw. She should be calling soon. What was happening to her? Miss Schwery?
I want to speak to Margie.
Didn't I tell you you've got the wrong number? Now get off the line and stay off.
I got the right number, all right, smart guy. You just put Margie on the phone, you hear me? You tell her it's Hal.
Why doesn't that bum stop calling? Why didn't he stop? Oh, okay. Come on, relax, kid. Relax. 6:12. Why had I promised to wait? I should be calling the cops right now.
Operator?
What do I dial for the police department?
You dial 211, sir. Or I can connect you.
No, not yet. I was just wondering about it. Thank you. I promised her I'd wait. Maybe she could control the guy, but why wasn't she calling? 6:13. Time was passing so slow. Oh, if that's that drunk again. Who is it?
Stone, what are you trying to do to me? Get me fired?
Oh, Matt, it's you.
Yeah, your boss and editor. Who are you expecting? Truth or consequences?
Look, Matt, hang up, will you? I'm waiting for a call.
Waiting for a call?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you, Randy? Didn't I tell you to call Mr. DeStout? He's waiting for your call, you crazy loon, and you know how our honored publisher likes to be kept waiting.
Yeah, I haven't time to explain, Matt.
Don't explain anything. Get on that phone and call Andover 23820. Now, that's an order. He just called and tore into me. He asked me if he was expected to phone you. He's pouting up there, Randy, feeling abused. And you know what happens when Mr. DeStout feels abused?
Yes, all right. Hang up, Matt.
You'll call him.
Yes, right away. Hang up.
Okay, and after you talk to him, call me back.
Yeah. I looked at my watch. 6:17. There was just 3 minutes left to get her call. I couldn't phone DeStout now. What if she should phone when I was talking to someone else? What if she had only that one chance and all she got was a busy signal? No, I couldn't call now. Hello.
Hello. Is this the Stone residence?
Yes. What do you want?
I'd like to speak to Mrs. Stone, if you don't mind.
There isn't any Mrs. Stone. Look, I'm very busy.
No, Mrs. Stone. Well, I'll just have to talk to you then, won't I?
Yes, but some other time.
I beg your pardon.
I'm very busy now.
Oh, this won't take but a tiny moment, and I have so many calls to make.
Look, madam.
I've been appointed by our local committee to call you about the coming election, to ask you to cooperate with us in our drive to register all voters regardless of party.
Madam, I'm not old enough to vote.
But if we all vote, then don't you see we can do something?
Look, I'm going to have to hang up.
But for heaven's sake...
Some other time. Yeah.
Buddy, you better not hang up on me again.
Will you stop calling this number? 6:19, and she hasn't called. I'm going to wait for 1 more minute to pass, and then I'm going to call the police. Hello.
Randy Stone?
Yes?
I asked Matt Cummel to have you call me, Mr. Stone, but apparently you were unable to. This is Edward DeStout speaking.
Oh, the big boss. Oh, no.
What's that?
Yes, Mr. DeStout. I was going to call you as soon as I had the time.
As soon as you have the time. Well, I must say, that's not exactly flattering, Stone. I'd rather imagine...
Mr. DeStout, I'm expecting a very important phone call,
there
and
are people who think that a call Also rather important.
Can I call you in 5 minutes?
And what am I supposed to do? Just sit here waiting for your call like a lackey? I believe Connell told you I was leaving tonight.
But, Mr. Stout...
So we'll talk now, if you don't mind.
Look, instead of talking about this on the phone, how about me taking a cab over to your place as soon as my call comes through? We could talk it over much easier.
Oh, I think we can handle the matter over the phone very nicely.
But we can't handle it over the phone. Don't you see? A girl's life is at stake, and you prattle on like we had all day.
A girl's life at stake, is it?
Yes.
I've heard about your talents for invention, Mr. Stone, but I don't think I enjoy the idea of you practicing them on me.
Look, the Stout, I'm afraid I'm going to have to do something else you won't enjoy. I'm afraid I'm going to have to hang up.
I wouldn't do that.
What time is it now? 6:21. It couldn't be. I couldn't have talked to him that long. Oh, hurry, 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 hurry.
At the tone, the time will be 6:21 and 1/2.
6:21 and 1/2. Well, I've kept my part of the bargain.
Police Department, Sergeant Harris speaking.
Oh, Harris, this is Randy Stone. Listen to me closely. We don't have any time to lose.
What's up, kid?
You better send out an all-points alarm on this. It's got to be fast.
Hey, slow down. I can't understand you.
Look, a while ago I spoke to a girl on the phone. She told me her life was in danger. She was locked in a studio and her husband was coming there to kill her.
Easy. I gotta write this down.
We gotta move fast and we're not gonna make it.
Go on.
This husband of hers, he's insane. He became violent.
How long ago did you talk to this dame?
15 minutes ago.
Why don't you call us right away?
I'll tell you all about it later. We gotta get to her.
What's the address of this studio?
I don't know her address. It's the first time I ever spoke to her.
Stone, you've been drinking.
No, I'm telling you the truth.
So how are we supposed to find her?
Well, she gave me a landmark she saw from her window. She gave me enough so you guys can get right to her.
All right. What are they?
All right, now let me see. She said her window looks right out on the blank walls of a warehouse.
Whose warehouse?
Well, she didn't say.
Oh, that's a big hint. Next.
Well, she could see the tower of a radio station about a block away.
Could she make out the call letters of the station?
No.
That's no good. What else?
What do you mean, no good?
How many stations you got on your radio, Stone? What else?
Well, there's a supermarket down the street, a big supermarket.
Supermarkets are all over the place.
Yeah, but this one's near Lincoln Park.
What does that mean? The whole north side's near Lincoln Park. What else?
Nothing else. You add all those things up, it's got to lead you somewhere.
Yeah, we could find her all right in 3 or 4 hours.
But that's no good. In fact, she hasn't called back, means she's in trouble. If you don't get there right away, it'll be too late.
Hey, wait.
What?
Why, we're a couple of dubs.
What do you mean?
She called you, would you call her?
I called her.
Okay, we're in business.
Huh?
We'll have a squad car out to that studio in 3 minutes.
I don't get it.
You call her, don't you see?
Huh?
All you got to do is give us her phone number, and through the phone company, we can trace down her address in 30 seconds. What number did you call?
What number did I call?
Come on, Stone, come on. We've got to move.
But I don't know what number I called. I didn't even look at the dial.
Come on, Stone, speak up. What number did you call?
I don't know what number I called.
You don't know?
Don't you understand? I don't know. I'll never know.
What?
I was doodling with the phone, and she answered.
Oh, well, I guess we'll just have to try to find her with the information you gave us. It's going to take a long time, but there's nothing else we can do, huh, Stone?
Well, there's 6 million combinations on a dial. No, there's nothing else we can do. I hung up the phone and just sat there. I wanted to die quick and easy. How was I going to do now? How was I going to be able to go on living as though nothing had happened? I was just as much of a murderer as that crazy husband. How could I be so stupid? Why didn't I ask for a number? Why didn't I? Yeah?
Mr. Stone?
Yes?
This is Dr. Bechtel's nurse, Mr. Stone.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad I got you. It's all right.
What's all right?
I was able to locate Dr. Bechtel just after you called.
You what?
He knew the address of the studio, all right, and he got there in plenty of time. We're sending Snorri to a sanitarium for treatment.
And the girl?
Oh, she's fine. Had to give her a sedative, though. That's why she didn't call herself. But all's well that ends well, like they say.
Oh, you know what I've been doing the last 15 minutes waiting for her call? I'm half nuts myself. I'm ready for a straitjacket.
But, Mr. Stone...
Why didn't you call me right away?
But, Mr. Stone, I've been trying. Your line's been busy.
Yep, that's what's called learning a lesson the hard way. The lesson being that ivory towers went the way of hoop skirts and 60-cent steaks. Nope, there's no escaping from the world. We're all tied together, for better or worse, whether we like it or not. And no matter how well you lock your windows and bar your door, the dreams and the fears and the hopes of all your fellow men are still no farther away than your fingertips. Oh, no, I won't answer. No, I can't. Oh, well, what's the use? Yeah?
Listen, I want to speak to Margie.
Oh, shut up. Oh, you know something? Next month I may decide not to pay my phone bill. Copy... Oh, no, what am I doing?
You're listening to Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
Oh, Frank Lovejoy.
Yeah.
How do you like that slogan we've got for Wheaties?
Oh, you mean that one about 7 and 11?
Yeah, you know. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Well, I think it's swell. How'd you happen to think of it?
Well, can you keep a secret?
Oh, Silent Frank, they call me. Shoot.
Well, the other morning I missed my Wheaties. Imagine. And I tell you, Frank, by 11 o'clock I felt like I'd been put through the ringer. I was worn to a frazzle.
Well, that just goes to show you.
You know it. It certainly convinced me that if you eat Wheaties at 7, you get the energy you need to help you feel good right on to lunchtime.
Oh, so you thought up see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11, hmm? Well, no wonder they call you the Wheaties man.
That's right, Frank. Good night.
Night.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and written by Larry Marcus with music by Frank Worth. The part of the girl was played by Lorene Tuttle. Others in tonight's cast were Catherine Card, Barbara Dupar, Bill Lally, Peter Leeds, and Jay Novello. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production 3 Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also Tuesday, that's tomorrow night, to the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Now you can hear the first piano quartet on NBC.
Too sure about that, Wentworth. What do you mean? Don't forget that skeleton there. He was once a man, too. Until he was trapped in here or murdered. What of it? Oh, nothing. Nothing except death.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Line is Dead. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Faith Blau is The Line is Dead. The gash in the green lawn of Brookside Memorial Park awaits the body of Albert Lockridge, scientist and explorer. there are few who have followed him to his last resting place, for Albert Lockridge was not one who was prodigal with his affection. And so beside the yawning grave stands his wife, Lenore.
Albert.
Finishing the short service, the minister says,
"And so, unto dust, you are now committed. You may lower the casket."
Strong hands grasp the straps attached to the coffin. The pulleys sing their discordant dirge, a strange melody, heard over the soft weeping of Lenore Lockridge. Suddenly...
Listen, knocking at the coffin. Albert, we hear you. We know you're alive.
Raise the casket. Raise the casket. Yes, sir.
He is all right, isn't he, Dr. George?
He seems to be, but...
But what?
Well, you can't blame me if I'm a little hesitant in giving my opinion.
You mean you're not sure that he will?
Yes.
Oh.
After all, Mrs. Lockridge, my position is a little awkward. I signed the death certificate feeling certain that your husband was dead. And now I'm naturally reluctant to predict just what course his convalescence will take.
I think I understand. The only thing that really matters is that my husband's lying in his bed at home and not in the cold, black earth of Brookside. Isn't that true?
Well, you're a very sensible woman.
Albert will get better.
Probably. But we'll have to watch his heart.
His heart?
These strange spells when his heart seems to stop, when I thought it had stopped. Each attack is an added strain.
But the strain of regaining consciousness in the coffin, he withstood that when even a healthy person might not have.
Oh, he's a hard person to kill.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Well, this time it was a pretty close call. If he'd come to even 10 minutes later, Mrs. Lockridge, no one would have ever known.
Albert.
Lenore? Is that you?
Albert, the doctor says you'll be fine if you'll only rest.
I can't rest. I've got to ask you a question.
Dear, you've been through so much, too much for any one person, so save any questions you may.
No, this question can't wait. That sealed envelope, Lenore. The one on my desk.
The one I'm supposed to read after you're...
Yes, after I'm dead. Lenore, you haven't read it, have you?
No, Albert. I plan to read it after the funeral, just as you told me to.
Sure? You haven't read it?
Of course.
Get it for me. I want to see for myself.
Albert, no, you've so little strength.
But I must know.
You will.
I must know now. Because if you read it, I'd want to live.
Albert, I swear I haven't. Please believe me.
You saw it?
No. Look at me. You can see I'm telling the truth. Look at me.
Yes, I think you are telling the truth. Well, Mr. Lockridge, another few days, and we'll have you out of that wheelchair.
Sometimes I wonder why you go to all this trouble with me, Doctor.
It's my job.
Yes, but there's so many people who really enjoy life and yet die. Twice now I've been pronounced dead, only to return to life, almost reluctantly.
Reluctantly?
Yes.
You tried awfully hard to get out of the coffin.
The sheer horror of being buried alive. I've always been terrified of it.
Since childhood?
Yes. My nurse locked me in a closet whenever I misbehaved. I always thought I'd be left to die there.
Oh, it's not the fact of being dead that bothers me. It's the fear of being buried alive. It's the choking, the futility of crying out. Yes, it would be a horrible way to die, but...
Excuse me, Doctor.
There's a Mr. Burton here to see you, Mr. Lockridge.
Good. Show him in, nurse.
Nurse, take our patient out on the sun porch. I'll send his visitor there.
Mr. Lockridge?
Sit down, Mr. Burton.
Thank you.
Nurse, if you don't mind.
Not at all. If you need me, just call.
Now, Mr. Burton, as I understand your business...
I'm a telephone engineer, specializing in special types of telephone systems.
Yes. But perhaps you've read about me in the paper.
Yeah, sure I have. You're the guy who came back from the grave.
Yes, I'm the guy who came back from the grave. And it strikes me, Mr. Burton, that an occasion might again arise when I might want to do the same thing. That's why I called you.
Come again?
Sometime a doctor again may pronounce me dead. Perhaps I will be, perhaps I won't. And if I'm not, I'd like to feel that I could call for help.
I don't get it.
Mr. Burton, in case it should happen again, I'd like you to install a private telephone from this house to my grave. You must promise to keep the phone installed and in working condition for a year after I'm buried.
A year? Darling, that doesn't make any sense.
With a stop-and-go heart of mine doesn't make any sense either.
But, Albert, a year?
The first time, my heart stopped for 6 hours. The next time, nearly 2 days. Who can tell?
Well, a week, a month, perhaps.
I think I'm asking very little.
Well, then think of me, darling. Think of waiting day in and day out for the ring of that telephone. Think of the jumping at every stray bell, at every noise. Darling, you're condemning me to a slow death, like being in a grave above ground.
I still think my request is a modest one, and the least that a wife who loved her husband would do for him.
Albert, don't start that again.
After all, I shall be in my grave. Perhaps I shall be waiting, too, waiting for help that will never come.
Will you please stop this morbid talk? Nothing else seems to be on your mind lately. Besides, it's terribly late, almost midnight.
When death comes to a man slowly, he gets time to think about it. Too much time.
Stop it, please.
It seems to me that you are only too anxious to get rid of me.
Albert, how can you even think such a thing after... I've been a good wife, haven't I?
Yes, but you might have made Oliver Wentworth an even better one.
Albert, please don't bring that up again.
What would have happened if Oliver had come back from that expedition with me?
I don't know.
You would have married him, wouldn't you?
Perhaps. I don't know. No.
How can you say that? You were engaged to him, weren't you?
An engagement doesn't always mean marriage.
You did intend to marry him, didn't you?
Of course I did. What of it? You know I intended to.
And you only changed your mind because he was killed. That's why you turned towards me.
Well...
I was nothing in your life.
You were very sweet to me, Albert, then. I could see that you loved me in your peculiar way. I appreciated everything you did for me.
Appreciate?
Oh, Albert, why dig looking for a sore spot? It's not fair to me or to you.
I was nothing in your life, was I? As long as Oliver was alive.
What are you trying to prove?
All the time we've spent together, I've played second fiddle to Oliver Wentworth.
Look, Albert Lockridge, when we married, I said I'd put all thoughts of Oliver out of my mind. Well, I've done it. At least? At least what? You mean you've tried, but you couldn't. Oh. I knew it. You've never loved me. He's always been in your heart. What are you talking about? You just said it. If I had died, you would never have given me another thought. But all the time, here, in my own house, he's been living his own memory, haunting you, haunting us. I can't go on like this. It just can't go on. I've struggled with him long enough. He's got to go. No matter what I have to do to crush his memory, I've got to kill it. Albert. Lenore? What is it? Lenore, help me. There's a chair in my heart. I've got you. Now, slowly. Slowly? I don't think I can make it. Of course you can. Of course you can. You've got to. I Doctor, are you sure?
Absolutely, Mrs. Lockridge. And this time the two heart specialists agree with me.
But, Doctor, in view of what happened before...
We've tried to take that into consideration. But even so...
Well, can't you postpone signing the certificate?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lockridge. My colleagues and I all agree that your husband is dead. There can be no delay.
Very well, Doctor. Thank you for everything.
Goodbye, Mrs. Lockridge.
Goodbye, Doctor. Hello? Mr. Burton? This is Mrs. Lockridge speaking. My husband died yesterday. He's to be buried tomorrow at Brookside. Will you please be there as he desired to install a telephone in his grave?
A man who was afraid, not of death, but of being buried alive. A telephone to a sealed grave, and the great beyond. Will we hear from Albert Lockridge again before the clock strikes 12 for Murder at Midnight? And now, back to Murder at Midnight and The Line is Dead.
One minute. Oh, Dr. George.
Good evening, Mrs. Lockridge.
It's awfully nice of you to call.
I was worried about you.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm fine.
I couldn't come to the funeral. I tried to phone you, but...
The phone's disconnected.
So they said. And so I came over. I rang the bell several times. No answer either. Finally, I knocked.
I've had the doorbell disconnected, too.
You mustn't cut yourself off from the world like this, Mrs. Lockridge.
Believe me, Doctor, that's not my intention. As long as I stand guard at this telephone, I want to be sure that the only bell that ever rings in this house is the one that tells me that Albert's not dead, that he's still alive there in his coffin, that he needs help.
You're really going through with this?
He asked me to. It doesn't seem too much.
Oh, you're only deluding yourself, Mrs. Lockridge, believe me. Waiting this way is only a perverse and completely futile sort of mourning.
I know you can't understand.
I can't. But I do know that this morbid watch will only deepen your grief. Prevent you from making any kind of adjustment to his death.
What difference does it
make? Now, you're a young woman, Mrs. Lockridge. You have a whole life ahead of you.
All the more reason for spending some of it as he wanted me to. Doctor, my husband was not the sort of person who inspired affection.
I know.
But in his odd, sometimes unaccountable way, he did love me. Now that he's gone, no one on earth holds any fond memories of him but me.
A heavy responsibility, Mrs. Lockridge. Still, you must take care of yourself.
I will, Doctor.
Assume that he is dead. Mourn him as you will, but don't live in a state of suspended animation. For instance, if he's left a will, don't put off reading it.
There are some papers which I was supposed to read after his death. They're in a sealed envelope in his desk.
Read them. Read them immediately.
No, not yet.
You should. Perhaps they'll contain some message of comfort. Get the envelope now.
Not now, Dr. George, but very soon. Just a moment. Yes? Oh.
Lenore.
Oh, no. No, it can't.
It is. I know I shouldn't have come just like this without warning.
But I've always thought...
That I was dead? Yes, I know.
That's what Albert told me, and you never came back.
No.
Why?
It's a long story, Lenore. A story you ought to hear.
You know that Albert died yesterday?
I know. That's why I came.
Why didn't you come sooner when he was alive? Were you afraid to meet him?
I was afraid to meet you.
Me? Why, Albert?
By the time I returned, you and Albert were already married.
But even so, we both would have welcomed...
I wonder. You see, I knew you thought I was dead. No good would have come of such a meeting. But now everything is different.
Different?
Yes, of course. I loved you then. I love you now.
Oliver.
I've come back for you.
Oliver, you don't understand. How can I even think of such things today?
Lenore, I had to come. I've waited so long. I couldn't wait a day longer.
Can't you see? It's useless even to think about that now. He may still be alive.
I know.
No, it's not right to speak as you do. Not today.
I was afraid you'd think so. Lenore, I wanted to avoid this, but now I see I must tell you. Lenore, neither of us knew Albert Lockridge.
After all, Oliver, I've lived with
I
him.
still don't think you ever really knew him. I never did, even though I worked with him for many years. That is, until the day we stood in the great hall of the old Aztec temple. The temple we found on that last expedition. The one from which I was not supposed to come back from. We were trying to find a door to an inner chamber.
There must be an opening here somewhere, Wentworth. In every Aztec temple ever found, there was always a room near the altar used to keep ceremonial objects.
I know. Now, wait a minute. Sounds like a little hollow here. Now, what about that slab on the floor?
What about it?
I think that it might... Certainly sounds different. If I were an Aztec priest, and I stepped on it like this...
What? Wentworth, the door. We found the door.
Solid stone. And still working after all these centuries. Let's take a look inside.
You got the flashlight?
Yes, take the hammer.
Right.
Uh-oh. It's not very pretty. It is a human skeleton, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably trapped in here and left to die.
Ugly death.
Look, Lockridge. Those dishes.
Swing the flashlight over. Gold. Solid gold.
There are more over here. Look, stacks of them.
That's them. We found the treasure.
Now, wait a minute, Lockridge. Let's get this straight. In the first place, I don't think we'd be let out of the country with these gold plates.
Oh, but we can melt them down and smuggle them out.
Melt them down? Now, these things are priceless. Besides, the university sent us here. If the gold belongs to anyone, it's theirs.
No one ever has to know.
Oh, yes, they do, because I'll tell them.
Huh? It's all very well for you to play the heroic fool. You've everything you want.
What the devil do you mean?
You know perfectly well. You got all the money you need. Besides, you have Lenore.
What's she got to do with it?
You do have Lenore, haven't you?
You act as if I took her from you.
You were afraid of me.
Oh, Lockridge, don't be an idiot. Lenore would no more look at you
than... Oh, wouldn't she? She'd marry me if you went in the way. I know it.
Are you fool? She's just being friendly to you because I asked her.
We'll see. If you weren't around...
But I am around. And as far as the gold plates are concerned...
I said we'll see. After all, that skeleton there, he was once a man, too. Until he was trapped in here.
What of it?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Nothing except...
When I came to, I was there in the dark. Flashlight, the gold plate's gone. Left there to die. Trapped behind a stone door.
Oh, no, Oliver, no.
When Albert Lockridge closed that door, in his heart, in his twisted brain, there was only one intention. Murder.
But how did you get out?
By luck more than anything else. I had the hammer and I knew where the stone latch was. I started chipping away at it. To this day, I don't know how long it took me, but when I finally got out, I was a sick man. Exhausted. And by the time I was well enough to travel, come home here, you were already married.
And he told me that you'd been killed by natives. Of course, that was a lie, but... Oliver, I still can't believe that your story's completely true either.
But why?
A man who's been the victim of an attempted murder would see that the murderer was punished. You didn't. Didn't even try to.
Well, Lenore, how could I? He was your husband.
Well, why should that?
Could I brand you as the wife of a murderer? Loving you as I did, as I do? I had to wait. But now let's forget this horrible past.
I can't, no matter how I feel I can't. After all, there's no proof.
Lenore, don't you believe
me? It's not
me?
just that. Don't you see? At any moment, the telephone may ring, telling me that he's alive. If I knew your story were true, perhaps I'd feel differently, but... Now, my place is here. I must stay here.
Lenore, please. If you feel any love for me at all...
Will you go, Oliver? Please.
If that's what you wish... Yes, Lenore. I'll go. But remember, I love you.
I don't know why it should matter now, but I still hope you told the truth, Oliver, for then. The papers in the sealed envelope. I promised Dr. George I'd read them. Lenore, there are many things on my mind as I sit writing this last word to you. Many things which no human mind should have to bear without telling another. As I look over my life, I know now it has been an empty mountain.
I've never had a straightforward human emotion and acted on it. My work has been a sort of shadow play which gave my hollow existence an outward tinge of reality. No friend has really touched me, for I cannot be reached. I married you more out of perverse vanity than love. And yet, perhaps because of your loyalty, some spark of love has been kindled in me. Bear this in mind when you go out to the garden. For there, underneath the sundial, you will find a treasure of gold, which should take care of you when I cannot. I had intended to use this gold myself, but I could not, because it might incriminate me in the murder of Oliver Wentworth.
People might ask questions, but you... The murder of Oliver Wentworth. Then his story was true. Oliver! Oh, Oliver! Oliver! Gone. Well, he can't have gone far, and if I hurry... Oliver! Oliver! Oliver, I'm coming! I'm coming! Oliver!
Telephone ringing in an empty house. A man who is not dead, lying in his coffin, fighting for breath and waiting for an answer that will not come. A fitting payment for murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death stands waiting at a newly dug grave, and the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight. The parts of Mr. and Mrs. Albert Lockridge were played by Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Edward Johnson, with music by Charles Paul. Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join the Chase. There's always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme.
But always there is the chase. And sometimes, while sitting in a chair with merely a phone in your hand, the chase can reach its climax in a matter of minutes, with the course to be followed marked out by a telephone wire that stretches between life and death. NBC is proud to present one of radio's outstanding chase stories, Long Distance, written by Harry W. Junkin and starring Jan Miner as Mrs. Leon Jacks, who is at this moment seated at the telephone in her home.
But, Warden, you don't understand. After all, you're the warden of the prison.
Mrs. Jacks, I just can't act on your say-so. You've left it too late. I'd like to help you.
Warden, try to understand. I've called the governor, but I can't get him. This letter proves that my husband didn't commit the murder. Why can't I make you see? My husband would never have been found guilty if we could have produced this letter at the trial.
Execution, I know just how you feel. I'm terribly sorry for you, but there's nothing I can do. You didn't produce this letter at the
I
trial.
know we didn't produce it. That's what I'm telling you. I found it tonight, quite by accident, between the lining and the covering of my overnight bag. If we could have produced it at the trial, my husband would never have been... Well, the case would have been dismissed. Can't you understand that he's innocent? You're executing an innocent man.
But, Mrs. Jacks, I tell you it's not in my power. I know how you feel, believe me, I do, but you telephone me half an hour before an execution and start talking about some letter you found. I just can't do it, Mrs. Jacks. It's something that's out of my hands. I don't have the proper authority.
Oh, you're so stupid. I tell you, this letter changes everything. At least you can delay the execution for 24 hours until you've investigated. You can't kill him, I tell you. It's monstrous, wicked.
Mrs. Jacks, believe me, I can do nothing for you.
Well, then who can? There must be somebody.
The governor is the only man in New York State who can stay an execution.
But I tell you, I called him. He's out of town. The lieutenant governor's out of town. Everyone's out of town. And it's only half an hour until they...
Mrs. Jacks, believe me. I'd like to help you, but
But you can't do it, I tell you. You can't. He's innocent. This letter proves he's innocent.
Well, Mrs. Jacks, who was the appeal judge?
McLean. Judge McLean.
Yes, well, under the circumstances, naturally, we do want to be just. Look here. Mm-hmm. If you can get Judge McLean to phone me here at the prison, I'll delay the execution 24 hours.
You will?
Judge McLean is the only man who can help you. I'm sorry.
All right, thanks. I'll call him. Him. McLean. Oh, here it is. Judge John C. Eldorado 50599. Eldorado 50599. B. 50599. Please, God, let him be in. Answer. Oh, answer, why don't you? Please.
Hello?
Oh, is Judge McLean there, please?
I'm sorry, he's not. He's out of town.
Out of town?
This is Mrs. McLean speaking.
But where is he?
Well, he went to San Francisco the day before yesterday. Who's speaking?
You mean he's on a train somewhere?
No, he flew out. Who is this?
Oh, Mrs. McLean, it's Mrs. Leon Jacks speaking. Mrs. Leon Jacks. You know who I am?
Yes,
I know. Mrs. McLean, you've got to help me. I don't know if you remember at the trial, there was a lot of talk about a letter which never turned up. We couldn't produce the letter that would prove that my husband was in Canada on Armistice Day and couldn't have committed the murder. Well, I've never given up looking for it, and tonight I found it. Quite by accident, it slipped down between the lining and the covering of my overnight bag. I knocked the bag down off the shelf, and it sprung open, and the letter fell out, and Are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, well, I phoned the prison for a moment. I was so stunned. Anyway, I phoned the prison and they told me that Judge McLean was the only man who could stop them from killing me. If I could just talk to Judge McLean, he'd recognize at once the importance of my finding this letter. The man at the prison doesn't understand that the whole prosecution rested on the fact that we couldn't produce the letter at the trial.
Mrs. Jackson, when's the execution?
In a little over 20 minutes. I've never given up. That's why I'm not at the prison with Leon. I've never stopped working to try to prove his innocence. I just got back from Canada tonight and was going out to be with him and I found it. Mrs. McLean, I've got to talk to your husband.
Mrs. Jackson, phone him in San Francisco. He's at the Golden State Hotel.
Golden State Hotel?
Yes, he always stays there. I'm sure you can reach him.
All right, I'll try. Thanks.
Please let me know if there's anything else I can do.
Yes, thank you.
I know it'll be all right. I just know it will.
Thank you. Goodbye. Long distance. I want to call San Francisco, the Golden State Hotel, Judge J.C. McLean.
Judge J.C. McLean?
That's right.
Is that capital M-C, capital L-E-A-N?
That's right.
Golden State Hotel, San Francisco.
Yes, operator.
And what is your number, madam?
It's Regent 49970.
Regent 49970.
Yes, operator.
And your name, madam?
Mrs. Leon Jack. Jacks.
Thank you, madam. I will call you.
Operator, this is a very important call. How long will you be?
The circuits are busy, madam. I will call you.
But how long will it take?
It's hard to say, madam. I'll call you as...
Operator, I have to know how long this call will take. It's very urgent. It's very urgent.
The circuits are busy west of Chicago, madam. There are several calls ahead of yours. I'll put it through as
Let me speak to the chief operator, please.
Yes, madam. Just a moment, please. Chief operator, Miss Milton speaking.
Operator, I'm calling San Francisco on a very urgent matter, and I've got to get through as quickly as possible.
Whom do you wish to call in?
No, operator, you don't understand. I gave all that information to the other operator. She said the circuits were busy. I just wanted to tell you why it was so important that my call be put through at once.
Yes, madam.
My name is Jack. Mrs. Leon Jacks. My husband is Leon Jacks.
And your phone number, madam?
It's Regent 49970, but operator.
Regent 49970?
Yes. Operator, my husband... I don't know whether you read the papers or not, but my husband is being executed tonight for murder. For a murder that he didn't commit. Do you understand that?
Yes, madam.
Well, this man in San Francisco is the only one who can stop the execution. I've uncovered, quite by accident, I've uncovered new evidence. I've got to speak to Judge McLean quickly, because the execution is 20 minutes, less than that now, and he's the only man that can make them stop. Operator, it's a matter of a man's life. Do you understand that?
I'll see that your call is put through as quickly as possible.
Ahead of the others?
I'll do the best I can, madam.
Well, may I hold the line?
I'll call you, madam.
All right, but hurry, operator, hurry. Please, God. Let him in your telephone. Don't let him be out. Please, talk. 15 minutes more, oh God, help me. Please. Please, God. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Oh God, don't let them kill me yet. He didn't do it, you know, he didn't do it. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Leon never hurt anybody in his life. Please, God, let him save him. Oh, God. I love him so. Hello?
Your call to San Francisco, madam, for Judge J.
Yes, have you got him?
There is no Mr. McLean. No Judge McLean registered at the Golden
Oh, but
State
operator,
Hotel.
he must be registered. His wife said he always stays there.
Just a moment, madam. I'll check them again. Hello, operator?
Yes, operator?
Would you check that name again, please? J.C. McLean. My party is sure that Judge McLean is registered.
They have no Judge McLean, operator. They have a Mr. McLean. It's 701 from Toledo, Ohio. That's the only McLean registered.
Operator?
Yes, madam?
That must be the right McLean. His wife told me just a minute ago that he was there. He always stays at the Golden State Hotel. Please, have them check it again. Hurry, operator.
Just a moment, madam. Hello?
What are you doing, operator?
Hello, operator? This is New York on circuit 412. Is it clear? Hello?
Hello, New York.
Operator, would you connect me with the room clerk of the Golden State Hotel, please? This is an urgent call.
Right.
Oh, hurry. What on earth are they doing?
Just a minute, sir, please. Hello, room clerk.
Hello, sir. This is New York calling a Judge J.C. McLean. I believe you have a Mr. McLean registered from Toledo.
What is the name again, operator?
McLean, M-C-L-E-A-N.
Yes, that's right, operator. Room 701.
This is an urgent call, sir. Are you sure that he is not Judge J.C. McLean of New York City?
Oh, no, operator. Mr. McLean is from Toledo, all right. He stays here quite frequently.
Operator?
Just a moment, sir. Yes, madam?
Operator, can you find out if they sent Judge McLean to another hotel? He should have arrived sometime yesterday.
Just a moment, madam. Hello, sir?
Yes, operator.
Sir, can you tell me if the hotel has any record of... I want to try and trace Judge McLean. If he applied for a room yesterday and you sent him to another hotel, would there be any record of that?
Well, would he have a reservation, operator?
Just a moment, sir. Did Judge McLean have a reservation, madam?
Oh, I don't know whether he had a reservation or not. I thought if the hotel was full and they sent him someplace else, they might know where, that's all.
Hello, sir?
Yes, operator.
My party does not know whether Judge McLean had a reservation or not.
No, he didn't, operator. I have the reservation list here. There's nothing for a Judge McLean.
Is there any way we can locate Judge McLean that you know of, sir? The call is urgent.
Urgent? It's a matter of life and death. Oh, what are they doing? Hello? Hello? Operator? Oh, what's the matter? Why didn't you answer me?
Sorry, madam. There seems to be no way of tracing your party.
Oh, operator, what can I do? I've just got to find him.
In case Judge McLean does register at the Golden State, madam, I can try in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? But I told you that... Oh, never mind. Let it go.
You wish the call canceled, madam?
Yes. Come on, please. Oh, please answer this one, Gwen, please. Oh, God.
Just a minute. Good evening, French Theater.
Oh, no. McLean. That is Eldorado. Oh, 50599.
Hello?
Mrs. McLean?
Yes?
Oh, it's Mrs. Jacks again. I can't locate your husband. He's not at the hotel, not registered even. Is there any place else? Any other hotel where he might be?
Try my sister. It's Mrs. D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive. That's C-Y-P-R-U-S Drive, Oakland.
D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive. All right, thanks.
If he isn't there, she'll know where he is.
Yes.
I can't understand why he isn't at the hotel. He always stays there.
Thanks, Mrs. McLean. I have to hurry. Goodbye.
Long distance.
Let me speak to the chief operator, please.
Thank you, madam. Just one moment, please. Chief operator, Miss...
Operator, it's Mrs. Jacks again. I have a call to San Francisco again. I want to put it through again. It's Oakland.
Yes, madam?
It's to Mrs. D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive, Oakland.
D.C. Elder, is that C-Y-P-R-E-S?
U.S., operator.
C-Y-P-R-U-S, Cypress Drive.
That's right, and hurry, operator, please.
Yes, madam. Hold the line, please. Chicago. New York calling Oakland, operator.
Right. Circuit's busy, operator.
Will you ring the operator?
Just a moment, operator. I can take it now. Oakland.
Information, please, operator.
Right. Information.
Operator, the number of Mrs. D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive, New York calling.
Elder, just a moment, operator.
Right.
I have a D.C. Elder, 1138 Cypress Drive, Montclair Heights. The number is Lakers 39136.
Lakers 39136.
Right.
Thank you, operator. Operator. Lakehurst 39136, New York calling operator. Lakehurst 39136. Mrs. D.C. Elder. Mrs. D.C. Elder? Right. You're still calling from Regent 9?
No.
4970?
No.
Oh, pardon me, Regent 499.
Yes, that's right, operator. Please, hurry. Oh, what are we doing? Oh. Hello, operator, what is it? Operator, answer me. Oh, please. Operator.
We're Lakehurst 39136 for you, madam.
Oh, God, breathe. There's less than 10 minutes left. Why don't you answer?
Hello, operator. Lakehurst 39136 is the A operator. Right, operator. Hello, madam. They do not answer. I'm sorry. Shall I try them again in 20 minutes?
No, I told you. Oh, what's the use? I won't give up. I'll get it. I'll get it if I have to. I don't know what. Please. Oh.
Hello?
Mrs. McLean, I'm nearly out of my mind. Your sister's number doesn't answer. Mrs. McLean, is there nothing I can do?
Jack, I'm sorry. They're probably all out to dinner or cocktails or something. They're 3 or 4 hours behind our time out there.
Oh, Mrs. McLean, what can I do?
Well, there must be somebody else who can phone here. Surely they wouldn't go ahead with the execution if there was any reasonable doubt. Well, if there was any new evidence.
I've been all through that, Mrs. McLean. I've tried to get the governor, but what's the use? The prison authorities said that your husband was the only one. And I'm nearly out of my mind. I can't stand to have this letter.
My sister has very dear friends. They live right across the street. It's just possible they might be there. Their name is Henderson. I think it's Robert. Yes, that's right. Robert Henderson.
Henderson?
Yes, on Cypress Drive. You phone them. In the meantime, I'll phone the governor's office in Albany.
Henderson?
Yes, that's right.
All right, I'll try. Henderson. Please. The chief operator, please, and hurry.
Yes, madam. Chief operator, Miss Milton?
Operator, this is Mrs. Dax again. Operator, see how quickly you can get me San Francisco again. Oakland. Robert Henderson. It's Mrs. Robert Henderson. Cypress Drive again, Oakland.
Mrs. Robert Henderson, Cypress
Yes,
Drive.
let me repeat everything. Yes, that's right. And hurry, operator, hurry.
Chicago. New York calling Oakland, operator. Right. Oakland, operator.
Well, can't you tell him to hurry, operator? There's less than 10 minutes left. It's almost time. I told you how urgent this call is, operator. Can't they hurry it up for us?
Putting your call through as quickly as possible, madam. Okay. Information, please, operator. Right. Information. New York calling operator. The number of Mrs. Robert Henderson, Cypress Drive. On Cypress Drive, operator? Yes, operator. I have a Robert L. Henderson on Crestwood Road.
Oh, for goodness sake, how can you be so stupid? It's on Cypress Drive. Now, they're right across the street from my friend's sister. You must have them listed.
Hello, operator? Yes, operator. Operator, Crestwood Road and Cypress Drive intersect. The houses might be like kitty corner from each other.
Yes, that's it. Ring them and hurry, operator.
What is the Crestwood Road number, operator? That number is Lakehurst 38197. Right. Operator. Lakehurst 38197, New York calling operator. Lakehurst 38197. This is Robert Henderson. This is Robert Henderson. Right. Are you still calling from Regent 49970?
Of course I'm still calling from Regent 4997. Oh, for goodness sake, stop asking me stupid questions. Don't you understand that I'm trying to save a man's life? What did they answer? Oh, God, please, make them answer. Only 8 minutes left before...
Hello? Oh. Hello, sir. New York calling Mrs. Robert Henderson, please.
She's not in at the moment. This is Mr. Henderson.
Oh, he'll do, operator, he'll do.
Very well, madam.
Hello?
Hello?
Mr. Henderson. Yes? Mr. Henderson, I can't go into a long story. Do you know Judge McLean? I believe his wife's sister lives across the street from you. Well, it's very urgent. that I contact Judge McLean at once.
Oh, yes, I know Judge McLean. Drove him to the railway station this morning.
What?
Yes, he caught the Southern Pacific West Coast Limited for Portland this morning.
Oh, Mr. Henderson, I'm in terrible trouble. I've got to locate Judge McLean.
Well, I don't see how you can. He took the train at 10 this
Mr. Henderson, my husband is being executed tonight for murder. For a murder he didn't commit. Judge McLean is the judge. Well, I found that there was a letter we couldn't find altering the trial, and I found it tonight quite by accident. And they told me at the prison that Judge McLean was the only man who could get them to put off the execution. If I don't get Judge McLean, they're going to kill Leon. And I'm almost sick. I can't talk right. Do you understand? Do you?
Yes, I understand. Wait a minute, let me think.
What'll I do? Oh, God, help me. You love him. Oh, don't die of it. Please.
Mrs. What's your name?
Jack. Mrs. Leon Jack.
Mrs. Jack. You might get him at Dunkirk. It's a town along the line. He phoned some friend to meet him there at the station. The train stops for 15 minutes. See, it's 5 to 7 now. Train arrives at Dunsmuir at 6:50. It'll be there now. Try it. Dunsmuir's a small station. The train will be there now. It's worth a chance.
Dunsmuir?
Dunsmuir. The West Coast Limited's the train. And it's Dunsmuir, California. Try it. It's a chance.
All right, hang up quickly. Thanks. And hello. Is that the Oakland operator?
Yes, ma'am.
Operator, you may not be able to do this. A man's life is just... Operator, can you get me the railway station at Dunsmuir, California? The railway depot.
I can connect you with the Dunsmuir operator, madam. Just a moment, please.
Just hurry.
Oakland calling operator. I have an urgent call here from New York City. Can you connect me with the railway station?
Yes, operator. The number is 395.
Can you connect me, operator?
Yes, operator. Just a minute.
Will you just talk to anyone there?
Yes, anyone. Oh, God, if you've ever helped anyone, help me now. I've only got 3 minutes left. Oh, God.
Hello, sir. New York calling. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello.
Is there a train in there now, the West Coast Limited? Listen, whoever you are, listen. This is a terribly urgent call. I've got to locate a man who's on the West Coast Limited. Just come in there to Portland.
The West Coast Limited is here now, man. Just come in. Leave again in
listen.
5 minutes.
There's a Judge McLean. Have you got that, McLean?
Judge McLean.
Yes, well, he's on he's in the station somewhere. He was meeting a friend of his who lives in Dunsmuir. Listen, if you can get Judge McLean to the phone, I'll give you $1,000.
What was that, lady? What's that about?
McLean. Have you got that?
She says that.
Judge McLean. Yes,
Judge McLean.
Tell him, say that a letter. Tell him his wife's been killed, but get him.
Okay, lady, I'll try. Judge McLean. Urgent call for Judge McLean.
Okay.
Judge
Hurry. What's he doing? Oh, Leon. Leon, it's too late. They started to. It's too late to kill you. Oh, God, make them wait just a little longer, please, God. Make them wait. Don't let them do it. Just 5 minutes more, God. Make their clock so, God, anything. Save him.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Hello? Judge McLean?
Yes, this is Judge McLean. Where's my wife?
Judge McLean, there's nothing wrong with your wife. This is Mrs. Leon Jack's. Judge, I found the letter. You know the letter? The one we couldn't find at the trial that throws Leon and Hilliard were onto all that night, you know?
Letter.
Well, listen, Judge, they're executing Leon tonight, right now. It may even be too late. You know what this letter means? The whole prosecution rested on the fact that we couldn't produce it. Well, I found it tonight. Quite by accident, do you understand? To prove Leon is innocent. Do you understand?
Yes, of course I understand. What time was the execution?
Now. 11 o'clock. They're doing it right now this very morning.
Get off the phone. I'll call the prison at once. Get off the phone.
It's late. The brother's man killed him. I should have found it before. Oh, Leon. Leon. I should have found it before. Oh, Leon. Leon. No. No, you don't need to tell me. I know. You killed him. You killed the only man. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Oh. Oh. Hello. What? Leon! Darling! Oh, Leon!
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Cleave. Tonight's script was written by Harry W. Junkin and starred Jan Miner as Mrs. Leon Jack. Also in tonight's cast were Connie Lemke, John McGovern, Abby Lewis, Pat Hosley, Bill Lipton, Martha Barron, Sylvia Davis, Sylvia Lee, Mildred Clinton, Cliff Owen, Rosemary Murphy, and Eugene Leonard. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Edward King. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a predatory woman pursues fame and fortune with no holds barred and no quarter given. In the Chase.
In this national election year, one obligation of citizenship heads all the rest. The obligation of every qualified voter to go to the polls and vote. The ballot which you will receive this year is a symbol of your personal dignity. On Election Day, you will have as much power, as much responsibility in the shaping of your country and your way of life as the wealthiest.
American. Lucky Strike, first again with Tobacco Men. More independent tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined.
A recent impartial survey reveals this overwhelming smoking preference of the men who really know tobacco, the independent auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen.
Remember, at market after market, these experts can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. And they, for their own personal smoking enjoyment, choose Lucky Strike.
So light up a Lucky yourself, and puff by puff, you'll see.
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. Yes?
You'll like Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. gentlemen, it is usually our custom to take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. But at the moment, Jack is taking a bath, so we'll take you to Mary Livingston's house instead.
Oh, Pauline.
Yes, Miss Livingston?
You can have the rest of the evening off. I have a date tonight. We may go to a movie.
Oh, that's nice.
Or we may go to a nightclub.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I'm going with Mr. Benny.
Oh.
I know what you mean, Pauline, but I haven't been out with Mr. Benny since we got back from Europe.
Gee, I'll bet your trip to England would have been a complete fizzle if it hadn't been for Phil Harris.
You still have a crush on Phil, haven't you, Pauline?
Uh-huh. Did you get to act with Mr. Harris at the Palladium?
Yes, we did one sketch together, and at the end of the scene, he kissed me.
Oh, tell me, Miss Livingston, what's it like when Phil Harris kisses you?
It's like being slapped in the face with a bar rag.
Well, I wouldn't care. I think Mr. Harris is the most... Hello, Miss Livingston's residence.
May I speak to Miss Livingston, please? This is Barbara Stanwyck.
Just a minute, please. Miss Livingston, it's Miss Stanwyck.
Oh, thank you, Pauline. Hello, Barbara.
Hello, Mary. I called you because Bob has a conference at the studio tonight, and I'm having a few girls over for bridge. Would you like to join us?
Oh, I'd love to, Barbara. But I promised Jack I'd go out with him tonight.
Oh, then you're going to see my picture. Sorry, wrong number.
Well, how do you know?
Jack just called me for passes.
Passes?
Yes, and tomorrow night, Jack's taking you to see Loves of Carmen.
Well, what makes you so sure?
He asked me for Rita Hayworth's phone number.
Oh. No wonder I've never seen any of Lassie's pictures. She hasn't got a phone. Anyway, Barbara, you shouldn't have given Jack those passes.
Well, I was going to turn him down, but when he came over to pick them up, he said he'd tell a joke on his program plugging my picture.
Oh, fine. Did he tell you the joke?
Yes. It was a dilly about 2 termites who get indigestion from eating bad wood. Sorry, wrong lumber.
If he tells that gag in the program, I'll punch him right in the nose.
I already did. You know, Mary, Jack can be so corny. I can't understand why you go out with him all the time.
Oh, he isn't so bad, Barbara. I'll admit Jack may not be the handsomest man in the world, but he's not the homeliest.
Well, no.
He may not be the wittiest, but he's not the dullest.
No, I guess not.
And he may not be the most generous, but...
Shall we dance?
Oh, anyway, Barbara, Jack isn't so bad.
No, I guess you're right, Mary. He did bring Bob a nice present from Paris. A beautiful, bright yellow beret.
A yellow beret?
Yeah, Bob wore it yesterday at the studio.
Oh, I bet it was a riot.
No, but it started one.
What happened?
Phone or no phone, Lassie chased him up a tree.
Well, imagine giving Bob a beret. Say, Barbara, did Jack bring you anything from Europe?
No, but I'm awfully glad he's back.
You are?
Nobody can do rough, dry like he does.
Well, you can thank me, too. I help on my days off.
Well, I'm sorry you can't come over tonight, Mary, but I hope you like my picture.
Oh, I'm sure I will. And maybe we can get together next week. Goodbye, Barbara.
Bye.
Well, I'm all ready to go to the movies. Hand me my umbrella, will you, Pauline?
Miss Livingston, it stopped raining.
I know, but you've never sat next to Mr. Benny when he's eating popcorn. Well, he should be here in a few minutes.
Here's your dessert, Mr. Benny.
Strawberry shortcake with whipped cream.
You better eat it fast or you'll be late for the movies.
I know. Rogers, look at me. Do you think I need a shave?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
After the movies, if you take Miss Livingston home by the way of Wilshire Boulevard, no. Griffith Park, yes.
I'm not going by way of Griffith Park. My car's too old for that. Well, I'm almost through eating.
Say, boss, before you leave, I better put a patch over that slow leak in your rubber cushion.
Why?
Last time you went to the movies, you kept sinking lower and lower, and Miss Livingston thought you were unhappy with the picture.
Oh, yeah. Well, put a piece of adhesive on the leak or some Scotch tape. I mean, fix it up any old way.
Any old way?
Rochester. Rochester, that echo again. Didn't you hear it?
No, boss, I didn't hear a thing.
That's funny. I wonder if I'm just imagining it. Oh, well. Here's the plate, Rochester. I finished my dessert.
Just a minute, boss. Let me look at you again. Yeah, I'll go get the razor and shave you.
Shave me?
Yeah, you've got so much whipped cream on your face, it'd be a shame just to wipe it off.
Never mind. I'll use my napkin. Now, lay out a suit for me, will you, Rochester?
Okay. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, Dennis Day came over a little while ago, and he said he wanted to see you.
Oh, well, why didn't you tell me? Dennis! Dennis!
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Oh. Hello, kid.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I don't know why people rave so much about television. What programs? I've been sitting here watching it for 3 hours, and all they've shown is that ocean picture. All you can see is the waves splashing up against the screen.
Dennis, you're looking at the Bendix. The television's in the other room. Now, what did you want to see me about?
Well, my mother had to go to a club meeting, and she won't be back till late, so she told me to come over here so I won't get into mischief.
Mischief? Dennis, you're old enough to take care of yourself.
No, I'm not. Last week when my mother left me alone, it was terrible.
What?
I was sitting there getting bored. I wanted some excitement, so I stuck my head in the Mixmaster.
You stuck your head in the Mixmaster? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard of.
If you've never tried it, don't knock it.
Oh, my goodness. Look, kid, from what you told me, I'm not going to leave you alone in my house either. Now, you better come with Mary and me. We're going to see Sorry, Wrong Number.
With Barbara Stanwyck?
Dennis, I don't blame you, though. She's a wonderful actress. I don't know, she's so realistic. You know, so vibrant. So... Dennis, you heard that echo, didn't you?
No. Do you still keep hearing it, Mr. Benny?
Yes, and I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know what to do.
Why don't you stick your head in the Mixmaster?
Oh, stop. Now, Dennis, while I'm changing my clothes, run over the song you're going to do on the program, will you?
Okay.
This is the moment. This is the time. Why don't we take it and make it sublime? On this rare night, we could whisper in the shadows till dawn. As skies grow bright, I'll be sorry that the shadows are gone. This is the moment. Love has begun. Maybe there's danger, but that might be fun. I used to say if the right one came my way, I would know it in a moment. This is the moment. You are the
Well, I'm all dressed, Dennis. Come on, we'll pick up Mary and go to the movies. Well, kids, here we are at the theater.
Come on, Dennis.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Jack?
See, there are 3 of us, and I've only got 2 passes. Now, let me see.
Shall I kill myself?
No! I'll figure out something.
Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself asking Barbara Stanwyck for passes.
Oh, I don't know, Mary. I gave her passes to my picture.
For your picture, they were dropping tickets from airplanes.
I didn't mind the tickets, but I got hit on the head with a dish. Oh, well. Well, I'll go over and buy Dennis's ticket. Wait here for me.
Gee, Dennis, you'll love Sorry Wrong Number. It's so tense and exciting.
It is?
Yeah. All through the picture, Barbara Stanwyck tries to use the telephone. And by accident, the wires get crossed, and she hears 2 men plotting her own murder.
Gee.
Well, come on, let's go. I got your ticket, Dennis. And Dennis, as we go in, hold my hand and call me Daddy. Come on.
Tickets, please.
Here you are.
Jack, I want to sit in the loges.
Loges? These passes are for general admission. The loges will be an extra 60 cents.
Oh. Well.
Daddy, get your hand out of my pocket.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much did you say that was, mister?
Oh, I gave it to him already.
Oh. Well, let's go in. Imagine a big star like Barbara Stanwyck couldn't get me low seats. Come on.
Hot dogs, scorecards, pennants. Get your football pennants here. We have both teams, UCLA and Stanford pennants.
Wait a minute, Bud. This is a theater. What's the idea of selling football pennants?
For the newsreel. Pennants. Get your pennants here. Hot dogs, scorecards, cushions, soft cushions. Oh, you brought your own, huh, Bud?
Yeah.
Come on, Jack.
Immediate seating, 3rd aisle to your right, please.
Come on, kids. This aisle to the right here. Here, I'll open the door, Mary. Gosh, the picture started already.
Yeah, here are 3 seats over here.
Get in, Dennis.
Operator! 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 Oh, what's the matter with this phone anyway? Operator, please, please, can't you hear me? I must get my husband's office. Operator! Operator, why can't I get the operator?
She can't even get loge seats.
Quiet.
Operator! Number, please. Oh, thank goodness. Operator, I've been trying to get Murray Hill 35097 for the last half hour, and the line is always busy. Will you ring it for me, please?
1 moment, please.
It's my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago, and I don't know what's keeping him or why that ridiculous line should be busy.
Ringing Murray Hill 35097. That line is busy.
Busy, busy, busy. That's all I've been getting. It can't be busy. They've got a switchboard there. Why doesn't somebody answer? Why? Why?
Gosh, isn't Barbara wonderful?
Yeah, she's beautiful, too.
You ought to see her husband in a yellow beret.
Damn it.
Operator, try that number again, please. Murray Hill 35097.
Just a moment, please. Ringing Murray Hill 35097.
Oh, thank heaven, it's ringing. It's ringing.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Stevenson, please.
Hello?
I want to talk to Mr. Henry Stevenson, please.
Hello? Hello, George. Speaking.
Who is this? What number have I got?
It's all set, George, just like we planned it, and we do it tonight. That's good. I'm ready, and the coast is clear.
Oh, those men, what are they talking about? I must have the wrong line. Get off the line, please. Get off the line.
Hold that line.
Damn it. Dennis, put down that pennant. The newsreel isn't on yet.
Jack, be quiet.
Operator, you cut me in on somebody else's conversation. I want Murray Hill 35097.
Now, look, George, I don't want any slip-up on this. Want me to use a gun? No, that's too noisy. Strangler.
Operator!
Number, please.
Operator, listen to me. I just heard 2 men talking. They're plotting a murder. Operator! Operator, what's the matter with you?
Now remember, George, go in the back way, climb the fire escape, and take your time. Don't make any noise. Go up slowly, slowly, slowly.
Slowly, only.
There it is again. That echo. Dennis, Mary, you heard it, didn't you?
Jack, it's embarrassing.
Now remember, George, from here on it's up to you. See that she's dead by midnight.
Okay, pal. Leave it to me.
Operator! Operator, there isn't much time. Listen to me.
I'm trying to get Murray Hill 350.
Never mind that. Now get me the police. Look, operator, I'm an invalid, and I just had a terrible shock tonight on the telephone, and I'm very anxious to trace a call. It's about a murder. A terrible cold-blooded murder of a poor innocent woman tonight. Tonight! You've got to hurry. They're going to do it before 12 o'clock. Get me the police! Get me the police!
Jack, I can't calm down. What an exciting picture that was.
Yeah, I thought it was very good.
Oh, and what a finish. When she found out those two men on the telephone were actually plotting her murder.
Yeah, but that's the only part, Mary, that wasn't believable. Imagine the coincidence of just picking up the phone and hearing two men plotting your own murder. I don't know. It was too far-fetched.
It was not.
I agree with Daddy.
Dennis, you can stop calling me that now. Anyway, Mary, I must admit that I enjoyed watching the picture, but in real life, a thing like that couldn't happen.
Oh, it couldn't, eh? Well, look after you last year when you were worried about your option. And you tried to get your sponsor, Mr. Riggio, on the phone.
Look, Mary.
What was it, Mary? What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. It was last May, near the end of the season. And Jack was a nervous wreck.
Busy, busy, busy. It can't be busy all this time. Operator! Operator!
Quiet, Polly.
Operator! Operator!
I'm sorry, that line is busy.
Listen, operator. I've been trying to get that number for the last 20 minutes. It's my sponsor's office. They have a switchboard there.
I'm sorry, the line is busy.
It can't be busy. I've been ringing that number since 25 after 11. Do you know what time it is now?
For the correct time, dial Ulrich 8900.
I know what time it is.
Look, operator. I'm Jack Benny. I have a radio program. My option comes up at 12 o'clock today. If I don't hear from my sponsor, Mr. Riggio, in 15 minutes, I'll be out of a job. Now get me Hollywood, 7337.
7337.
Quiet, Polly. Polly, here's a cracker. And eat it slowly. It may be your last.
Operator!
I'm ringing the number.
Good. I know it can't be busy. I'm sure there must be something wrong with you.
It's ringing! It's ringing!
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello? Is that you, Mr. Riggio?
Mr. Riggio! That's my sponsor. Mr. Riggio, this is me, Jack Benny.
Hello, Frank.
They can't hear me. The wires must be crossed.
Well, Frank, I've given the matter a great deal of thought, and I've decided to let him go.
Oh, I see. Well, it's going to be quite a shock to him. He's been with us a long time.
I know, Frank, but he's had it coming. His work has fallen off so badly it isn't funny anymore.
Yike! They're talking about me. Mr. Riggio. Operate!
Well, Mr. Riggio, don't you think you ought to warn him and then give him another chance?
Yeah.
Might be difficult to replace him.
That's right. Tell him, Frank. Tell him. Nice boy, Frank. Nice boy. Tell him.
No, Frank, I've made up my mind. I think we should look for a younger man.
Younger? Well, I'm only 39.
You didn't think I was old 5 years ago when I was 38.
You've gotta listen to me.
So you don't think warning him would do any good, eh, Mr. Riggio?
No, he's had his chance.
Mr. Riggio, please. Frank had a swell idea. Warn me. Give me another chance. I might be difficult to replace. Mel Blanc has 5 shows. So he couldn't even try.
Well, all right, Mr. Riggio. It isn't going to be easy, but I'll tell him.
I've been cut off.
Operator!
Operator! Operator!
Number, please.
Operator, I want Hollywood 7337. Will you please get it for me?
You may dial that number direct.
But I've been dialing all morning. My finger's so swollen it won't fit in the hole.
One moment, please. I will try that number for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Only 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes to go. If I could only talk to Mr. Riggio. If I could plead with him. Beg him. Like I did last year. Maybe I could talk him into giving me another...
Sorry, that line is busy.
Busy. What am I going to do? I got to think fast. It's 4 minutes to 12. Wait a minute, I know. I'll call my agent. That's it, my agent. Why am I paying him 9%? I'll try it. Well, that might be Mr. Riggio. Oh, hello?
Hello, is that you, Edna?
Edna?
This is Johnny McGuire. I just got off my ship. Haven't seen a woman in 3 years. You're the first one I called.
You must have the wrong number.
Ah, don't give me that, Edna. I recognized your voice right away.
But I...
Come on, Edna. Let's you and me step out tonight. I'll buy you a nice big dinner.
I'm telling you, you have the wrong... Dinner? No. What am I thinking of? No. Then he'd want... I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. I wish I were, Edna. At least then I'd know... Oh, my goodness. Only 3 minutes to 12. No time to call my agent now. I got to get Mr. Riggio. Maybe he hasn't signed anybody else yet. I'll tell him I'll do anything he asks me. Anything. I'll let him cut my salary. This year I'll suggest it myself. Why not? The line's clear. It's not busy. I still have time.
This is Hollywood 7337.
Get me Mr. Riggio, quick. This is Jack Benny.
Mr. Riggio is busy on another line. Will you call back?
No. I'll hold on. I've only got 3 minutes. Hello?
Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Riggio? Oh, it's you, pal. Shut your big mouth.
Hello? What's that?
Mr. Riggio, I wasn't talking to you. It was my parrot. This is Jack Benny. Hello again.
Well, Jack, I'm glad you called. I want to talk to you.
Mr. Riggio, please. Before you say anything, listen to me. You got to hear my side of it. I know I've been on the air a long time, but I'm not through yet. Honest, I'm not. There's still a few good years left in me, and I want you to have it.
But, Jack...
LSMFT! LSMFT!
But,
Lucky
Jack,
Strike is fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Jack!
They're first again with Tobacco Man.
What?
La 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 la. La 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 la.
What's the matter with you?
Look, I know I've made mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. I mean, everybody but you, Mr. Riggio. And I've done everything you've asked me to. Last year, I kept my eye on the red bullseye till it was bloodshot. Mr. Riggio, you've got to listen to me.
Jack, what are you so upset about? We have no intention of letting you go.
But you don't understand, Mr. What? You mean you're going to pick up my option?
Why, certainly. I've been trying to call you all morning. Your phone's been busy.
My phone busy? Oh.
Tell me, Jack, whatever gave you the idea we wouldn't take up your option?
Well, Mr. Riggio, I called you a few minutes ago, and the wires got crossed. Yeah, I heard you talking to a man named Frank.
Frank? Oh, yes, he's my office manager.
Well, I overheard you telling him to let somebody go, that you didn't want him anymore.
Oh, yes. We had to discharge him. He was a bookkeeper. Very incompetent.
The bookkeeper? Oh. The bookkeeper? Well, Mr. Riggio, if the man wasn't doing his work, what else could you do? I mean, it's not your fault if he isn't capable. There's no place for sentiment in business. That's what I like about you, Mr. Riggio. You don't let your heart rule your head. That bookkeeper got what was coming to him. I don't believe in a man whining and trying to hang on to a job when he's not wanted. I agree with you. If a man fails to deliver, let him go. Get rid of him, I say. Fire him.
Ladies and gentlemen, travel on our highways is increasing. It is now 11% above pre-war peak. So when traveling, obey the law. Don't take a chance and be careful. The life you save may be your own. Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
A recent impartial survey covering all the southern tobacco markets reveals Lucky Strike.
First again with Tobacco Man.
Yes, more independent tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined.
Excuse me, but who are these tobacco experts?
They're the men who really know tobacco, the independent auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen. And it's important for you to know that more of these independent tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined.
You've heard the survey results. Now, hear what Mr. Charles L. Belvin, independent tobacco buyer, who's attended more than 2,000 tobacco auctions, recently said.
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy good, ripe, mild tobacco. Fine tobacco that makes one swell smoke. I've smoked Lucky 16 years.
A Lucky Strike smoker for 16 years. And remember, Mr. Belvin, like you, looks to the cigarette he smokes for enjoyment. Real, deep-down smoking enjoyment. So light up a Lucky yourself, and puff by puff, you'll see.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means a really enjoyable smoke for you. Yes?
You'll like Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned in for the Phil Harris Alice Faye show, which follows immediately. And on Saturday, be sure to listen to A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. I want to thank Miss Barbara Stanley for being with us on the program tonight and for the passes. And, and Rita, I couldn't get you on the phone, so send 3, please. Now, to my friends in San Francisco, I'll be seeing you at the Opera House on Friday, October 22nd, at the Friars Frolic for the Variety Club benefit.
Oh, you're going to San Francisco, eh, Jack?
Uh-huh.
Oh. You going to go by plane?
By plane? Well, no.
Oh, then you're going on the train.
The train? No. No, ma'am.
Oh, then you're going to drive your car.
No. No, you see, I made a deal with a fellow who's going that way.
Oh, you're going to share expenses.
You know, all I have to do is help him unload the oranges.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, McGee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I read in a magazine the other day that color plays a more important part in our lives than we realize. For instance, this article said that bright, gay colors make us feel happier, more cheerful. Well, come to think of it, that's quite true. And I guess that's still another reason why so many women tell me they couldn't do without Glow Coat on their kitchen floors. It's a fact that Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat does make the colors in linoleum seem surprisingly bright and fresh. Then again, the shine you get with Glow Coat is so much brighter, has such a brilliant sparkle. That's because Johnson's Glow Coat now gives you nearly twice as much shine as before. Of course, you can cheer up your kitchen with Johnson's Glow Coat quite easily. Glow Coat dries to a beautiful wax finish without rubbing or buffing. Saves you hours of work because dirt and spilled things wipe up so quickly. Try it, won't you? Brighter than ever, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
The majority of people hail the telephone as a miracle of convenient communication. But there are some who believe that Alexander Graham Bell should have taken up some other line of work, like maybe getting sawed in half by a magician. For instance, a phone can be a confounded nuisance when it starts ringing its fool head off while folks are trying to eat breakfast. such as at 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Why don't somebody leave people alone while we're trying to eat breakfast? That's 4 times somebody's called us between the orange juice and the waffles.
Now, you calm yourself, sweetheart.
Hmm?
Anger is bad for the digestion.
Yeah.
And after 7 waffles, you're crowding the bicarbonate department.
I'm coming. Hello. Ouch. What the...
Oh, you stuck your fork in your ear.
Oh.
Put it down, pick up the receiver.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, this is McGee. Who? Oh, Mort Tooth. Certainly I know tonight's the night we go bowling. My gosh, we've been bowling every Tuesday night since time immemorial. You think you've got to spend a nickel just to tell me about that?
Your breakfast is getting cold.
I'll be right there, Molly. And look, Mort, quit calling me up in the middle of breakfast. Use your brains if you got any. Oh, yeah? I'd like to hear you say that to my face, you big lemon head. Ah, pipe down, you big blabbermouth. That was Mort Tooth's pal of mine.
Another waffle, dearie?
How many I had?
7. There's enough batter left for 1 more.
Anybody here besides us?
No.
You had enough?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it. Didn't want to be a pig.
Be done in a minute. And as soon as the coffee gets... I'll answer it this time, McGee. Maybe it's...
No, sir. You sit right where you doggone are, Love Boat. Let her ring.
Yeah, but what if it's...
I'm paying for the use of that telephone. That telephone ain't paying for the use of me. Go ahead, ring. Ting-a-ling-a-ling. See if I care. Ish-kabibble. I wouldn't lift a pinky to answer that phone if it was Ralph Edwards himself tipping me off to who was Miss...
Oh, you did it, sweetheart. You outweighted them.
You said it. Anytime a handful of hard rubber and copper wire thinks it's going to run my life for me. Wonder who that could have been, Carl.
Well, if it was important, they'll call again. And I must say I admire your fortitude. Just to sit there and let that phone ring.
It took character, all right.
Certainly did.
Betcha.
Particularly when there might have been something really important. Like maybe you won a prize on the Irish sweepstakes.
Huh?
Maybe somebody offering you a big job in Washington.
Oh?
Or maybe you got elected Grand Exalted Double Malted High Chief of the Inner Mysteries of the Outer Gates of the Purple Circle of the BPOE.
Yeah, man. Oh, no. The Elks haven't got any such silly thing as that. Although my name was mentioned rather prominently. Oh, no. It was probably just a wrong number. Don't you think?
No. Frankly, dearie, it sounded like a legitimate call to me. You going to answer it if it rings again?
Yes, I think I've taught it a lesson now. Gosh, I wish they would call back, whoever it was. I know a guy lost $8,000 once because he didn't answer the phone when the Pot of Gold program called him. Oh, I'll get it. That's them. They're calling back. Hello?
It was the doorbell, dearie.
Huh? Oh. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, old-timer.
Hello there, kids. See you just about through breakfast. I'll come back later. What time you have lunch? 12? I'll be back at 11:45, so just have sausage.
Hey, old-timer.
What say, Johnny?
You didn't by any chance try to get me on the phone a few minutes ago, did you?
Not me, kids. Don't catch me squandering my hard-earned nickels just to hear somebody hollering down a piece of wire. I guess I got that from Mama. Mama hated telephones. Couldn't hear a thing on them.
Why not?
We didn't have one. Don't trust telephones myself. My brother had a bad experience with one just last summer.
What happened to your brother, Mr. Oldtimer? Get his knuckle jammed in a return slot?
Nope. Got a wrong number. Trying to call a tall, red-headed number named Gladys and got a little sweet-talking peroxide number named Elizabeth. Got to talking, made a date, kept it up, got married, and look at my brother now. Tied up for life with a wife and 5 healthy boys.
Hey, wait a minute. 5 boys? He just met her last summer.
Yes, and a lazier bunch of brother-in-laws you never seen, Johnny. No, sir, no telephones for me.
Well, personally, I think we owe a great deal to the telephone, Mr. Oldtimer, culturally. Think of our thousands of artists and sculptors who got their starts carving their initials on the inside of telephone booths. What's the Yankee if he can't doodle?
It's pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, "Say," he said, "just come from a meeting of a bunch of fellers planning to take over the government." "That's so," says t'other feller. "Subversives?" "No," says the first feller. "Republicans." See you later, kid.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and On the Avenue.
You know, Molly, might have been something pretty important. Might have been from some old friend. Somebody who needs me.
Name one besides me.
Hey, I wonder if it could have been old Fred Nittany.
Who?
Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. The guy that I and he used to have a vaudeville act together once. I must have told you about Fred Nittany.
Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Williams, the weatherman. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hi, Foggy, old man.
Good day, Mrs. McGee, presumably. Good day, Mr. McGee. Slightly cooler.
Say, did you phone us about 9:15 this morning, Mr. Williams?
No, I didn't. At 9:15. Now, let me see. What was I doing at 9:15? Oh, yes, No, I wasn't either. That was later. That was 9:25.
What was?
What I thought I was doing at 9:15. No, I didn't call you, Mr. McGee.
Well, that eliminates Mr. Williams, McGee.
Well, thanks, Foggy. I'll bet you get a lot of phone calls in your racket, huh?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
My telephone calls fall into two distinct categories. One kind starts out, "Will it be okay if we plan a little outing for today?" And the other one goes, "Well, you loused up our picnic again, you rat."
Anyway, Mr. Williams, it must be nice to be a weatherman and know whether or not to take an umbrella when you go out. Personally, I haven't guessed it right in years.
Me neither.
May I tell you a little trade secret? Neither have I. I have umbrellas scattered all over town. Well, I must get home and feed my groundhog. Good day. Probably.
I wonder if he does keep a groundhog.
You know, McGee, I wonder if Lloyd's of London insures Princess Elizabeth against bad weather on her wedding day.
Well, I doubt it, kiddo. Besides, there'd be so much excitement, they wouldn't even notice a tornado. That wedding is sure going to liven things up in Buckingham Palace.
Well, into each rain, some life must fall. That's an old saying I just made up.
Oh, doorbells. Why don't the telephone ring?
Come in.
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal. Say, why don't you answer your telephone when somebody calls up?
Oh.
So it was you, was it? Gee whiz, Omaha. I've been worrying my curly little head about frantic over that. You see, we were having breakfast.
Breakfast? At 10 o'clock last night?
Oh. Your call was at 10 last night.
You didn't call at 9:15 this morning?
No. Did somebody?
Oh, dear.
Hey, you know, this is getting serious. That phone call could have been from anybody in the world. I might be missing out on something big. Doggone it, why didn't I answer? Oh, what a fool I am.
Hey, pal, look.
Huh?
Lots of changes are being made in radio.
Oh?
Comics are being dropped like dry ice over the Dust Bowl.
Yeah?
Fred Allen is changing sponsors. Television is sneaking up on us. Maybe Racine was calling. What do you think?
Racine, Wisconsin?
Uh-huh.
You mean after all these years?
13 years to be more or less exact, and 13 is not what I would call a promising number.
Well, I'll tell you how we can find out, pal. After all, I'm in this as deep as you.
Yeah.
Hand me the phone, Molly.
Here, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Long distance, please.
Yeah, tell him we want to find out.
Long distance, I want the president of Johnson's Wax, Racine, Wisconsin. Yes, and would you... Huh? Who? Mert, who?
Oh, that's for me, Junie. I'll take it. Hello, Mert. How's every little thing, Mert? What say, Mert? Your uncle? Oh, that's too bad, Mert. Probably just sensitive. Yeah. A pinpoint ball, eh?
Don't you mean a ballpoint pen, dearie?
He just got out of the pen, and if anybody points at him, he balls. What say, Mert? Oh, much obliged. Hey, Junie, they got Racine for you. Come
Thanks, pal. Hello, Racine. Is this Mr. Johnson? Oh, this is Wilcox, Chief.
Chief, they sure got the Indian sign on him.
Quiet.
Look, Chief. McGee got a call about 9:15 this morning, and I want... Oh, sure. I always stress the fact that Johnson's glow coat is self-polishing. Well, you think I ought to hit it a little harder, eh?
If he hits it any harder, he'll go right through to the basement.
Hey, Junie,
What say, Chief? Oh, yeah, I always say that Johnson's glow coat simplifies housekeeping by protecting the linoleum against dust and dirt and dampness and making spilled things so much easier to wipe up with a damp cloth. Well, look, Chief, about 9:15 this morning... Huh? Yes, I know. Just pour a little out, spread it around with a long-handled applier, and in 20 minutes or less it dries to a sparkling finish that protects the linoleum with no rubbing and no buffing.
Here.
But...
Give me that phone. Hey, Chief, this is McGee speaking. Did you call me this morning at... Huh? Yes, Chief. He always stresses that glow coat is the finest... Oh, sure, Chief. We all do. We're pitching every minute. Right, Chief. Okay, Chief. So long, Chief. Well, it wasn't Racine that called me.
Well, I will say that you boys solved the problem with the least satisfaction and the greatest expense possible.
You'll have the charges transferred to your office phone, I presume, Junior?
Why, certainly not. My office phone is for business calls only. This was personal.
Look, Waxy.
Yes, pal?
I'm beginning to understand how you lasted this long as a Johnson salesman, but I'm puzzled how you lasted this long as a friend. May I make a suggestion?
Pray do.
Go home.
Okay, see you later, folks.
Well, he was a big help, like a strong wind at a prairie fire, huh?
Now, let me see if the Elks Club didn't call, or Foggy Williams, or Harlow, or Racine. The worst of it is I got a horrible feeling that was a very important telephone call. Maybe Washington was one.
Come in.
Oh, hi, Boomer.
Hello, Mr. Boomer. Do come in.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. And good day to you, platypus. Nice to walk into a lovely home like this, through the door. Getting a little old for windowsills. Find it hard on the knees.
Hey, Boomer, you didn't happen to call me this morning for any reason, did you? I got a phone call.
Banish the thought, plowboy. Can't think of a more wasteful use for a nickel. No, indeed. Did you know that a nickel will buy 5 copper pennies, which properly flattened and glued in pairs will serve as quarters in slot machines?
Oh, yeah. Well, I got news for you, Boomer. There aren't any slot machines in Wistful Vista. It's illegal.
He has news for me. You continue to keep the boy at home, my dear. You're doing a good job with him.
Well, thank you, Mr. Boomer.
I've got a pair of those copper pennies right here someplace. If I can just... Pennies. Where did I put those pennies? Here's my autograph book. All millionaires' signatures.
Oh, you collect autographs, Mr. Boomer?
Yes, I do, my dear. Gives me many a pleasant hour in the long winter evenings practicing my penmanship. Must keep busy, you know, always forging ahead. Yes, indeed. Here's a handy little cigarette lighter. Opens up into an acetylene torch. And a fan belt that belongs to a crooner friend of mine. Uses it to belt his fans with. What have we here? Oh, yes, a jar of vanishing cream. Very handy when one is playing cops and robbers with cops.
You're not going to tell us you rub it on yourself and vanish, Boomer.
Not at all, my boy, not at all. You merely round the corner and swiftly drop a gob of the vanishing cream over the sidewalk in front of the pursuer.
Yeah?
Ever see a 200-pound harness bull do a half-gainer into a trash can in full uniform? Very impressive sight, yes, indeed. Well, what do you know? No cop pennies. I've been robbed, victimized.
Oh, dear.
Must get right downtown and report this to the police. Yes, indeed. Horatio K. Boomer has had his pocket picked. Oh, how ironic can life be? Well, don't get up, my dear. I'll open the door.
No, Boomer, not that door.
No, that's the hall door.
I must clean out this treasure trove for you one of these days or nights.
The King's Men and Sipping Cider by the Cider Z.
How'd you like to take a journey to a land across the ocean blue? Come and see the arms of whirling mills waving to the sleeping hills. Wouldn't we be gay on a Holland holiday? Sipping cider by the Cider Z, the Cider Z, the Cider Z. Wouldn't it be more than heavenly with you so close to me? Love can be sublime in tulip time, in tulip time, in tulip time. And if suddenly our tulips touch, would I be in Dutch? And if we get the chance, we'll put on our wooden shoes and dance. Our joy will be complete. That'll be a real Dutch treat. Darling, if you say you'll marry me, there soon will be a family. Sipping cider by the Cider Z, beside the Cider Z. Sipping cider by the Cider Z, the Cider Z, the Cider Z. Come and sit beside the Cider Z, the Cider Z with me. Sipping cider by the Cider Z, the Cider Z, the Cider Z. Come and sit beside the Cider Z, the Cider Z with me. Hear the little Dutch boy singing, while the little Dutch girl is swinging, and the little Dutch band is swinging. So come along and marry me, and we'll raise a little Dutch family, a boy for you and a girl for me. Sipping our cider by the Cider Z.
Doggone it, Molly, I'm just beat. I'm whooped. Why didn't I answer that phone this morning anyhow? No telling what I might have passed up. Hey, I know what I'll do.
What now?
I'm going down to the phone company. I'll get right at the source of this thing. I'll find out. Grab your hat. Where's my muffler? Where's my overshoes? I'll get...
Now, hold everything, Impulsive. Company. Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Good day, my dear.
Hi, Band-Aid.
And how are you today, tall, blonde, and handsome?
Who, me? I'm tall, blonde, and handsome?
Yes, in a short, dark, and repulsive sort of way.
I'm glad you stopped in, Doctor. Did you by any chance call us on the telephone at about 9:15 this morning?
No, I did not.
You positive, Docky? I want to know for sure. I simply got to find out what that call was.
How do you know your telephone rang?
We sat right there and listened to it.
Why didn't you answer it? Or am I too inclined to simplify things?
I didn't want to answer it because I already had answered the dad rabbit thing 4 times, and I was getting tired of answering it. You're sure you didn't call me, Doc?
Look, Trowel Nose. From 7:35 this morning until the hour of 8:22, I was engaged in removing the appendix from a wealthy industrialist who will pay unwittingly for removing the tonsils from a newsboy, which took until 9:21, at which time I went to breakfast. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I guess it does.
At last. There's my call. They called me back. Now I'll know. Hello? This is McGee speaking, and the reason I didn't answer the phone before... Huh? Oh, okay. For you, Doc.
Thank you. Hello, Gamble speaking. Oh, yes, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Her again.
What was that, Mrs. Clatterhatch? Well, I've told him a dozen times what to do for that skin irritation. Cut out the starches. Okay, Mrs. Clatterhatch. Goodbye.
Starches in his diet?
Oh, in his laundry. His neck is all scratched up. Well, I hope you solve your childish problem, child. Good day, my dear.
Good day, Doctor.
Well, that illuminates another possibility. Now I gotta go downtown and see if the phone company has got a record of that call. Get your hat, kiddo. Come on, let's go.
All right, McGee. I'll be right with you. Be sure all the windows are closed and the doors are...
Okay, I'll shut 'em up tight. Ah, there goes a good kid. Greatest thing that ever happened to me was the day she decided to ignore everybody's advice and marry me anyhow. Flying in the face of public opinion like that took courage. No, now, come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis. Look, I want to ask you a question. Did you or did you not call me on the telephone at 9:15 this morning?
Yes.
You did?
No.
You didn't?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. Can't you answer a straight question, yes or no?
Not if you can't ask one, I betcha.
Huh?
You asked me if I did or did not, yes or no. You can't answer that question, yes or no.
Well, you can't. Let's start over.
Okay. Hi, mister.
Hello, Teeny. Say, did you call me up this morning at 9:15?
Why?
Doggone it, why do you have to be so exact? Look, say, this is very important to me, sis. Please. Did you call me up this morning?
No.
No.
No. I didn't call you up, mister.
Oh.
I was in school at 9:15 this morning.
Oh, I see.
I got a prize today for being tardy.
A prize for being tardy?
Sure. I had the neatest desk in the whole school.
You mean tidy?
That's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
I always keep my desk tidy.
That's a very good trait, sis. How do you keep your desk so neat?
Oh, I got a system, mister. I worked it out.
Yeah?
I just take all my books and Crayolas and pen wipers and comics and dolls and stuff.
And file them up neatly?
No, I shove them in Willie Toops' desk. Why is his desk a mess? So long, mister.
So long. She's cute. Hey, Molly, hurry up. I want to get downtown to the phone company. Come on.
Here's the phone company, dearie. Come on.
Yeah, we got here quick. Boy, oh boy, I hope they got a record of that call. My gosh, I should have thought of this thing early this morning, Molly. I might have been in touch with Washington or whoever it was by now and had the whole...
Yes. Now, let's see. I wonder which window we go to ask about it.
Can I help you?
Now, that all depends, sis.
We don't know just what department we want, you see.
I am Miss Eager in customer relations. I'll be very happy to direct you.
Well, I'm glad to know you, sis. We're Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee. I'm Mr. McGee, and my wife here is Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Look, sis, we live at 79 Wistful Vista, and I got a phone call this morning, something important, and it stopped ringing before I could get to answer it.
Yes, and we were wondering if your office might have a record of the call or something. I realize it's pretty unusual,
Well, just sit down here a moment, please, and I'll see what I can find out for you. Now, what time was the call?
9:15, sis. I marked down the time because...
And your phone number is...
Wistful Vista 1073. You see, we always have breakfast...
Mr. McGee, I'm delighted to say that I have that call right here on this list.
You have?
Wonderful.
My gosh, sis, what was it? Who called? What about?
I called you myself.
What? You did?
Yes. We're conducting a survey of our subscribers, Mr. McGee. And at exactly 9:15 this morning, I called to ask you if your telephone service has been completely satisfactory. Has it?
Yes. Yes, the service has been splendid. Thank you for inquiring. Very courteous gesture. Thank you. And may we wish you a very Merry Christmas and happy to get out of here.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. You know, when you enter a home where the floors, furniture, and woodwork are wax protected, the first thing you notice is how beautiful it all is. Well, it's a fact. Nothing adds quite the same beauty as wax. Think about it for a moment, and you'll realize that that package of Johnson's wax on your shelf is not just a product, it's a method of housekeeping, a means of protecting all kinds of surfaces in your home. It's a way to save yourself hours of tedious housework all year long and have a clean, shining home that your friends will envy. You see, when you apply Johnson's wax, you add an invisible film of tough protection, a film that wards off dirt and spill things and is easy to dust because it's hard and dry. When you polish that wax film, your floors and furniture glow with rich, mellow beauty. Add to that the 100 extra uses for this wax throughout your home, and you'll understand what I mean by wax housekeeping with Johnson's wax, paste or liquid. There's nothing else like it to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
You know, McGee, I'm awfully glad that phone call wasn't from Washington with a big job for you.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't mind being an ambassador or something in the diplomatic service.
Oh, you'd be fine, dearie, with all those diplomats.
You betcha.
But I'd get pretty tired having teas every day for the diplomatists. Diploma... Say, what do you call a diplomat's wife, anyhow?
Mrs.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is WMAQ-NBC in Chicago.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Bluster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, running a high school is usually a difficult task. But Osgood Conklin, principal of Madison High, where Our Miss Brooks teaches English, somehow manages to make it seem even harder.
Last week, for instance, it was his anti-gambling crusade. Friday morning at breakfast, I discussed the situation with my landlady.
But I didn't think gambling was such a big problem at Madison, Connie.
It isn't, Mrs. Davis. But Mr. Stone, head of the Board of Education, is cooperating with the DA's office in a county-wide drive against gambling. Naturally, Mr. Conklin hopped on the bandwagon. He's instituted some pretty sweeping reforms in our school.
Like what, Connie?
Like taking the gum machine out of the cafeteria. Plus which he deputized me to stamp out penny matching.
Did you encounter any in your class, Connie?
Well, there were a couple of kids matching pennies in the coat closet during a study period, but it only went on for about 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Didn't you stop them, Connie?
Oh, of course I stopped them immediately. May I never get my 55 cents back if I didn't.
Well, you're not the only teacher at Madison. Why didn't you get Mr. Boynton to help you out?
I did. The next 2 times I investigated that coat closet, I took Mr. Boynton with me.
And did you find anyone?
Gee, I forgot to look. Well, if you'll excuse me now, Mrs. Davis, I'd better get ready for school. Walter Denton's picking me up in a few minutes.
All right, dear. Oh, before you go, would you do me a favor, Connie? Take this $5 and pay my phone bill this afternoon. I'd send it in, but frankly, I'm afraid it's just about overdue. Me and that absent mind of mine.
You are quite a pair. Don't worry about it, Mrs. Davis. I'll take it in to the company today. Mr. Conklin was in the same predicament a couple of weeks ago. He asked me to attend to the school phone bill for him.
But I thought the Board of Education took care of school bills.
They do, but this one was an emergency. It seems the auditor in charge of the funds took an unexpected vacation.
An unexpected vacation?
As the head of the board put it, he went south with the money. Anyway, Mr. Conklin gave me the $30, and I paid it the very first thing I think it was the very first thing.
Connie, you did pay that bill, didn't you?
Oh, now I remember. I gave it to Walter Denton to pay. For a minute there, I was worried.
You gave the school phone bill to Walter Denton to pay, and now you're not worried?
No. I can always start looking for another job. Would you mind decreasing the speed of this rocket ship just a little, Walter?
For you, fair one, I'll make the old chariot tiptoe. But why so jittery on this most beautiful of all possible days?
Because, oh fast one, on this most beautiful of all possible days, I've just been stricken with the most horrible of all possible thoughts. Briefly, the school phone bill I gave you 2 weeks ago.
School phone bill. School phone bill.
Oh, no, don't tell me you forgot it.
School phone bill. Oh, now I remember. Oh, wasn't that the bill that was overdue and Mr. Conklin asked you to pay it for him at once?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, and you had something important to do downtown and told me to take care of it immediately?
Exactly. Oh, well, it's a relief to know that's attended to. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Walter.
Of course I wouldn't let you down. I told him to pay it at once when I turned it over to Stretch Snodgrass.
Stretch Snodgrass? Listen, Walter, I know Stretch is a great athlete and a good friend of yours, but he's a bird brain.
You're just worrying in advance, Miss Brooks. I'm sure he took care of it. Look, there's Stretch going into school now. We'll ask him about it. Hey, Stretch, wait up a minute.
Okay. Hi, Walter. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Stretch, I'd like to ask you a question.
Fire away.
Don't think it's not a temptation. Do you recall the phone bill Walter gave you to pay 2 weeks ago?
Remember, Stretch? I told you it was urgent.
Urgent? Oh, yeah. Wasn't that the phone bill Mr. Conklin gave Miss Brooks to pay in a hurry?
That's right. It was overdue, and I gave it to Walter and told him to pay it without delay.
Yeah, and I had something very important to do myself that day, so I gave it to you and I told you to take care of it immediately.
Sure. I remember it all now.
Then you took care of it.
Absolutely. When I handed that bill to my sister, I told her to pay it at once.
To whom it may concern. Copy this phone bill and send it along with 10 cents to 5 of your friends, and if no one breaks the chain, who knows, someday you may be the lucky recipient of a very low number at Alcatraz.
I've straightened out your office for you, Daddy.
Thank you, Harry.
I'm certainly glad the telephone company gave you a new number.
So am I. The past few days have been quite an ordeal, I can tell you. I still don't know how those telephone people could give a disc jockey the same number as mine.
It was just a mistake, Daddy. I'm sure it won't happen again.
It better not. Those ridiculous song requests had me frantic. Imagine I get down to my office, haven't even say good morning to a soul, and 10 people call up and say, good night, Irene.
Well, it's all over, and you have a brand new number.
Well, not a minute too soon. Mr. Stone is coming over to discuss our anti-gambling campaign this afternoon.
I still don't understand why the board is so interested in the district attorney's gambling crusade.
It's very simple, my dear. They're merely cooperating with all local agencies to run down the head of a big gambling syndicate purported to be operating in this immediate vicinity. Actually, the police haven't the faintest idea of the man's identity.
They don't know anything about him at all?
Just that he's referred to as the big boy.
The big boy? Well, that's some clue, isn't it?
Yes, at least they won't go around looking for a girl. Now, Harriet, if you'll excuse me, I have minutes. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, this is Dutch. Give me 200 across the board on Harbor Song and a Toad, huh?
What's that? What number do you want?
Maine 5463.
Let's see. Yes, this is Main 5463, but I'm...
Well, then give me 200 across on Harbor Song and the Third.
Harbor Song? You must have the wrong number.
Oh, please, you don't have to be so cagey. We got protection now. Hey, this is Ben a Bookie, isn't it?
No, this is Osgood, the principal. I mean, there must be some mistake.
Look, the big boy gave us this number to call for track conditions, latest odds, and laying off bets. And a big boy don't make no mistakes.
The big boy?
Yeah. Now use your head and play ball.
What?
Or we'll use your head and play ball. 200 across on Harbor Song, huh? Goodbye.
What's going on, Daddy?
Harriet, this is terrible. I should have quit while I was a disc jockey. By some fiendish mistake, the telephone company has given me the same number as a bookmaker.
Now, calm down, Daddy. All you have to do is call the company and ask them to change it again.
But it took 3 days to change it last time, and Mr. Stone is coming here this afternoon. There's only one way out. Harriet, you've got to rush to the phone company and get a repairman to disconnect this phone immediately.
All right, Daddy, but I wish you'd relax. There's really nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about, she says. What if Harbor Song wins?
Gosh, Miss Brooks, I thought you'd never come out in the hall.
It couldn't be helped, Stretch. My contract here calls for me to teach a little English every day. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry. Most of them kids of yours need to be learned plenty. Well, I just want to tell you I checked up on that phone bill for you. You see, I don't want anybody to go around incinerating that I'm undependable.
I don't blame you. That kind of incinerating would burn me up, too. What did you find out about the bill?
Well, luckily my sister realized how important it was.
Oh, wonderful. Then she took care of it.
I'll say she did. She gave it to my mother to pay. Now your worries are really over. My mother is just as dependable as I am.
That's no way for a child to talk about his parents.
Miss Brooks, we're cooked. That phone bill couldn't have been paid. The telephone man is here to disconnect the phone.
What? Where is he, Walter?
He's right down the hall. He just asked me how to find Mr. Conklin's office, but I stalled him off. I gave him directions to another place entirely.
But that's only a temporary stay. Tell me where you directed him, and I'll go find him.
Where I directed him, you can't go. Miss Brooks, he's coming back now.
Pardon me, ma'am, but could you tell me how to get to Mr. Conklin's office?
Mr. Conklin's office? Who's Mr. Conklin?
Well, I don't know, but my orders read disconnect phone in Mr. Osgood Conklin's office.
Oh, that Mr. Conklin. You must have been carrying those orders around for quite a while, young man.
What do you mean?
He died 10 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What about his office?
His office? Oh, that's been converted into a student coat closet.
Coat closet? Then why did this kid direct me to...
Everybody makes mistakes. The phone company must have made a mistake in your instructions. You'd better go back and tell them about it.
Okay. Well, that happens once in a while. But I still can't get over this kid sending me on such a wild goose chase.
Me either. Seems like a very strange place to be looking for a wild goose.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene.
No other toothpaste or powder, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate's, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, and only Colgate Dental Cream, was used in this research.
So always use Colgate's to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, even after the repairman left, I was still jittery for fear he'd come back and reveal the truth about my negligence to Mr. Conklin. It afforded some relief, however, to sit in the cafeteria at lunchtime and pour my baleful story into the handsome ears of Mr. Boynton.
Well, now, let's see if I've got this straight, Miss Brooks. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Conklin gave you the school phone bill, told you it was overdue and must be paid at once. You gave it to Walter Denton. Walter Denton gave it to Stretch Snodgrass. Stretch Snodgrass gave it to his sister.
And the green grass grew all around. It's no use talking, Mr. Boynton. I'm probably in big trouble. Supposing that repairman comes back again to disconnect the phone.
Well, isn't there some way to pay the bill before that happens?
How? The $30 Mr. Conklin gave me, I gave to Walter with the bill, and he gave it to... Well, we've been all through that. Temporarily, we've got to assume it's gone. And the point is, where am I going to get another $30?
Well, perhaps some other member of the faculty might help. That's what friends are for, to help one another. Now, I consider myself a friend of yours, Miss Brooks, and, well, I want you to know I'm prepared to assist you in this matter.
You mean I can count on you for...
$2. I'll canvass the rest of the faculty for the remainder. I know they'll come through for you.
You think so, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, take my word for it. They'll help you to a man.
Right now, I'd rather they just help me to some money.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Miss Brooks, I'll go see a few of the...
Pardon me, Mr. Boynton. And Miss Brooks, he's back. The telephone man is back.
No, where is he, Walter?
Well, Stretch and I caught him as he was entering the building, right outside Mr. Conklin's office.
You didn't let him get into Mr. Conklin's office. Tell me that you thought of a way to stall him again.
Well, I didn't, but Stretch thought of a wonderful way.
How?
He's sitting on his chest.
Here, Daddy, I brought you a sandwich. I figured you'd be too upset to eat in the cafeteria today.
Oh, you're right, Harriet. Why doesn't that confounded telephone man get here? If Mr. Stone arrives before this phone is disconnected,
But I don't understand, Daddy. The phone company said they sent a man over much earlier today.
I know all about that. But when I called them to send him back, they claimed I died 10 years ago.
But that's ridiculous.
Well, thank you, my dear. However, if that fellow doesn't come back, I don't
I've
want
got an idea. Why don't you just pull the wire out yourself?
What? Me commit a malicious mischief against the telephone company's property? You forget, Harriet, your father is the principal of a great high school. And a high school principal does not resort to such measures no matter what the emergency.
But it might be the only way out.
Stop goading me, Harriet. I'm just not physically equipped to try pulling that telephone wire out of the wall. Again.
Oh, there you are, Stretch. Walter told me what happened.
It was the only way, Miss Brooks. I had to do it.
I suppose so, but you were taking an awful chance right outside the principal's office, too.
Oh, it couldn't be helped.
I guess not. Now get off the man's chest, Stretch.
Yes, ma'am.
This is extremely decent of you.
You see, sir, Stretch here probably thought you were a prowler on account of that black bag you're carrying. That's about it, isn't it, Stretch?
About?
Well, I don't know why all this is going on, but right after you told me Mr. Conklin was dead, the telephone company told me he was alive.
Well, everyone's entitled to his opinion. Oh, you must have wanted Mr. Conklin Jr. It's Mr. Conklin Sr. who passed on.
Well, I'm glad that's cleared up. Now, where's Junior's office? I've got to take care of his phone.
Phone? You mean you've come to reconnect it?
No, I've come to disconnect it.
Oh, what a shame. The company sent somebody over to do that an hour ago. Well, you've certainly bagged your quota of wild geese today, haven't you?
Well, I don't mind telling you it's been a discouraging experience. Well, I'll go back and check in again. This is what I get for not listening to my mother. She said that she wanted me to take up the timpanis. Goodbye for now.
You know, I'm going to miss him.
Miss Brooks, who was that man who just left the building?
Man, Mr. Conklin?
Yes, the man with the brown bag.
There was no man, Mr. Conklin. And it was a black bag.
Thank you, Snodgrass. Step into my office, please, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Now, about that man, the one with the black and brown bag. Was he by any chance the telephone repairman I'd been expecting?
Oh, were you expecting a telephone repairman?
Yes, Miss Brooks. I've gotten someone else's telephone number by mistake. A mistake which could take 3 days to rectify, whereas it only takes 10 minutes to disconnect the phone from the wall.
Oh, is that what he was here for?
Precisely. And now, may I ask why you so obviously dismissed him?
Well, in a few ill-chosen words, Mr. Conklin, I didn't pay the phone bill when you gave me the money 2 weeks ago, and I thought the repairman was here to disconnect your phone because of my negligence, and I'd like to remain on the premises just long enough to say goodbye to some of my friends. I thank you.
I never heard such gibberish in all my born days. I've got more serious worries than a delinquent phone bill on my mind, Miss Brooks.
You mean it's all right, Mr. Conklin?
No, it's not all right, but I'll take that up later. Whatever you do, don't mention your omission to Mr. Stone when he gets here.
Mr. Stone?
You've got to help me, Miss Brooks. Mr. Stone will be here at any moment to discuss my gambling campaign. However, some very strange phone calls are liable to interrupt my conference. That's why I want you to sit in on this meeting.
Me? But, Mr. Conklin,
I'll say that you're taking notes on our discussion. Your main function, however, is to answer the phone. Oh, that's him.
But I don't understand, Mr. Conklin. What kind of phone
There's
calls have
no
been coming?
time for explanations now. Be right there, Mr. Stone. Just act perfectly casual, no matter what you hear when you pick up that receiver. And remember, don't repeat a word of it. Well, Mr. Stone, come in.
Thank you, Osgood.
Miss Brooks here is going to take some notes on our anti-gambling discussion. That is, if you have no objection.
Not at all. Nice to see you again, Miss Brooks. You seem to be in the pink.
Want to bet? It's nice to see you again, too, Mr. Stone.
Sit down, Mr. Stone. Here's a comfortable chair. Miss Brooks, you sit down by that desk with the phone on it.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's the news from the district attorney's office, Mr. Stone?
They haven't made too much progress, Osgood. It's rather a difficult task in view of the fact they don't know just who the big boy is. And two, we can't seem to find out where his syndicate headquarters are located.
But they do think it's in this area.
Definitely.
Oh, good. Then it's just a question of time before the bell rings for his final round. Did you get that, please, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir. Hello?
This is Dutch again. Who's this?
This is Miss Brooks.
Well, what'll they think of next? Now they got a doll answering the phone.
Well, thank you.
Tell me, sugar, what do you think the track conditions are at Narragansett, huh?
Frankly, I haven't given it much thought.
Who's that you're talking to, Miss Brooks?
It's Dutch, Mr. Conklin.
Please make it brief, Miss Brooks. Tell him we're busy.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Dutch, but we're quite occupied at the moment. And
Occupied? Oh, look, now, don't give me no rush, Jack. Frenchie told me I should call whenever I feel like it.
Oh. Mr. Conklin, Dutch says that Frenchie told him to call.
Dutch, Frenchie, who are they?
A couple of delegates we know from the United Nations.
Just hang up, Miss Brooks. Hang up at once.
Yes, Mr. Conklin. Bye, Dutch.
Now, as I started to tell you, Mr. Stone, we've done wonders here at Madison. Firstly, by eliminating all vending machines, I've destroyed the impulse to deposit coins in slots of any kind.
He's even discouraged use of the public telephone. Oops, naughty word.
The instinct to gamble must be crushed at the earliest opportunity. One of the reasons it's so difficult to track down this big boy mob is because of the unwitting protection afforded them by the uninformed. They operate in candy stores, skating rinks, even schools.
Even schools?
Nice timing, Dutch. Hello?
Look, I'm tired of playing games. How's the weather at Narragansett?
Well, what do I know about the weather at Narragansett?
Just a moment. Narragansett's a big racetrack. Hand me that phone.
Oh, no!
Hello, Dutch. The conditions at Narragansett are weather clear, track fast. Now, would you like to make a bet?
Hatchet Man should be a cinch on a fast track, and we got a load bet on him with us. I better lay off about 600 across the board, huh?
600 on Hatchet Man. It's a bet.
Good. That's one thing about the big boy. He makes you pay through the nose, but he gives you the service, huh? Well, so long.
So long. Well, Osgood, that was a very revealing phone call.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Stone. You know where I stand on gambling. Why, we've eliminated penny matching, bottle cap tossing.
And any minute, we're going to chop up the weighing machine. Come in, whoever you are.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Conklin, but could I speak with Miss Brooks for just a moment?
I suppose so, Boynton, but please be quick about it.
Oh, yes, sir. Here, Miss Brooks, here's $20 toward the money you owe for the phone bill.
Well, thanks, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank your fellow teachers. I didn't have time to reach them all, but everyone I asked to chipped in and said he knew it was a safe bet.
Did you hear that, Mr. Conklin? The other teachers are all chipping in. Mr. Boynton could only get $20 now, but they all know it's a safe bet.
Safe bet, eh? Miss Brooks, tell me, is this money for the Hatchet Man, too?
Naturally, but I don't think that's a very flattering way to refer to Mr. Conklin.
Perhaps he'd like it better if I refer to him by his real name. Eh, big boy?
Big boy? Mr. Stone, there's been a frightful misunderstanding. Miss Brooks, tell Mr. Stone what this money is for.
But, Mr. Conklin, you told me not to mention it.
Oh, mention it!
Well, Mr. Stone, this money is for a phone bill that I neglected to pay.
I would say your telephone service is functioning admirably.
Let me explain, Mr. Stone. Just today I received a new phone number in answer to a request I made 3 days ago.
Why did you want your number changed 3 days ago?
Because he hasn't got a recording of Good Night, Irene.
Good night, Irene.
Good night. Come on, Mr. Barney.
What's going on here?
That's what I'd like to know. Why don't you come clean, big boy?
Will you please stop calling me by that name, Mr. Stone? The phone company happened to give me the former number of a bookmaker, and it was too late to have it changed before you got here.
Balderdash. Sent for a telephone repairman and had the phone disconnected.
Yes, why didn't you send for a telephone repairman? I mean, he did send for a repairman, Mr. Stone, but I thought he was coming to disconnect the phone because I hadn't paid the bill, and I sent him away.
Unpaid phone bills, mixed up. You know what I think? I think you're all in this together.
Mr. Stone, I can't say that I like your attitude.
Force yourself.
Miss Brooks, can you give me one shred of evidence to support this fantastic phone bill story?
Well, sir,
Excuse me, everybody, but the door was open, so I thought I'd just botch on in. I've got the news you've been waiting for all day.
Really, Stretch? What part of the school is on fire?
No, it's about the phone bill. I just found out my mother paid it.
She paid it?
Sure, here's the receipt.
Well, I guess this answers your request for evidence, Mr. Stone. Here, take a look at this.
Just what does this receipt mean, Miss Brooks?
Read it, you'll see.
I already have. Now suppose you read it.
Certainly. Received from Madison High School, $30. Signed, the Consolidated Gas Company.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first, dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier, fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo. And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, we finally convinced Mr. Stone that we weren't running a gambling syndicate at Madison High School. And when I got home, I sat down at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and the afternoon papers.
You look pretty worn out, Connie. Why don't you stretch out and take a nap?
I will, Mrs. Davis, but first I've got to call Mr. Conklin right away. I just saw something in the paper I've got to tell him about.
What is it, Connie?
His $2 parlay on Harbor Song and Hatchet Man paid $32.
Burns says reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch.
You want a beauty soap for a beauty bath.
And your bath becomes a beauty bath when you change to proper cleansing with Palmolive soap.
For bathing with this beauty soap brings you the full beautifying effects of Palmolive's mild and gentle lather, proved by doctors to bring most women lovelier complexions in just 14 days.
Bath-size Palmolive is designed to give you everything you need for all-over beauty care. Fragrance for daintiness, mildness for loveliness, purity for gentleness, big bath size for thriftiness.
So get big bath size Palmolive. So mild, so pure, so right for all of you.
Be sure to listen to Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over the same network. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting